Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Mwanemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwa namno wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And that is one name. There it is. Good day, everyone. Good to see you again. Good to have you here. Always a delight in your company. So the first thing first, there's something. There's a favor that I need you guys to do for me. It's time for us to change the opening music of this platform, the opening music of this live streaming. It is time for us to change that opening music because it's somewhat stayed and played out now. I don't know. I still enjoy it, but I think it's somewhat passe now. So we're looking to change the theme music of the platform. I'm inviting you to submit no more than 3 minutes long what you would like to replace the Holy Holy song as the intro music. So submit them to me via my Instagram handle, which I'm posting in the comment section now. So we're looking to change the theme music. It can be anything so long as it's traditional and Nigerian. So from any sector, from the north, south, east, or west, so long as it's traditional and Nigerian, and it's not more than 3 minutes long. So send it to me. We'll continue with the Holy Holy song until we find a more suitable replacement. But I think that our theme music is stayed and played out. Stayed and played out. So good to have you. Thank you for your company. So another favor, you say this guy, he never stops asking. Another favor that I would like you to do for the platform, as you are coming in, share the links of the platform on your social media spaces. So the WhatsApp group that you always mooch around in, you know, the old school group, the church group, the whatever group, copy the links in there so that your friends and frenemies can come and see the noise we make around here. So put it on your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, your whatever groups, share the link in essence, share the link, especially on Facebook, but everywhere else, share the link. So share the link. So there it is. So welcome, good to have you. The usual protocol as you're coming in, another favor, please make sure you are clicking on the like button as you are coming in. So click on the like button as you're coming in. That helps the YouTube algorithm of the platform you see. So just as you're coming in, fulfill that righteousness by clicking on the like button. The like button never anywhere near mirrors the viewership that we get, and it's somewhat disconcerting, a little bit disheartening even. When you look at how many people are watching and you look at the likes, I don't know, even if it jars your senses, you spend sufficient enough time here for you to at least reward it. If it fulfills a purpose, either as an annoyance or something you concur with, it's sufficient enough for you to give it a like. And make sure you're subscribed as well. So like and subscribe is that long way they say that I just so like and subscribe. And then if you want to come join us live on the screen, click on this hyperlink right there that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. As soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking point, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. There's nothing more complex than that. It's an open microphone space, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to, all of the voices that you enjoy or disagree with on the platform, they've done nothing more than just click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. And you don't need to be brave or anything, even whatever your language is, even if you speak in pidgin English, so long as you have some knowledge of the Nigerian space and some passion for Nigeria. Those are the two requisites. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the screen. So do that. And then, of course, you know the preferred portal. If you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, although looking at the like button, I'm not sure that the inclination to donate towards the platform is that fervently felt. But if you do feel inclined towards donating towards the platform, click on this hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee. The emphasis, of course, on the word cups. So don't go there and take the piss or anything and do the barest minimum. If you're going there at all, go there with intent. So go there it's a 3-step easy process if you feel inclined towards donating towards the platform. So that we say that's the administrative stuff done. So now let's now get to what we're discussing today. 2023, don't be deceived. I am fully for Tinubu. Mallam Buhari clearing the confusion that may be agitating the minds of the low of wit. So there it is, the Aboki from Daura asking you not to confuse your minds. 2023, don't be deceived. I am fully for Tinubu. The Aboki from Daura re-echoes his support for the looter from Lagos. So we're back there again. I, for one, if for only this reason, I would like the elections to be over. Another poll, but what does it tell us? New poll predicts winner of 2023 presidential election in Nigeria. So there it is, another poll. Hopefully it doesn't land the way the other polls have landed, but whenever it does land, you wait to find out. But another poll comes out. But what does it tell us? New polls predict winner of 2023 presidential election in Nigeria. So what direction does this follow? You have to hang around to find out. So hang around to find out. Federal government directs closure of polytechnics for general election. So what does this mean, and what are we reading into this is the question. Why are polytechnics being closed for the purposes of the elections? I'm not even sure. Are the schools opened during the course of this election? And even if the schools are open, which student will be dumb enough to be in school in this sort of a high-octane, very charged-up environment that is the Nigerian election? Bullets, guns available. We don't need to buy them. Labour Party supporters vow to arm ourselves to counter attacks. So there it is right there. And this is where we have now landed in the course of this electioneering. All right. I think we might actually have an audio. I think we might have an audio capture of that space. So we will be able to bring you this in their own words. So let me just capture that quickly. I think we may have an audio capture. Let's see if we can just grab it. So this is where because this is the greatest fear that people have around the obedient movement, because they seem to have charged these people up so fervently. They seem to have charged their senses up so much that really a lot of people anticipate with trepidation how these people would handle a loss. So there it is. I think, yes, I think we have it. So there it is. So there it is right there. Guns, bullets are available. We don't need to buy them. Labour Party supporters vow to arm themselves to counter attacks. So there it is right there. I would advise anybody that can make themselves unavailable in Nigeria in the course of these elections to do that. Elections will not hold in 240 polling units. This is INEC now, the language of cancellation that a lot of people anticipated. Peter Obi, let's take it from. Hold on. Yes, Peter Obi contacted Oba of Lagos, but he turned him down, says Labour Party chairman. So, of course, a lot of things happened at the Obi rally in Lagos State. One of the takeaways was just the volume of crowd that Obi was able to command, which seems to impress somewhat the obedient space. So that's the positive. The negative was that there were attacks and lives lost. That's the negative. And in all of the spaces that Peter Obi has traveled so far, he has tried to pay a courtesy visit to the monarch of that space. In this instance, turned back by the Oba of Lagos. We will recall, of course, 2019, Oba of Lagos told the Southeasterners, if you don't vote as I directed, I will throw you into the lagoon. So that language seems to repeat somewhat. Peter Obi contacted Oba of Lagos, but he turned him down, says Labour Party chairman. So that's the Labour Party chairman speaking, of course. So quite what currency we're giving to that, we have to make that decision. Coup allegation. Nigerian Secret Police DSS released ex-minister FANI KAYODE after 6 hours interrogation. So there it is. PDP candidate Atiku reacts as Nigerian Secret Police grills APC campaign director FANI KAYODE over coup allegation. FANI KAYODE says he was goofing and not circumspect in coup claims against Atiku. So there it is. That's the trilogy of that space. So as ever, a rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol. Click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. If you want to, and by the way, there's nobody yet in the studio. So if I finish reading out the body of it, nobody turns up, then we have an early night. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us in the studio. And of course, if you want to tip towards the platform, click on the buy your host cups of coffee thing, and then of course go there and go wow. So all that. So as you set about doing all those, let me have another minor musical intermission before we do the readout. You know where we're going, of course. We're going to the Kegites. Egbelemu, the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide sodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chief Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Eruku lele egbe elemu dodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. Amen to that on behalf of myself. Pardon me. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is. Sorry. Let me just get some water. So, pardon me. So, amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friend. So, Iku Koniru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. 2023, don't be deceived. I am fully for Tinubu. Aboki from Daura, I'm making the clarification. President Muhammad Buhari has told supporters of the All Progressive Congress APC in Gombe State that they should not be deceived because he is fully in support of the party's flag bearer, Bola Tinubu. The president said they should forget about the rumors of him supporting another candidate other than Tinubu because it is not true. According to him, he is fully in support of Tinubu's presidential bid and he is strongly urging them to gather their support for him as the election draws nearer. Correspondents understand that the president made the clarification on Monday during the APC campaign rally in Pantami Stadium in Gombe State. President Buhari explained to the people of Gombe State that they should not be deceived by what they heard because Tinubu would deliver more dividends of democracy if he emerges as president. The president, who was represented at the event by the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Professor Issa Pantami. And by the way, he's not a professor, of course, because that professorship that he got from an Eastern university has been declared somewhat illegal. Further noted that his administration has approved over 65% of the projects in Gombe State, and that if Tinubu emerges as the winner, he would ensure the gainful exploration of the Komani of oil field in the state. The president advanced that. I want to remind you of the federal government approved projects in Gombe State, which are over 65% from taking over of Gombe Airport to deliberate interventions in agriculture, people should reciprocate the support by voting for APC. I am fully with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu 100%. Don't listen to lies. Also speaking at the event was the APC flag bearer who appealed for the support of the people and also canvassed for votes for the party's governorship candidate in the state, saying he will work in collaboration with him when he wins. It was gathered that the Senate President Ahmed Lawan, who was as well present at the campaign event, describes the 16 years of PDP as reckless and not to be repeated again. Lawan remarked they refused to look at Komani. There was Boko Haram during their reign. And then he rounded off. Tinubu is capable to provide transformational leadership. So a lot to glean from that, but how solid is that endorsement? Those are, of course, those are words of somebody speaking on behalf of, rather than the Aboki speaking by himself. So that's the one thing to note. But nevertheless, those were approved words of the Aboki from Daura. So the endorsement of Buhari by Tinubu, somewhat, you have to say somewhat, because those are not words emanating from his lips. Not words emanating from his lips. Federal government directs closure of polytechnics for general elections. The federal government has ordered the closure of all polytechnics in the country ahead of the general election scheduled to begin in 12 days. The directive was given by the Minister of Education, Adamu, barely a week after the National University Commission ordered the closure of all universities until after the elections. The minister directed that all academic activities be stopped between February the 22nd and March the 14th. Idris Bugaje, Executive Secretary of the National Board of Technical Education, was asked to convey the directive to rectors and provosts of all polytechnics. It reads, pardon me, in view of concerns expressed by security staff, students, and properties of our respective institutions, the Minister of Education, Adamu, has, following extensive consultation with relevant security agencies, directed that all polytechnics be shut down. It's not really to be shut down, but to be temporarily closed, and academic activities be suspended between Wednesday, the 22nd of February and March, the 14th of February, 2023. So there it is right there. But there is the safety element, which I think we're all on board with. You don't want any of these young people trapped within any institution. If anything breaks out within the political space, if there's any violence, you don't want them trapped within any institution. So, of course, we're all on board with that. But the other thing is, where are these people registered? That's the thing. So the ones that were registered at their institutions, so they don't get the right to then vote. And then also having all of these people out in space in the course of this election, is that not further for violence? That's another thing. But the polytechnics have been shut down. Is this something you agree with? So let me move this one towards the end, because this one comes with the video clip. Pardon me, I'm not able to shake whatever it is that I need to shake off. Elections will not hold in 240 polling units. INEC, I wonder how many polling units we have for 240 not to be able to. And I wonder if this is the language of inconclusive already been embedded. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, said on Monday, February the 13th, that elections will not hold in about 240 polling units across 28 states of the Federation. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmood Yakubu disclosed this when he addressed members of the Inter-Party Advisory Council at the INEC headquarters in Abuja ahead of the elections. He explained that the affected polling units have not registered voters, have no registered, oh, right. Sorry. Yeah, let me just make sure I'm clear on that. He explained that the affected polling units have no registered voters. So, well, let's see. He said that the exclusion of 240 polling units, he said that with the, let me take that entirely all over again, actually. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, said on Monday, February the 13th, that elections will not hold in about 240 polling units across 28 states of the Federation. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu disclosed this when he addressed members of the Inter-Party Advisory Council at the INEC headquarters in Abuja ahead of the elections. He explained that the affected polling units have no registered voters. He said with the exclusion of the 240 polling units, elections will take place in about 176,606 polling units across the country. Yakubu said there are 240 polling units without registered voters spread across 28 states and the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. They range from 1 polling unit to 12 polling units in each state and the FCT, except Taraba and Imo State, with 34 and 38 polling units respectively. No new registrant chose the polling unit and no voter indicated interest to transfer to them during the last continuous voter registration, mainly for security reasons. This means no elections will hold in these polling units. The Commission also warned that it will not accept a situation where 2 or more party agents report to the polling unit and cause confusion. INEC added that any agent found to be engaged in such act will be arrested and prosecuted. So there it is right there. 240 polling units without any registrants. I think that's fair enough. I'm not really sure that there's anything to quibble in that. If there's nobody registered to vote there, so long as they're not then declaring results from that space. So you have to monitor that space closely. From that to this, Peter Obi contacted Oba of Lagos, but he turned him down, says Labour Party chairman. Let's find out. The Lagos State Labour Party chairperson, Dayo Okong. So Dayo Okong. That name doesn't quite rhyme. Dayo, a Yoruba name, Okong, a name from the Kalabari sort of space. Ekong, Dayo Ekong, E-K-O-N-G. That's his last name, and his first name is Dayo. So even the name itself, an illegality. The Lagos State Labour Party chairperson, Dayo Ekong, says the party's presidential candidate, Peter Obi, contacted the Oba of Lagos ahead of the Obi Dati in Lagos rally in the state on Saturday, but the palace turned him down. Ekong disclosed this during an interview on Arise TV on Monday. She was responding to the critic. Okay, if she's a she, then maybe she married outside of Yoruba land. She was responding to the criticism that Obi has. She was responding to the criticism that Obi had faced in some quarters for not visiting the monarch Oba Rilwan Ekiolu during his campaign rally in the state. Ekong said, "People should not say what they have no information about. Peter Obi respects culture. He visits traditional rulers in every state before going to campaign. In Lagos, he made attempts to see the Oba, but was denied access. He wrote to the palace, but the palace responded that the Oba was not available to receive him. He cannot then drive to the palace when he has been told the Oba is not available." In 2014, Oba Ikiolu threatened the Igbo community in Lagos with death if they voted for the then People's Democratic Party PDP candidate, Jimmy Agbade. He insisted that Igbo residents in the state should cast their vote for the governorship candidate of the APC, Akinwumi Ambode, or perish inside the lagoon. although although Nigeria runs a presidential system, it still retains monarchs of the various ethnic groups that make up the country. The traditional rulers no longer exercise sovereignty, but only ceremonial powers. However, they remain a potent moral force with grassroots validity amongst their subjects. So there it is right there. So who did what, where, and when is the question. Who did what, where, and when? It will be hard pushed to believe that the Oba of Lagos would reject the visitation from a presidential candidate. But then, of course, Peter Obi would have no reasons to lie about wanting to visit him. And he does have the tradition of visiting every monarch that that sits in situation wherever he goes to. Let's see. I'm just looking at yes. Let's stay with that story actually, because further developments. It looks as though Peter Obi has now come out to speak by for himself. Peter Obi has now come to speak for himself. Why I did not visit Oba of Lagos during Labour Party rally? Peter Obi. The Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi has explained why he did not pay a courtesy visit to Oba of Lagos, Rewan Akiolu, during the party's presidential campaign rally held last Saturday in the state. The matter has generated discussion on social media, with many wondering why the former Anambra state governor did not pay a traditional homage to the monarch before he took part in the campaign rally held at the Tafawa Balewa Square in Lagos. Obi, who spoke on Channels Television's Politics Today, said he and his team were told that the Oba was not readily available to receive them and they should apply and visit another day. He, however, dismissed the matter as a non-issue. So not paying a courtesy visit to the Oba of Lagos is a non-issue. Obi said, I have the utmost respect for the Oba of Lagos. I have always done so to every other traditional ruler. They, royal fathers, are highly respected. This is not the only place where this had happened. We wanted to branch to the palace, but we were told that he was not readily available to receive us, and we should apply and come some other day. So there it is. So there it is. I'm not quite sure if that wraps that up, but the controversy, of course, will continue to generate because, of course, negotiants will feel somewhat slighted, but are they entitled to feel slighted? Coup allegations. Nigerian Secret Police DSS releases ex-minister FANI KAYODE after 6 hours interrogation. So that verbal diarrhea will continue to land FANI KAYODE in trouble, of course. The Director of Media and Publicity of the All Progressive Congress, the Director of Media and Publicity of the All Progressive Congress Tinubu Shettima campaign, Bayo Ononuga. Let me take it from the spot. Former Aviation Minister Femi Fani-Kayode has been freed by the Department of State Services DSS after grilling him for 6 hours over his claim that certain politicians were collaborating with military high command in preparation for a possible coup. The Director of Media and Publicity of the All Progressive Congress Tinubu Shettima campaign, Bayo Ononuga, disclosed this on Monday via his official Twitter handle. Femi Fani-Kayode released by DSS after about 6 hours of interrogation, he wrote. Fani-Kayode, an All Progressive Congress APC chief, was earlier summoned by the DSS for questioning, according to Peter Ofanaya, the DSS public relations officer. Ofanaya had said, Chief Femi Fani-Kayode has been with the DSS since 9 a.m. today, 13th of the 2nd, 2023, in response to the invitation extended to him by the service. This is not the first time Fani-Kayode would be alleged of corruption. So it wasn't corruption, of course. So it's not a corruption-related investigation because the DSS are not really for corruption. They're for for insurgency and violent crimes and whatnot. In January 2022, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, arraigned him on an amended 17-count charge of money laundering. So it goes on to speak to that space. But this nothing to do with that. These are essentially and especially around FANI Kayode's alert that Atiku may be plotting a coup with military echelons. PDP candidate Atiku reacts as Nigerian Secret Police DSS grilled APC campaign director FANI Kayode over coup allegation. Pardon me. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, has commended the Department of State Services DSS for inviting Director of Special Projects and New Media of the Tinubu Shetima Presidential Campaign Council, Femi Fani-Kayode, to explain his allegations and insinuations of an attempted coup being planned by him, Atiku, and top Nigerian army generals. Fani-Kayode had accused Atiku of secretly meeting some serving military generals in Abuja. In a series of tweets, he claimed the alleged meeting was a coup d'etat. The Defense Headquarters Abuja had subsequently denied the meeting, pledging its commitment to democracy. The DSS subsequently invited Fani Kayode for questioning. In a statement by his special assistant, Public Communications Mr. Frank Shaubu, Atiku, who had earlier asked the secret police to invite Femi Fani-Kayode, asked the secret police not to leave any stone unturned in the course of its investigation. So hold him at hostage. So you all know what that already has to say. So let's just leave that there. Right, Fani-Kayode says he was goofing, not circumspect in coup claim against Atiku. So this is essentially a sorry, I am sorry note. Fani Kayode has described his experience in the hands of the Department of State Services DSS personnel during his interrogation as very thorough and an experience he wished is never. Let's take that again. Fani Kayode described his experience in the hands of the Department of State Services DSS personnel during his interrogation as very thorough and an experience he never wished his enemies to go through. Speaking at a press conference at the national headquarters of the ruling party, he said he will urge the former vice president to submit himself for interrogation over fraud allegations against him. The director of special projects and new media of the Tinubu Shetima Presidential Campaign Council also admitted he was thoroughly grilled when he appeared before the DSS for interrogation. Fani Kayode soberly noted that his appearance and interrogation by the DSS were one of his worst experiences, even as he noticed that they were polite, professional, and unbiased in grilling him. I have nothing to hide, and though it was difficult, I have been interrogated by many security agencies, the police, and the EFCC in the last 15 years. I have been incarcerated. I have been in and out of detention also, and I have seen all sorts. But let me tell you, the place anybody doesn't really want to go, I would suggest, is probably the DSS. It is a very, very challenging place to go to, but I thank God that it went well, the ex-minister said. And let me say this, I don't know what quite he means. They didn't torture him or torment him. He said he was treated politely, asked questions, which he gave answers to. So quite what happened. And let me say this, I would have been more circumspect. I would have been more circumspect in handling this issue, especially as it borders on national security, he said. Speaking further, especially in the statement issued by the PDP that he wasn't working alone, Fani Kayode said, whatever the main opposition party is insinuating means nothing. So essentially an apology note. So we can leave that there as just an apology note. So two more, and then we come into the room to see if anybody has turned up. So we go to another poll. New poll predicts winner of 2023 presidential election in Nigeria. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is projected to win the Nigerian 2023 scheduled. Alhaji Atiku Abubakar is projected to win the Nigerian 2023 election scheduled for the 25th of February 2023. The interim report from 9 months study by Dr. Oludare Ogunlana of June Group Research and Council for African Security Affairs, CASA, with other intelligence practitioners in the United States, Europe, and Nigeria, point to the candidate of the People's Democratic Party as the potential winner. Atiku rated higher than other candidates from the All Progressive Congress APC and Labour Party and New Nigeria People's Party, using 4 key variables: political, geography, religion, resources, and class. The study's scope is limited to observing political actors and interviews with stakeholders in organizations from across the 6 zones of Nigeria and the Nigerians in diaspora, political leaders, women group, religious organizations, and civil society. So let me just skip through that. Let me come to this paragraph because I'm starting tired of it. We identified where the political influencers, religious leaders, organizations, and Nigerians in diaspora stood with voting president in February 2023 and how it aligns to victory for each candidate. In addition, we gathered data from facilitated workshops and interactive survey sessions with Nigerian political thought leaders, which include lawyers, political activists, and former and current serving political office holders. While we respect various polls that have put a particular candidate as the preferred candidate to win the election, we state that data alone does not speak for itself significantly when such data is based on manipulation and sectional polling. The result of every data must be put into context, including understanding the people, culture pattern, geographical spread of the platform, and historical antecedents. In conclusion, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar is expected to garner 64% from the 3 zones in the north, rake 45% from the South-South region, where his running mate comes from, acquire 37% from the Southeast, with 27% from the Southwest, which is the stronghold of the APC candidates. So that is how they landed, but they've canvassed opinion to land on that. So this is now the final readout. And there's a video clip that goes with this one as well, by the way. So we'll play the video clip just as soon as we've read it out. Gun bullets are available. We don't need to buy them. Labour Party supporters vow to arm cells to counter attack. So I suspect this is in response to whatever they claim happens to them in Lagos. A Twitter space has revealed how some supporters of Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party, vowed to arm themselves with guns ahead of a political rally. Meanwhile, some supporters of the party were attacked by suspected political thugs in Lagos on Saturday. Videos and pictures shared on social media shows how some individuals believed to be Obi supporters with bruises, as well as vandalized buses and cars, reportedly deployed to transport supporters. Let me take that again. I'm not quite sure why I'm reading it like that. It sounds somewhat ridiculous, funny. A Twitter space has revealed how some supporters of Peter Obi, presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, vowed to arm themselves with guns ahead of a political rally. Meanwhile, some supporters of the party were attacked by suspected political thugs in Lagos on Saturday. Videos and pictures shared on social media shows some individual believed to be Obi supporters with bruises, as well as vandalized buses and cars, reportedly deployed to transport supporters for the various events to be held by the party. Confirming the attack, Lagos State Police Command spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin said 4 persons were injured. Speaking during a Twitter space, some of the members of the party noted that they needed to arm themselves before the rally. The space was titled Obi Dati Lagos Attack, Blood on the Streets, Solutions. So, yes, I think I'll leave it there. So I've got the clip, so I'll play it to you. I'm only really bringing you this because I've heard in just another space where this language is still going on. Somewhat of a Spartan, but really elite panel. Rational Mind joins us. Tiger in the City shows an appearance. We are tired of causing havoc in the comment section. Eru Uselu, a new name to the space, a name known by boy and man, Ajanle Koko, and of course, Thomas from Australia. So there it is. There is the panel. So I'm going to come to you first. Eru Uselu. So you will correct me on how to pronounce that name. But first, listen to this. This is the Twitter space thing that is agitating the space.
To set them up first, on that day. If I get that, it will be now that day, now they gonna say men day. That rally will come. See, you are your own security apparatus. You understand? As you go, you carry your own machines for hand. You carry your own things, your tools. No other person can see. And as men the group, set some ex-boys, carry them.
I know.
I beg, I go advise me we'll keep our strategies on the code.
Machines day. We not go spend money for granite self. In full, yakpa everywhere. We need to spend. Men day. Now just to constitute, let's constitute a ad hoc security committee today.
Make we die this matter onto this matter like this. Make Oga Steve carry on. We don't know what to want to do. Don't know say.
Mark, just organize. Just know what's up. Just know how you go take run.
Make we die. Make we just event normal. You don't.
So there it is right there. I think that's quite clear. So then, Ero, good to meet you. What do you make of that Twitter space from the Southeast?
No. Hello? Are you hearing me, Mama?
Yes, I am. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I agree the full house, my brother. I agree you, Mr. One Man, Rational Mind, Tega, Ajale Koko, and Thomas Man. The most admired man. I love your glass all the time. Because when I see your glass, I always show some kind of attractive to you. So I agree the full house, my brother.
Take it easy. He's wearing the shade for. He's wearing another one for you now. This is the guy.
I don't know.
The farmer needs a wife. I think he's chasing women. He's using coats to chase women.
I don't just understand. Last time, I heard that he said he's married. I said, "Are you sure this Mr. Thomas
Look at this.
Married?"
Look.
He's kind of dressing. His life is. Yeah, no. It's funny where I agree the whole house, my brother. So where to start from, my brother? Is one thing about election in Nigeria is always violence, right from time. And I just prayed that day that on the 25th of February that we should not observe bloodshed, but the way the whole things is going on now, because if you should just take a glance on the activities online and seeing the way the tempo at the moment, I know there are some fears. I can say in the south part of Nigeria, I think it was going to be a bit peaceful, but I don't know of the eastern part, Lagos.
Do you think it'll be peaceful in Edo?
Because
the people of Edo, they are notoriously violent.
No. One man. Let me tell you. I remember far back as early as 1993. I can say I was should I say a political talk that time. I can say after that 1993, 96, during time for Abiola election and all those things, Benin have those states are a bit in terms of violence. Why must you kill your brother because of election? The last election for Godwin Obaseki was a bit peaceful. Nobody nobody was killed. Nobody was molested. I know Benin those states have we are past that system of killing, say kill your brother because of election. We know because those guys, these politicians is not they are not to be trusted. If you should keep your trust on them and say they will help you, they will change the system, they will do that. I can testify in the case of Edo State. Our present governor now, you see what he's doing in Edo State. So for me, I don't think Edo State, but I know Edo State people are very kind of, should I say, hostile in terms of maybe people always say because
then get hot head, small.
No. In terms of election, no, there might be. Listen to me, Mama. In terms of maybe election, maybe courtist, all those things. I know. In terms of election, Edo State is, I can say, it's one of the most peaceful states in terms of election. Nobody have time for election because we know it's not do or die. You can't go and kill your brother because of election. In terms of election, Edo State is always peaceful. But the time of, should I say, Lucky Benejo that time, we lost about 7 people that time. Ever since then, nobody have lost their life because of election in Edo State. Nobody. They might molest you, fight you, beat you, but in terms of say kill you, no. Edo State have not go to that length because Edo State we are like clan. We are like clan. We know each other. We are like one family. Whether you are Yoruba, you are Igbo, but what I'm suspecting now that will bring problem to Edo State is the way the few Igbos, the 1% Igbo residing in Benin, particularly the way they are carrying the election of this Obi issue. That is where I'm afraid of that problem might come into Edo. We give should I say in Edo State, we give the upper hand. They have major market in Edo State, this Mission Road, Usilu, New Benin, they occupy all those areas. So I remember when Oshomole went there about some few days ago, what they did there, I was very, I reside here in Germany, but I was very angry. Very, very, very angry. That is not how we play our election in Edo State. We don't play our election like that. We don't molest our elders. We respect our elders. We can't say because of election, an elderly man like Oshomole, former governor of the state, came to a place for campaign. You molest him. Majority of people there. I remember about 3 days ago, I saw it I watched one of your previous videos when World Peace was trying to explain to you that the people who does those things to Shomole, they were not the Ijiji from Edo State. They were not even Benin. The majority of them were Igbo. They call them obedient. No, that is where I find it funny that maybe after this during this period of election, some violence might come because those state people is not going to take it lightly with them because Edo is not Anambra State. Edo is not Enugu State. We don't take nonsense. We respect our elders. You cannot say because of election, because of Obi, you come to our state and start doing some stupid things, insulting our elders. No, we won't take that one from you. We can never take that. You might do that in Lagos because I know Lagos people, our Yoruba brothers are very light, very simple. I should say accommodating.
Did you see the clip that was going round that with Oshiomhole gathering the usual the thugs in Edo State, Kabaka and the rest of them? Telling them that they should go and foment violence during the election.
No. Listen to me. Last time, Shomole trying to play. Should I say? Shomole was trying to play his saints the last election, but he noticed what happened there because the people you are trying to, your opposition will not take it. You might take it easy. You want to take the election easy, say no do or die, let it be peaceful. But there are some gullible people in Edo State that will never take it funny. But like that man was trying to say, okay, because I am the ex-governor of this state, I still have my supporters. Let me go in the street and do something. But last election, he find it funny that was the election he thought that is going to be peaceful. The election was a bit kind of hostile to some of Oshomole's supporters. Okay, and in this new era, because we have Hello.
Mama, can I comment? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Well, Erobo Sele, is that your name, right?
Ero Uselu, not Usele.
Okay.
Ero Uselu, / Uselu.
Okay, all right, sorry. All right, so you see, you've spoken, and I kind of get an idea of where you're going with your analysis and all of that. But my point is this, that you are quick to label the obedient as Igbos. And I think one man put it to you right now, Tony Kabaka. Last time I checked, he wasn't an Igbo guy. And some other guys in Benin there who are the thugs working for APC.
Yeah.
A lot of them are either Benin boys or they are these other people, all of them, from this Edo area and all of that. A lot of them. So, but then suddenly because this guy went to, maybe like you said, I won't accept what you and what he said, that is the Igbo dominated area, that people who were there when Oshomole came to do his campaign, and they had to do their own counter campaign, and then you have to label them as, because they're obedient, it means they're all Igbos. That Igbos are the ones fomenting problem over there. And you feel to talk about Tony Kabaka and some other Edo guys from Akoko Edo and Uromi boys and all of them that are also thugs that are used by APC. So why is why you one-sided in this why is your analysis is skewed?
It's not skewed, my brother. I know rational mind. I know the way you.
It is skewed.
Oh God, listen now. You listen. I'm not this issue of I hate lies. That is just one thing about me. Sometimes when I see some analysts on one man's shows, it makes me angry. Sometimes I just say, can I see this person on street and give this person dirty slap? Sometimes I always say like that. Sometimes.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Wait. Who amongst them do you want to give the dirty slap to? Who deserves the dirty slap?
I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
Listen to me.
Double-handed slap for rational mind. Don't want me
listen. Can I speak? Rational, Wama, can I speak?
Carry on.
For a due respect, I have some few people on your platform. Sometimes when they are talking, when they are speaking, doing some analog, I say, oh God, if I can just get these people on street somewhere, dirty slap I will give this person. Next time we never go to one man show again.
Name them now. We want to know the name. I know I'm number one, but name them. Who deserves a slap?
No. One like rational mind is number one. There's number two. And
who is number two? Who is number two?
There's number two. That one is dirty slap on both face. And this other person again. Joy of Nasby, and person I respect most again among the person I would say where the what's his name the other Igbo man again.
Saki Fada. You like that one, Saki Fada?
Saki Fada is okay. He's rational. He's okay. He's a nice guy. We should not get. But there's rational mind. Oh God, rational mind is. That one is not even Slavo safe. Just 6 kilo of 100.
What did you do? Okay. So what has he done to be deserving of a slap? What has he done? What has rational? I agree with you. By the way, that rational mind. Want to.
Listen to me. I was born in Ife, Osun State. I'm a breed of. Can I say Yoruba? 80% Yoruba. But I'm a pure Benin person. My father was a retired soldier. I was opportune to go to many barracks in Lagos, Donda Barrack, Osun State, Akure, and which other place again? Ibadan, Iwo Barrack. So when I see a Yoruba man speak the way rational man speak, I say, God, if I catch this boy for street or this man for street, like I say that they see people on street, they can't beat me. I go beat this man. Next time we never goes to one match or anything.
No,
that's how I speak. Because you know why I say that. Let me see. Because you know why I say that. Because okay, Tinubu is thief. You ask one question, you ask one rational mind, Abi Ajalukuko asking about 2 days ago, I watched your video. You asking, you said, among the 3 thieves, which one will you choose? He said, he would take the lesser thief. I said, God, who is the lesser thief? He said, Obi. Obi is the lesser thief, my brother. So one thing, the advice I will get for rational mind, I will advise him to go to Anambra State, because I've been to Anambra State, should I say 100 times. Anambra State is one of the most dirtiest states in Nigeria. Dirtiest. But that's where Obi governed for 8 good years. You said you take a lesser thief when Obi cannot make Anambra State Eldorado of Eastern region, a small Anambra State. You are not telling me Obi is a lesser thief. A Pandora paper reporting is not a clean man. Okay, I was expecting from a rational mind to say, okay, they are all thieves, but for my own choice, I would go for Obi. Okay, I will understand. But it's like it has some hiding things. It's like it has some business with Tinubu family before, which they fucked him up. He's trying to kind of hatred.
My brother, you
Right.
didn't mention my name now.
Who is that?
Tiger in the city.
No, Tiger, you are nice now. Tiger, you are nice. You are a nice guy.
Nice guy. If you want to know, if you hear slow poison, that is Tiger in the city. Slow poison. He will use his British accent to intimidate you.
My brother Timmy say almost 7 foot. So if I don't the catch him more. If I don't the catch him 7 foot.
Robert tell you, let me say something. I've already spoken. And from what I can deduce from what you just said, is that you just want to give a slap and other people slap. Just because we don't.
No, that's just banter now. That's just banter.
I know. Don't get me. I totally get you. I totally understand what you're saying. I know you're not serious about it. What I'm just saying is that is it because we don't like Tinubu? I go against Tinubu in everything. That's why I'm deserving of slap. Is that why?
Rational man, if I sing song for him now, sing a weekly song for him now.
Easy. They are looking for you somewhere. All those don't go to eastern part now. Easy. No, we are at this election.
You mean Solomon?
Easy.
All right. Back to the
Okay, back to the
to the politics.
Election matter in Edo State. The politics in Edo State is that we in Edo State, we love ourselves, we respect our elders, 1, and 2, to foment problem in Edo State, maybe during election. I think for the past 10, or if I'm not mistaken, 8 years now, no killing in Edo State during the election, because Edo State, should I say, we are just like clan. We love ourselves, we respect our elders. Even when you are everything, you are Curtis, you are whatever, but whenever you see your elders, you still the ballet. It's just like almost similar to Yoruba, this thing where you see a person of your is older than you must the ballet normal. So in terms of this election of 18 in Edo State, I think it's going to be peaceful. But where I'm afraid of is area like all those where the obedience dominates. That is the area I'm afraid of. That is where I'm afraid of, because
who do you think will win
the election?
Who do you think will win Edo State? Because that's a very contentious conversation here.
Edo State, like Edo Central, the eastern part, the Edo Central, that is 100% for PDP. There's no way you will go to that place and Obi can. I don't think Obi will get a place. He will get 1% there in the Edo Central. In Edo North, you cannot take it from Oshomole. You cannot take it from Oshomole. And the only place I think Obi will get some vote is from the Edo South. That is where I came from, Benin. That is not all Edo South. In some part of Edo South, like area of Ring Road, Ekema Road, all those areas, we get some votes in those areas. But place like Usilo, I don't think so. The vote is going to be shared between PDP and APC, because why? APC has they have grants in Edo State, and also with PDP they have, should I say, how did I put it now? Edo State about these two parties. They have people on ground. They have people, a die-hard APC member, die-hard PDP member. A Labour Party is not up to 1 year in Edo State. So all those ones shouting on YouTube, hey, we want Obi. No. All this just ring road, few areas in Edo State, few areas. Obi cannot get voting in Edo North. If he gets voting in Edo North, he's not going to get 1,000 votes in Edo North. In Esan, that's Edo South. He's not going to Edo Central. He's not going to get 500 votes there. That is PDP stronghold. In Benin City, I know Benin City is combined of APC supporter, PDP supporter, and Obi will get few votes there. But say Obi will win Edo State, impossible. So the vote is going to be, I should say, PDP will retain their, let's say, PDP will get 30% there in Edo State because he has a governor there, Governor Bassett. I know Governor Bassett.
Aaron, 1 sec. And one man, is it not the same narrative what people have been telling us? This is not different from what Aaron is talking now.
Yes, the indigents of Edo State, they don't see a pathway for BB. Yeah.
That's my state. I grew up, even the progressive is my brother. I know progressive is always angry with me. Last time I met him on one platform. I don't want to say that now. I know you will be angry again.
But one man, let me say something. You can't address the question I asked you, even though you have to cover it up with this whole thing now. Just to snap us. But then I said, all the people I mentioned, they talked in Edo State.
Yeah.
But I just give you an example of one. And I know so many of them that works for Obasek. Even when this guy was there, if Johnson was there, they were working for them, working for PDP. All of them, most of them, I said 90% of them, they are born Edolites.
Yeah.
But why are you making it sound like now that we've had issue of violence in elections in Edo State?
Rational mind, I.
Hold on, my friend. Hold on, my friend. Make a land. Because of this, maybe I would have to speak to it myself. But that's one of the reasons why I came on one man platform. Now, just suddenly now, because of this purported video that Obedient were speaking, whatever they were doing, and talking about machine or guns for them. And now it means that the Igbos or the Obedient, which you are qualifying and characterizing as Igbo people, who foment trouble in Edo State. Come on, man. I mean, this of that state, I've never heard of.
Listen to me, Rational. Will you allow me to explain? Listen to me. Will you allow me to explain to you?
You will explain. You will explain. But I just want us to let us knock off this gaslighting and wanting to skew things around. I don't understand where you guys are getting all this information from.
No. Hold on. Rational mind. We just played a clip of a Twitter space that was an Obidate Twitter space, and they are telling us that they said they have tools and groundnut. Do you know what groundnut means?
I understand what they're saying. They're talking about guns.
Groundnut means bullets. Do you know what?
I understand.
Do you know what tools mean?
Well, man, you're talking to a Lagosian.
So we're putting their own words. Nobody's putting words in their mouth.
I understand. But these are faceless people we don't even know. I'm not even sure they are obedient. I mean,
it's an Obidate space. It's an Obidate space.
Fine.
Yeah.
But do they represent the candidate itself? I mean, if you want me to take this guy's space, one of the reasons why I came on your platform. I mean, I've never once I could be sending you content from the Tinubu and whatever this guy from his deputy. I mean, even surrogates of Tinubu, stalking. I mean, a lot of even worse than what you're even talking about. This guy is even playing. But I will never hear you, or I will never hear people about it.
When have the surrogates of Tinubu been stalking?
Oh my goodness! One man, there's a lot of them going online. Well, I mean, have you heard about the one that this guy? What's his name? The chairman of what's it called? This local government in that towards the Lekki area there.
Etiosa.
Yeah. Have you heard a recording of a meeting that he had with some members of his constituencies And it was, I mean, these are people who are not, for the most part, they're not Yoruba, and it was threatening them but I will never hear people.
Did he tell them that he had tools and groundnuts?
Oh my goodness! You don't have to say you have tools and whatever before you're threatening people. You need to hear that. You need to hear that record. I mean, you don't even need to be told that they can do you harm before you know they're going to do you harm. I mean, example of that is what we saw during the
rational mind.
Campaign.
What you are doing now is what about? What you are doing now is what about?
No. Thomas. Stop understanding. Hold on. If you don't know the history of something, don't just start using this word you often use. Not like I don't like saying something that look at maybe I'm being rude to you. Everything you just come about, you just say what about? This is not what about. We're talking about an issue of people trying to stoke fear and stoke.
Rational man, please, 30 seconds. Rational man, please, 30 seconds, please. I beg of you, please. Please, are you condemning this act, or are you saying that the other parties are doing the same thing? Are you condemning the both of them? You should be condemning this audio.
Okay.
If you are telling,
hold on.
Let me speak.
Hold on, let him land. And rational mind also, you've not commented at all on an audio that we heard of an Obidate space telling us that they have tools and groundnuts. But what you've done, you've pivoted to some obscure. So
what I'm saying is that condemn this act first. Then you can go to the other part. What you are doing now is what about? It's what you are doing. If you don't know.
Are we done now? Are we done?
Yes, you can go on.
You can go on, but start by a condemnation of the Obidate space telling us that they have tools and groundnuts.
I will not say Obidate. I will condemn it. Hold on.
Go on.
What I'm saying is this, that anything violent, you know me where I stand. I can't even stand violence. I can't stand it. I condemn it. It is wrong for anybody saying that they would carry guns and go and harm other people. I mean, that's not right. In any way, in any form it's carried out. It's wrong. But my point is this, that when we try to use, skew things, or we try to spin things around, make it look like, okay, fine. What is just led to us now? Is it from Edo State? But our analyst here, who was speaking, was saying that, I don't know how it make it look like it's from Edo State, obedient people in Edo State. I was linking it to what happened to Oshomon there, saying that they are the ones who are fomenting problems or who always cross Wala in Edo State. When I know quite fully well. Hold
on. You know the attribution for the attack on Oshiomhole. It was within the southeast dominated space of Edo State. So that's what.
How do you know that they were all Igbos? How do you know they were all Igbos attacked? The counter campaign.
If somebody gets attacked in another market, what assumptions would you make?
Here we go. We just have
but
to
one man, rational man. One man, he wasn't attacked. It was just hassle.
I don't even talking about attacking. Yes,
just hassle. They do it everywhere. That's not an attack.
They disrupted him from carrying out his campaign. They did not physically attack him, but they disrupted him. They didn't let him carry out the campaign.
That's what you call hassling someone. That's not attack.
Look.
Yeah, but we heard them that. Go on, Ajalekoko.
It's still not right.
It is not right. It's not right.
That's what you're saying. It's not right. So whether you call it in any way you want to call it, it's not right. It's out there doing its own thing. Yes.
Can you compare that to what happened to be on a Friday, that Saturday, when he had his last rally, mega rally in Lagos, where all the supporters were beating up by those Go boys there, all those boys hanging around Obalende and those areas there. Can you compare it to that?
No, that one was bad. That one was very bad. It should not be tolerated.
So matter. And that is not just cute thing. This guy on the what he to us is wrong. But let's not connect it to Edo. There's nothing to connection with Edo here. Go on, please.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, carry on. Yeah, let's hear you.
one man.
Yes, go on, Nero. Yeah.
I am not a, shall I say, Jama or say kinder baby. And one thing about me, I hate lies. I hate fomenting, giving out information that is not right. I am speaking from my own region, speaking from what I see. What I see where Oshomole, where they give Oshomole that molestation, where they give Oshomole that insult, where Igbo dominated area. Ask anybody. The progressive can testify to that. So I hate when you are fomenting, when we come online like this, because people all over the world are listening. We have to say it the way it is. Those type of election, those type of campaign, we don't want it in Edo State. You can do it elsewhere, but in Edo State, we respect our seniors, we respect our ex. They are criminals or whatever, we still respect them. But where Oshomole were molested, say, if you want to tell me that he's not obedient or is my father or is my family, but I'm telling you the truth that what happened to Oshomole is Igbo dominated area.
I think I will agree with you. I think I will agree with you.
Progressive will testify. So rational mind, you cannot call me, listen to me. Rational mind, you cannot call me to your own way of thinking. I said that is my state. I am not an outsider. I am speaking from. I am from Lagos. You see my name, Ero. Progressive will tell you my family is very close. My ass is very close to that area.
Hold on. Let Ajale Koko come in. Ajale Koko, yes. I'm not even sure what they're arguing about, but Ajale Koko, yeah.
Ero, I think. Ero, I think I want to support what you said. You are not the first one to even say that on this platform. The last time, World Peace. Yeah, World Peace mentioned the same thing. He said it the same way you have saying it too. That was what he told us, that place is an Igbo-dominated place, and it was Igbo people that did that thing against that molested Oshomole, and that will cost them heavily. He was saying it. We had it. So
just for this matter, yesterday I still tell her yesterday say those people will do that thing. Now the same people. What did I talk yesterday? Now the same thing. Now Igbo people food that place. Now what did they do with that one?
I think you guys are just spinning lies here. And Ajala Koko, I'm supporting you that you are supporting such a rubbish. Someone cannot.
No, hold on, Ajale Koko. Go on, Tiger. How is it rubbish? Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Ajala Koko, you live in diaspora. The guy talking now live in diaspora, right? So
Gideon, hold on. Gideon lives in Edo.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. Ask him where he lives. Oh, Gideon lives in diaspora. We know Gideon spin things here. She spin things. Though we like her the way she talk, but she do a lot of spinning things. She spin a lot of stuff here. So what happens at War Peace? This guy can't bear that Edo people are supporting obedience. So anything now is Igbo. So it's true. Hold on. I know how their mind works. I know psychology, one man. They couldn't believe it. So when sometimes they make analysis.
One man, can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can now. But let Tiger land. Tiger, carry on.
When they make analysis, they are disputing it. When contrary to their own opinion, we can actually see things on the ground. That the most obedient supporters are from Edo State, outside of Southeast, and they are huge in numbers. We can even see the diaspora people from Edo State supporting Obi as well. So that's the measure they use in supporting Obaseki, the same measure they are using now. So you can't come here and spin and say it's Igbo people. Where did you do the count that is Igbo people? So where did you do research?
Hold on. You say people are spinning things, but somewhat a bit of a hold on, yeah. Tiger. Somewhat of a bit of a spin. What you're saying. You are saying Ajale Koko is in the United States, but you are just down the road from me in the UK. Yeah. So you are speaking from diaspora as well. But people, hold on, people indigenous to that state, and you know how passionate the Edo people are about their space. World Peace. Our new guy here, And more crucially, Gideon, who actually lives, as we're speaking now, she's talking to us from Edo. They are telling you that that is essentially the Alaba market of their state. And those people are predominantly Southeasterners that occupy that space.
No, one man, she got no proof, right? Okay, I was listening to Dr. Damages last I think Saturday.
One man.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let Tiger finish. Yeah, let Tiger land.
And one of the guys who is, I think, IPOB supporters or whatever, he was having a go at to B, but he made case for Showore and Co, right? Then he said something that baffled everybody. He said some of the area boys they are Igbo boys, born in Lagos and grew up in Lagos. Some of the area boys. So no one could dispute that. So when you say all these people there, they are Igbos, it makes mockery because you are in diaspora, you are not there.
Hold on, Tiger. What are you disputing? Are you disputing that the space that the thing happened is not a Southeastern dominated space, or that the people that are confronted or Shomole are not Southeasterners? What are you disputing?
I would like to say here, if he had said that they are obedient, then I could have agreed with him. But saying it's Igbo people, you understand me? And he went ahead and saying, oh, we will not get more than 1%. He will not get this 500. So he's doing it intentionally. So it's not an academic exercise he just did there. So that's my own interpretation. And for Angelico,
is it an educated assessment? A senior person, somebody is even telling us that his name is royalty in Edo State. So is it an educated submission? Somebody that knows his own land telling us what obtains there.
The first time Shomole was harassed, when he did that, when he had problem with Obaseki, when they were having
brother, just leave Obaseki issue alone. Leave Obaseki issue alone, brother.
Wait. Hold on. Let Tiger. Tiger, let's walk through what is actually being disputed. So the space that Oshomole was confronted, that is according to everybody from that space, that's a Southeastern dominated space. So are you disputing that?
I'm disputing that because they can't take it. They can't take it that those people they are supporting obedient and obedient.
No. Hold on. Let's do it step by step now. So the space that Oshomole was confronted in Edo State, the people in Edo State are telling us that that is a Southeast dominated space, a bit like Alaba market. Are you disputing that?
I'm disputing that because they didn't ask people there. That's number one. You can't just come here and make claim. They
didn't ask people where. No. Are you disputing is a Southeast dominated space or not?
No,
do you know?
I said what he should have said is that it's obedient.
No.
You can't say Southeast.
Hold on now. They're saying it's an Igbo dominated space in Edo State. Do you know to the contrary that it is not?
One man.
Answer that first before you.
It's a space. It's a space dominated by people. People come to the market.
People of the Southeast. That's what are you doing now? Look at this guy. Yeah, more slippery than an eel. Look at that.
It's unbelievable. Indefensible.
All right.
When someone is defending indefensible, it can be ridiculous.
You don't even know. Hold on. You guys don't even know if.
Can you allow me comment? Can you just allow me comment?
Okay.
Yeah. Come in, rational mind.
You see, my point is this. I'm not saying that he doesn't know where Pero does not know where he's from. If he and One Piece and some other people say, yeah, that area is Igbo dominated. But my point, like which Tiger is in the mix, let us stop this dog whistling. I mean, tagging a whole group of people as a whole tribe because their man is running, and then we have to always emphasize that aspect that. Oh, the obedient. Okay, fine. That area could be Igbo dominated. But we know how this election is playing out. But let's stop this whole coloring characterization of a group of people. Because, I mean, the last time I checked, every part of Nigeria has their own team and their own people. I mean, in Lagos State, we have talks there. They are Yoruba people. In Edo there, you have talks that do all kinds of harm. And now the point is this, that the video that one man is inviting you to comment on, and there's nothing to suggest that these people are Igbos or Igbos. They are just annoying.
Let me play you that video again. If you look at the title,
to set them up first, on that day. In fact, get that it will be now that day, now they gonna say men day. That rally will come. See, you are your own security apparatus. You understand? As you go, you carry your own machines for hand. You carry your own things, your tools. No other person can see. And as men the group, set some ex-boys, carry them.
I go add.
All right, so you can see it already there. It says Obidati in Lagos attacks, blood on the street. So it's an Obidati Twitter space. So so we know yeah.
Okay, fine. I'm not saying it's not Obi or it's not Obidati, whatever. Anybody can use that name. Doesn't mean that they are actually Obi or was all done one man. You know what? If I had to speak to certain things, I would speak.
No, carry on.
My point is this: you are inviting this our friend Ero today, who came today. That comment on this. Or fine, you can link it with any other thing. But let us stop this fixation on something. Fixation that these people will be obedient people. They are Igbos and they're known for this. They are boisterous. They are very aggressive. I mean, let's stop all this colonialism.
No, but he has not said that, though. He has not said that.
That's what he said. That's what he said. When you invited him to comment, to give his own analysis, when he said he had to open up and say, like what happened in those states, what happened to someone there, that this area, what he said, Igbo dominated area, and these people, they don't have respect for, fine, we know that some people might have this characterization, that's their tradition. Just speak to the matter and stop this characterization of a tribe. Let us leave this tribe out of it. They're obedient people, fine. I can understand, like guy in the city said. That should suffice. Rather than trying to paint the old Edo people or Igbo people. Let's stop this thing. Come on.
All right, that's a fair point. So that's a fair point. You can't argue that because the Obidati space, of course, is not singular to one ethnicity. So we acknowledge that. So that's a fair point. Let me acknowledge the super sticker by Ken Uyenwe. So anybody that knows how to pronounce that name, please correct me. Ken Uyenwe. So thank you, Ken. And then Ken goes on with another super chat this time around. It says, one man, please check the panelist who is not functioning so I can come on. I think everybody are full present, but look out for the space. As soon as it opens, just I'll send the link. But back to you, Ore, but be mindful of the language because somewhat people are a bit off-put by the ethnic tonality. But carry on, wrap up that space. They are tooling up by the Obidati in Lagos Twitter space, and then we'll go to another conversation.
One man, sometimes some time ago, about should I say a month ago, I was trying to come to this platform. But one thing I noticed about this platform is that you are very nice. Should I say you are very nice? I remember you are very nice and accommodative. You know why I use that language? Because you give people enough room to speak whatever they think on their mind. And in my own brothers, should I say, in my own brother's platform, he will never allow you to speak. Like I went there, I'm a Benin person. I went there, he threw me out. He said, "Never come here again." So I thank you. I recommend you for that. I thank you, Kwama, for allowing people to speak their mind, to stop point out lies openly for the whole world to hear on your platform. So I would thank you for accepting such people on your platform. So let's go to Lagos. One thing I noticed about this.
One more. Can I quickly come in, please, before you go to Lagos?
All right, come in, and then come in.
Yeah, thank you very much. My brother Ero, I just want to tell you, say me, I not get any issue against you because I think they make sure say we meet on one platform and whether the first, my brother, I not the first for anybody who have meet online. I just conversation now we can do for online. Anyway,
Akim,
yes,
wait, Akim, you and I personally I know for I tell you last time when I talked to you on that plan, I say I know you reach out. We go to the same primary school 80s, before you go to Egosa Grammar School. I went to Edokpolo Grammar School. So I grew up for Anungboro. Your best friend, Igodaro, Amosa, we are all friends. We all grew together from Silu.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
Akim, I know you. I know you very well.
Yeah,
so when I even spoke that, they say, I know you, Akim. You say, no. I'm not interested, but I know you. You don't know me. I was like, God.
I know you very well. So
it's
the way you put it that day. So my brother, let's put that one aside for now. Okay. More put that one aside. But what I want to say is this. My brother came online to make a submission about how things is going on in Benin, right? Is an Ero and
I'm a royal family from royal family.
Is an Ero and Ero is a royal family, right? And it's a well-known name. I have a lot of Ero friends growing up in Benin.
Yeah.
What I don't understand, one man, it's like, have you ever seen me argue with people about issues on ground in Anambra when I don't know nothing about Anambra? Somebody who comes from somewhere, we go home, we go to these places to buy stuff. The people you interact with are people from the southeast. So we are telling you that a lot of majority of the people who own shops, who trade in these places are Igbo people. Then I don't understand what rational mind is all about, Do you know anywhere in that area? You're talking about Tony Kabaka and some APCA, Sakoist, whatever talk, I don't know. You just, and I think a lot of Beninese have done ourselves the service because the way they've thrown Tony Kabaka's name everywhere, even people who just hear the name Tony Kabaka, they just assume the worst of the person. Even though you don't know him personally, you just assume the worst of him. Someone is trying.
Yeah, but Tony Kabaka is a thug now, is it not?
I watched the video, Tony, where Rational Man is talking about. I did watch that. I watched that video as well. I watched it on YouTube. So don't say that's how I knew, because sometimes on this program they talk about Tony Kabaka. Yeah. That's how I saw who he was. I saw him on the video where he was churning out. So don't say Rational Man is wrong on that one. He's not wrong.
No, what I'm trying to say is this. It's like you just talking about Tony Kabaka based on things you've heard about him. That is what I'm trying to say, because at the end of the day, we come from these places, we know these places, we go to these shops, we interact with people who sell things in that area. And when Ero is trying to tell you people that, listen, in what he was trying to explain is that actions that those people carried out that day could lead to a counter action, right? A counter reaction.
Yes, 100%, 100%.
So,
100%.
All right. We're going into a cul-de-sac with this one, but let me play you this. This is Oshiomhole gathering Tony Kabaka and the usual hoodlums in Edo State to ready them to intimidate the obedient voters. So here it is.
We can help and do better.
Yes. Exactly.
It's one voice, it's a minority voice. So that's what I'm concerned about. And even if in 10 minutes, let's go on. We have to intimidate. See, this is a group. This is another.
Please subscribe to this channel.
Okay, so there it is right there. Oshiomhole gathering Otone Kabaka and the usual hoodlums in Edo State to attack the obedient people. So there it is.
Can I comment there?
All right, comment there. Right, comment there, and then we'll move on.
In Edo State, that's why I said Oshiomhole can walk from point one. Should I say from Edo North to Edo South, which is Ovia, ending of Owosu and Ondo State there. Nobody will touch Oshiomhole because Oshiomhole he tried somehow in Edo State. So that is why I said Oshiomhole can walk all the overnight in Edo State. Nobody will hunt Oshiomhole. That is how we play our politics. Forget about say Oshiomhole is APC and the governor is PDP. So people who foment that problem on that very day when Oshiomhole went to Mission Road, where Igbo dominated 80% Igbo dominated area.
No, you've said you've said that. But what I'm inviting is hold on. What I'm inviting is you heard in that video clip Oshiomhole gathering all the known thugs in in Edo State and instructing them to go and intimidate. So who are they looking to intimidate? Oshiomhole and his band of thugs.
One man, how many known thug do you know there? How many can you identify?
How many known thug you know there? How many
Tony Kabaka is a known thug now.
Tony Kabaka have not. Tony Kabaka have never. Have not touched one person. Only the last election during PDP and APC, Kabaka never did anything to any person.
Tony Kabaka is not a thug. Oh, hold on. Tony Kabaka is not a thug. Is that what they're saying?
Who else do you know the one man to be a thug?
Tell me, yeah.
And now, well, I know enough now. Tony Kabaka is the chief thug of Edo State. He's the chief thug of Edo State.
When we are in platform like this, we don't need to speak out loud. So we always go straight to the
point. No. Hold on. Is Tony Kabaka a thug? Yes or no?
Thug of what?
A political thug. Yes. Because he has said so himself for how they used him. And all of that. I can go and bring out the clips. Is Tony Kabaka a non-political thug in Edo State?
Yeah,
yes.
One man.
Is it talk to intimidate people? Is it talk to intimidate people on the street? I don't understand. If you say talk, maybe he's working under the governor.
Is a political. What are we doing now? The whole of the country knows that Tony Kabaka is a political thug.
Yeah, one man. Who else is the thug in that place that you know?
If anybody in the company of there's a gathering which we already identified the chief thug of Edo State, Tony Kabaka. And we have the short little man, Oshiomhole, instructing them to go and intimidate.
One man, please, can I just say something, please?
Do you know that they have a senatorial candidate in that gathering?
No.
Hey, but the senatorial candidate is a talk too. Who is not is it not a talk?
Can I say something? I had to go and rewatch the video.
Yes.
Because of what Ero Uselu is saying. As if he didn't hear what the guy said. How can people defend this type of things? He's saying that you go and intimidate people and saying this is Edo. Tribalism and instigating violence. And we sit here and that guy is trying to excuse it. This kind of stuff that leads our country to where it gets to. People like Oshiomhole shouldn't be participating. If that's the kind of politics he does, he shouldn't be into politics.
He should be arrested for that, really.
Exactly. If that was in the West, they will be questioning him now. Stop excusing nonsense. That's all I've got to say. Because he just said this is Edo and he should go and intimidate people. What is that? How is that helping us?
Because what that space is telling us, that's violence being loaded. That's violence. If we look, hold on. If we look at this face that we're seeing now, that's Tony Kabaka. Is the chief thug in Edo politics. So Oshiomhole telling APC members to intimidate
people.
No, wait, I don't get business for Benin now. So is the chief thug of Edo State. So we are not hearing him saying that. Okay, let's listen to what Oshiomhole is saying. But so if we see Tony Kabaka in this gathering, then we already know that it's some sort of thuggery space. But let's not hear what was said.
We can help Edo better. Exactly. It's one voice. It's a minority voice.
So is one voice is a minority voice.
That's what I'm concerned about. I even in 10 minutes, let's go out. You see,
even that woman looks like a thug.
We have to intimidate. See, this is a group. She's another.
And there it is. We have to intimidate them. This is Edo. This is not Anambra. So it's loading, isn't it? So there it is. But round out that space, Ero, and then we move the conversation on.
Edo State is one of the most accommodative states in Nigeria after Lagos. We accommodate people. We give you land to build your house. We don't intimidate you. We don't give you stress. And the priority you have in our state, I don't think we have it in other states apart from Lagos and Yoruba land. Apart from Yoruba land, the southwest region, that's where you have privilege, the way you have in Edo State. You can build your house, have your street, nobody intimidate you, nobody say, oh, this man is from this man is from that. So I love Edo State like that. So if Oshiomhole should say they should go after opposition. I'm not. I will go against it. I'm not in support of that. But you cannot tell me that they are more obedient to other oppositions. That I end my case here.
All right, brilliant. And the no-show of Peter Obi did not pay a courtesy visit to the Oba of Lagos. So how are you reading that space? He said he intended to visit, but the Oba turned him down. So is this the excessive politics that we see from the Oba of Lagos State? In the last cycle, he told us that he was going to throw the Southeasterners into the lagoon. And in this instance now, he's refusing the visitation of Peter Obi. Is the Oba crossing the line, Ero?
No, don't say that. Oba doesn't cross the line. If Oba say he don't want to see anybody, he's on his own right. He has right to say he don't want to see anybody. You know, I remember last time when Oshowole said Oshowole was coming to Benin, although Oba Benin said he don't want to see Oshowole. Yeah, it's happened. If you don't want to see him, maybe he's not in capacity to receive any visitor. He's right. He's on his right to say, I don't want to see. Who he wishes to see, who he wishes to receive, he will receive. Who he wishes not to receive, will not receive.
If Tinubu was having a rally in Lagos, hold on. If Tinubu if Tinubu was having a rally in Lagos, will the Oba turn him down? Will the Oba make himself unavailable?
If the Oba of Lagos is not in position to receive Tinubu on that, they can say the same thing. Say, oh please, my son, I can't receive you today. It's not must. You can't force the Oba to do whatever he don't want. He don't want to do. Maybe Oba is not in position to receive any visitor that day. You can't force it because it's an Oba or because he's a candidate. The presidential candidate say you will go and receive him. Oh God, he can't do ballet now. Sometimes we need to put respect into this tradition of a thing. Okay, Oba say he's a presidential candidate. Must he see everybody? He might see some. He might not see some. On that very day, maybe the day they called him to give him notification, notice that they are coming, the Oba was not in good position to receive them. So be it. Is it forced? You cannot force a king to see you. If he goes to Benin, he said he wants to see Oba. Benin Oba said, I don't want to see you. It's not a crime.
Do you think the Oba of Lagos Do you think the Oba of Lagos is partisan?
I can't say that because I don't know. I don't know his mind. I don't know what is in his mind. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that you can't force the Oba to receive everybody. You can't force him. Say because Oba, no, don't use that language. Say he crossed the line. No, Oba never crossed the line. He's a royal father. I respect royal institution. So saying he don't want to receive anybody, he can't receive everybody. He can't. He can never receive. He can't receive everybody. He can receive some. He can. Maybe the day they giving a notice that they are coming, the Oba was not in good position to receive anybody. It's not a crime.
Oh, right. So no attribution of blame to the Oba.
At all, 100%, at all.
No, all right, thank you. And a brief comment. Don't be deceived. I am fully for Tinubu. This is Buhari sending messages to the Gombe rally that all of these are rumors that he's secretly backing Atiku Abubakar, that they should not give any credence to that. Are you satisfied then with Buhari's public announcement?
Buhari is very difficult to read. Buhari is other sneaky president I've ever seen. Sneaky, very stupid and sneaky and very. I don't know how to put Buhari issue, but my only confidence is that if the northern governor still keeps supporting Tinubu, there's nothing wrong there. Buhari only have few votes. Eba say Buhari has 12 votes in the northern region. I think that era is past. Buhari era is past. Buhari only have few months to leave that office. So what I'm only praying for that the northern governor should still stick to Tinubu to the last day before the election. That is my prayer. So Buhari's support or not support is speaking from his heart. I don't know because Buhari is very sneaky. You can't read Buhari. You can't read in.
All right. And this poll that has come out to tell us that Atiku Abubakar will win by a comfortable margin. How come no poll has yet come out to tell us Tinubu will win, even though everybody insists that he's the front runner?
Just leave all those pull. They continue to pull. And one thing about this poll of a thing, sometimes they said Obi will win Lagos. I will laugh. Sometimes on your platform. Sometimes I will laugh and start rolling on the ground. Win. It's like saying Tinubu will win Anambra State, or Tinubu will win Imo State. It look funny. That is Tinubu base. That is Tinubu base. So about say Atiku will win the election is very. Sometimes you can't tell. But in terms of say Atiku will win the North or Northern State, that is impossible because Kwankwaso is there. Which other person there? Shetima is there. That is there. So the vote is going to share between the three major political parties. So for Atiku to start say I will win Southwest.
You have to understand that the most sophisticated voters in Nigeria are the Northerners, and they always vote. Yes, because they always vote in mass and they always vote to self-interest. So if they decided that they will abandon Kwakwanso now, because
Atiku
carry on.
Is for a very time being Atiku will be contesting to become a president. I remember last time when he contested against Buhari, the Northerners never vote for him. Against Good Luck, the Northerners never vote for him. So I don't think should I say the North, the way I read North, not all Northern voters love Atiku to become their president. I don't think, because Atiku is not, should I say the Northerners, they look at Atiku like a candidate that is not reliable. Atiku is one of the candidates that is not, should I say, straightforward. Is very trickish, and the Northerners is a bit suspicious of Atiku. So I don't think they will give Atiku the vote. They will give him 100%. He might have some vote in some part of Northern region, but I don't think he will win all Northern states. I don't think.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us. Are you subscribed, by the way, Ero? Are you subscribed?
A long time. Every day, I always get your notification. Every day, your notification always comes.
All right, brilliant. So stay with us. Let's take the conversation, Ero, to Thomas, who may leave us anytime soon. So Thomas always joins us just as he tries to make his way to work. So here is Thomas. As ever, he's taking off the sunshades now, but here he is nevertheless. So that's Thomas. So Thomas, to that space then. It's quite curious that none of these polls have yet told us that Tinubu is going to be your president. But everybody comes and insists that Tinubu is the front runner. How come the pollings are not showing the indication as people understand it? So this poll now comes out to tell us that by a comfortable margin, Atiku will be sworn in. What are you then making of this latest poll? It is not to be this time around, though, but certainly not Tinubu.
Thank you, one man. Good morning from Australia. Thank you, everyone listening to us. Like, share, and subscribe. You know, people just conjure polls together. You know my position about polls. Anytime you brought any polls to us, I always tell you just go and throw it in the bin. If Tinubu has even obedient, the articulated, the chivalrous, they acknowledge him as the front runner. They do. They acknowledge him as the front runner in this election. But any polls no polls has came out to tell us Tinubu is winning. Does that sound logic? To me, it doesn't sound logic. Even one poll, just one. Few days to the election, APC, they are the one in the power. Tinubu, APC has the largest governor. They have the largest representative in the Senate. They have the largest representative in the House of Rep. They have more governor. They have more everything. They have more everything. Every senator, every House of Representative, as they are campaigning for their own, they are campaigning for the presidency. You will saw them with their posters, with their what they call it, with their flyers. They will put Tinubu here, they will put Shetima here, they will put themselves in the middle. And no post has told us that this man is winning. So I don't understand. With the 12 governors in the north endorsing Tinubu, with the southwest, some endorsement in this south, what they call it, Obris Odima, which the southeasterner, they throw him under the bus, is still there. David Umar is there. So I don't know. That's why I normally ask you every time. These polls, which demography is coming from? Who are the people that conducted this poll? The last nonsense poll you brought to us. You show the names of people that conducted that poll, and you can see the names. I don't want to go that side now. You know what I mean. You know where the names come from one section of the country. Can we say they are biased? I've asked you one man times without number. If Tunde, Ramon, Dupe, Okpe, Kayode, myself, like Yoruba names, conduct a poll, and they told us Tinubu is winning. Will the Northerner take it? Will the Southeasterner take it? They will be thinking they are biased because they are from that section of the country, and the president is coming from that section of the country. So to me, it's just total nonsense. With the problem weighing on Atiku's head now, with the G5, with the obedience problem, obedience is even the most problem for the Atiku camp. You can't take that away, one man. So if somebody is telling me Atiku is winning, I've told you times without number. Maybe just cancel Atiku for this election.
Don't cancel him because Atiku is making a resurgence, and that resurgence very, very timely. Tinubu may still have the lead on paper, but Atiku is pushing him very hard. Before it was just Tinubu and nobody else, but now it is either Atiku or Tinubu this election as it's going.
Why do I say you should cancel Atiku? It's my own emotional something. You know what I mean? You know my position on this platform. APC or PDP will be your president. But on my emotional side, that's what I say you can't. Because I don't want the presidency to go to the north. That is my own selfish part of my narrative. No, we can't take it for the presidency to go back to the north. No. So that is why that is my emotional side. But you can't cancel Atiku, as you rightly said. APC or PDP will still be the president. Come rain, come shine in that country. For now, I told you, time is that number one man. There is no opposition, there is no third force in this election. These two big juggernaut party, they will still take it. Come rain, come shine. The day Tinubu was elected for tickets for PDP, the day Atiku was selected for the for PDP and Tinubu for APC, both of them have the 50-50 chance to win this election. They have the 50-50 chance. 2019, the third person on the ballot, I always say it every time, Nicolas Felix, he got 100,000 votes. 100,000 votes. The person that came third, 2019, 100,000 votes. And Atiku got almost 12 million. Tinubu got almost 15 million. Can you see the margin? So for me, my emotional part, I don't want Atiku, but you can't cancel the Atiku on this. If they want to fraud Tinubu, the next person that will get the presidency is Atiku. That is my submission, one man.
All right, brilliant, Thomas. So, Thomas, I want to bring you this quick readout, and then after it, I'll play you a 1-minute clip, and then I'll invite you to react to it. Nigerians are angry with your Naira swap policy. Sultan of Sokoto demands Buhari's intervention. The Sultan of Sokoto, Saud Abubakar, has asked the President Mohammed Buhari-led Nigerian government to keep politics aside and save the lives of Nigerians, as the Naira swap policy and its scarcity has resulted in acute hunger and frustration. Abubakar, who spoke on Monday at a national, let me take that again. The Sultan of Sokoto, Saud Abubakar, has asked the President Mohammed Buhari-led Nigerian government to keep politics aside and save the lives of Nigerians, as the Naira swap policy and its scarcity has resulted in acute hunger and frustration. Abubakar, who spoke on Monday at the National Conference on Livestock Reform and Mitigation of Associated Conflicts, called on the Nigerian government to work towards dousing the tension and hardship the Naira policy and the Naira scarcity has caused. Our correspondent quoted the monarch as saying, "The people are hungry. Is there money? No cash. People are angry and hungry. Let's see how we can douse this tension. Let's keep politics aside. The issue of development, especially for the common man, should be prioritized. These people that God Almighty gave leadership over, could one day, God forbid, rise up against us." Speaking on herders-farmer clashes in the country, Abubakar said, after all this English by professors, how do we get this development down to the common man who is the farmer, the common Fulani man who doesn't know anything about development in his life? He only cares about cattle. I have been to Benue at least 2 times as Sultan to sit with governors and traditional rulers to discuss peace in Benue. So it goes down that route. So the Sultan of Sokoto admonishing then that this Naira policy now, a position has to be taken. But just the impact that the Sultan was speaking about, here is an example of it.
So sorry, sir. Bóyá kẹ́ béèrè fún ATM card báyìí, tán bá lè fún yín.
So there it is right there. So for the non-Yoruba speakers, that man, you could see the anguish of the man. He's in an establishment, which we are assuming to be a bank, crying that he has not eaten all day, that he has not taken his medication, which he cannot access. So if you hear those 2 things, you will think that this is somebody begging for alms. So no, it's not begging for alms. No, he's actually saying he's unable to access his own money to service his own life. So there it is. That's somebody's dad right there. That's grandpa that has done his service to the country and then retired to the comfort of his own resources. Those resources now not accessible to him anymore for reasons of Buhari and Emefiele. Even the Sultan of Sokoto, Thomas, is saying enough is enough. How come we've not heard a pronouncement yet from the Mala, from the Sahels?
Oh, thank you, woman. I almost shed tears when I saw that old man, and you can see a walking stick leaning on the table, and you can see one hand is not active. I'm suggesting maybe it's a stroke, because you can see one hand dropping in his. Come on, You said yesterday that you are suggesting 24 hours that Buhari will come and say something. Has Buhari say anything? No. I saw a video of Emefiele, the stupid Emefiele. I'm sorry for calling him stupid because this thing is getting crazy every day. I saw him taking Photoshop with Buhari with the new note. And we haven't heard from Buhari. There is no position. No position has been taken. Everybody is just...
Sorry, can I ask you a question?
Yes, please.
Okay. I saw the footage and it's very tragic what the man is going through. But would you trade that tragedy for somebody's or his child getting kidnapped? Because this is one of the...
I don't understand that.
Because if the change of currency and limitations of withdrawals from account is reducing kidnapping, would you trade that kind of difficulty for the kidnapping, in terms of kidnapping, instead of kidnapping to be happening? Because I've seen parents in total agony when their children and family members are taken.
I will never.
But to Nigeria, that doesn't apply in this instance. That man is trying to access 5,000 naira to service his life. So, and that is the narrative of just a lot of these stories that come through. People are just, oh yes, hold on. People are just trying to access everyday amount of money, 10,000 naira, 15,000 naira to service their lives. So I'm not quite sure that is kidnapper money. This is just everyday living money. This is the thing.
Maybe they can they. I don't know. You know, I'm not in Nigeria. I can't say I know too much. Can they do like bank transfers to get, especially things that are that critical? Can they do bank transfers?
Yeah, but hold on. Yes, it's to Niger. If you look at that man, he is not at that level of sophistication, which is a lot of the Nigerian space. If I was to guess at it, that man is probably just a rudimentary farmer of some sort.
Or a retiree.
Oh yes. So it is not at the sophistication level of banking in the manner. All he understands is put his money in the bank. He will go on every Friday to the counter. He will joke with the lady, collect his money, and set about his week. He doesn't have... You could hear in that, I'm not sure if you understand Yoruba or not, but you could hear the person advising him that maybe you can try and find a way to access an ATM card, which is a technology beyond that man, but is need more immediate. So it's not at the kidnapper level. It's just at the rudimentary... Every man, that's the Nigerian right there. That's the bulk of our people. They are at that level, not at your level, at that level.
To Niger, let me shock you. My home mom. This is not story. This is not Wani Wakwe. Wani Wakwe means hearsay. My own mom. We are 5 in our family, my siblings. Send money to her for her upkeeping every month. He cannot access the money. They are taking credit to buy food. Can you imagine that? My home mom is taking credit because those people they knew her. She can't run away. They are giving her food in credit, and the money is lying fallow in the bank. They cannot access the money. I don't know. Maybe you don't have anybody you are giving money in Nigeria. I have loads of them. Even some, I want to send the money to them. They said, don't send it. We can't access the money. So this, I don't know. I don't know who advised Emefiele, who is advising. This is getting out of hand, and there's no way.
And also, if I can just add, Thomas, the infrastructure, the e-money infrastructure in Nigeria, it cannot handle the volume that is suddenly cascading into that space. So that's one. And a lot of retailers, they're also rejecting that electronic money because some, the Nigerian propensity towards fraud. They will just send some fake alerts to a trader, collect goods, and then only when they are long gone, they both the goods and the money are not. So the structure does not support it's a mess, you know, it's a mess.
It's total mess. Total. I was in Nigeria. The most of my transaction, I did it transfer, and then I think November was still good. I was in Nigeria November / December. Most of I have cash. I will hold the cash if they want. I will give them transfer or pay by card, or that is our own level. Look at that. Look at that man. For goodness sake, that man will be in his 70s, and you can see the workings. The man is crying. The money is there in the bank. He can't access his money. Which country does that? I'm here in Australia. I can cash my money anytime I want, even though most of my even as I'm speaking to you, I don't have $1 in my pocket. But if I need cash, I can access ATM, get some money, because most of our transaction here is cashless. Like we pay by card. But no, people can't access their money, and everybody thinks everything is good.
Can I just add something? I think part of the problem is panic withdrawals. People are panicking and they are taking more money than they normally do. No, people panic. Do you know that? That's what they call bank rush now. People are taking more cash than they would normally take because they worry that they are not going to have access to it again. So they are taking more money out of the system.
That's not the problem. The money is not available. If you listen to other platforms or listen to other news, you will even see bank managers saying they have to shut down the bank because they don't want people to come and vandalize because they don't have the money to give to people. And
maybe they had to arrest somebody recently.
What?
Yeah, Central Bank had to arrest one bank manager because he was herding the cash. Some of them are actually herding the cash.
Like Zenith Bank in Lagos, I think the one at Odeku, they have to shut them because they don't have it. And the woman has to come out to talk to customers. I don't have the cash. I don't have it here. So there's nothing they can do. Even I saw one yesterday, was it today, that they were now giving coins in bags of coins, 2,000. Because if you go to the market, you want to buy fish, you want to buy pepper, you want to buy rice, buy yam, those people won't take transfer from you. They can't accept transfer. As bad as it is, my dad has an account officer that goes to him to give him money. The guy can't even find him money. If not for my betting shops, that some people come there with cash. I'm the one sourcing cash for me. We just do transfer to us. So is that bad?
In your
even
mind,
this
what is
video
the percentage of Nigerians that have this problem?
There's a sick man that had to go with a mattress to sit by a car in front of a bank. The bank was even shut down, but the man was there. He's sick, but he's lying there. Even the bank is closed, but he says he's going to sleep there because he has not eaten for days. He can't buy his medication. So is that bad? It's terrible. If people can withdraw 5,000, 10,000, people can go to ATM machine and withdraw little money, or they restrict the amount you can withdraw at a time or in a day on cash machine for now. But at least if people can get that cash to even feed themselves, but people can't even feed themselves and they have the money. And that's the sad thing. It's different if you know you don't have money to buy food. But when you have the money, but you're hungry and you can't withdraw the money.
Hold on, Thomas. I beg your pardon. But to Niger, you answered that your question. You answer it first. In your mind, what percentage of Nigerians do you think fall within the bracket of that man we just saw?
I think we are looking at 5-10% of the population. The reason why I say this is because Nigeria is actually still functioning. Lagos, people went to their jobs today. People are using cash to go to their work today. The same thing in all states of Nigeria. Nothing has ground to a halt. So some of this stuff we are hearing, maybe 10%, maybe even less. It doesn't mean that all the other 100% have not had the encounter. They may have had problem a little bit here and there, but they've solved it because people are going to work. How are they getting to work? Taking all those Joelaba buses that they take cash. You see that and side by side with everybody.
So the Sultan of Sokoto is just being alarmist.
I think he's responding to that 10%, which is fine. But we have to be purposeful in the way we do things. There's going to be difficulties. We are not going to get out of the mess we are in without difficulties. People are getting kidnapped. And this will reduce that kidnapping and it will reduce corruption. It will reduce because
told you?
electronic transaction.
I'm not sure if you know where the argument is. The argument is not against either the restrictions on the amount or the change in Naira policy. Nobody is arguing against that. Some people argue against the restrictions in the amount, but not really. It's accessibility to the money, even at that restricted amount. So it's nothing to do with the fight against corruption or banditry. It is accessibility at the rudimentary level. That's where the real suffering is, and it's usually the people at the bottom of the rung. They usually carry, and as we're seeing now, quite a sizable amount of them.
And
I gave the number for 10%. So what does everyone else think?
No, that's not 10%. I don't know where you plucked that number from.
Because Nigeria is functioning. It's Lagos ground to a halt.
What do you mean Nigeria is functioning? Lagos is not Nigeria now. Lagos is a 90%
of people in Delta went to work. 90% of people in Abuja went to work.
You don't know what you are talking about.
Okay,
Who told you that Nigeria is functioning?
Oh my God!
You see people in the bank lying down. People are crying to get. You said Nigeria is that the way a normal society to function? I mean, let us just. I mean, there
are students at home. Hold on, there are students at home that cannot get to school because they don't have the money for the transport, not because they can't access the money to get to school.
Even gas station, you go to gas station, they don't even take payment by.
It's quite bad
card.
to Nigeria. It's very bad.
They don't even take payment by card.
It's very bad.
They want the cash because this time around, a lot of people are doing fake transfer. They will do some transfer whereas it is fake, and before you know, they left, and you will discover that no payment is made. No payment is made to your account. But at the first instant, you will see that the payment came in. But after they left, you won't see anything again. People are not even taking card payment anymore. They want the cash because a lot of people have been.
Somebody came here and told us that there are major markets in Kano. They are shutting down because they are unwilling to accept the old notes and the new ones are not available in Kano.
What the other guy that came from Alaba the other day, they did not tell us that this problem impacted his business almost like
80%. He said trade has dropped by 80%.
I mean, what are you talking? You said things are moving.
It's nothing to do with the kidnappers or whatever.
I think the greatest mistake they made is to give a deadline to the hold notes. They shouldn't have done that. If the old note was still in circulation and they just systematically, gradually take it off the system while they are flooding, and because you already know, Emefiele came out to tell us it doesn't have paper to print money. So if you know that, why would you give a deadline for the hold note? If you can't produce the money for people to spend it, so why are you giving a deadline? And they are even struggling to get you to extend it. It's crazy, man. It's just, I don't know.
It's just wild. And they say people are not rioting, so therefore it's all right.
One man, I would like to ask you, where is the 300 billion Emefiele came they printed? Where is the money?
No, you see that 300 billion is insufficient to satiate the economic needs of Nigeria. 300 billion. They are mopping about 2.6 trillion out of an economy, and then they are putting 300 billion in. So if the economic space required nearly 3 trillion naira in cash to service that economic space, and you are replacing it with 300 billion, that tells you that will be consumed very quickly and it will not satiate. Even if we are saying that there's illicit money, the illicit money within that 3 trillion, it cannot be more than half a trillion, because a trillion is 1,000 billion. It's just a poorly planned. It's just terrible, man. I don't see.
Let me tell you something. My own sister is working in the governor's office. A subordinate of ours came in. One of the boss said, "You came late," I will give you query. Do you know what the guys do? He lashed the boss with dirty slap. With the frustration, he landed his boss dirty slap. When they took him to the disciplinary committee, the Oga Patapa of them say, when he slap you, why don't you slap your own? With the level of anger, maybe that person has not eaten, maybe he trek, maybe there is no. It's chaos. My sister told me when she's going home, because she's driving Sienna, people will be waiting. What are they waiting for? They are waiting for lift. They are waiting for what? Lifty. Somebody working in a governor's office. They don't have money. They don't have. Some of them have their car.
Fuel.
There's no fuel. There's no fuel. There is no fuel in the car. He said when she walk out of the office, you will see many people surrounding her car. And you know, Sienna is a very spacious minivan. He said he will park them like people will not even ask her, where are you going? Just take me out. I will be she will be dropping them on their way home. Come on. I think some people don't have people in Nigeria. They don't know what is going on. I speak with people every day. One of my friends, 2 weeks, he has been at home with his 2 kids. He can't even go to shop.
Thomas, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Some people act like they don't have people in Nigeria. What do you mean by that?
Because of their narration, their assertive, their assertion, what their position they are taking on this naira. Like to Nigeria now, it's talking of kidnapping. And we are talking of, is it people that live that will be kidnapped? If someone died today, are you going to kidnap my dead corpse? It doesn't make sense. People are crazy. People can barely eat. My mom cannot access her money in the bank. The money lying there. Come on, my mom.
You know the real frustration. You know the real frustration, Thomas, is the artificial nature of this thing. It is not led by some economic something that was outside of the control of the country. And the crisis is not even outside of the country or control of the country to bring it to an end. So nobody is saying that you should not put restrictions on how much can be withdrawn for whatever reasons you are saying so. And nobody is saying that you should not mop up the excess amount of money. Nobody is saying that you should not use it as a tool to catch the politicians off guard, the money politics. But just too many of the everyday Nigerian is suffering just unbearable, excruciating, it's just too much. And just to extend it will ease that space. Nobody is saying change anything other than let it run pari passu for a period of time to mop up those monies in a structured and orderly manner. That's just the thing. But the politician that you want to catch off guard,
Sorry, and more so, like I said earlier, if you know you don't have enough paper to print this new note to make it circulate in a normal way, why restrict the old note? You are just putting it's the dumbest thing. Like Alexander said, it's very shameful, to be honest.
It's a political move anyway.
It's a political move, and it's affecting the people. It's crazy. It's really sad.
One man, I sometimes I just calm myself down. Can you imagine? I am still begging God, but the money for food for my parents, money for food. Do the Nigerian want our parents to go and be begging for food? My mom is taking credit. I still say it again, credit.
Okay, Thomas, let me highlight.
So credit is the pain. You would rather somebody's kidnapped? Sometimes we have to be purposeful.
Why don't you just leave this kidnapping? Are you? Sorry, hold on, everybody. What has the kidnapping got to do? Are you following the? Are you following
the big economy for kidnapping? You know, 100 millions or millions going into, and then not to mention the heartbreak and the deaths.
But hold on. What has this conversation we're having got to do with that space that you are speaking to?
Oh, okay, good. Because the switch in currency affects the funds that are going to be available to pay kidnappers. That's one.
Right.
And the going cashless is going to also affect kidnappers. What is happening is that the central bank wants to transition Nigeria into a cashless system. The central bank has the capacity to be able to reduce corruption and reduce this level of crime in terms of kidnapping just by their policies more than EFCC can.
But hold on. What has what you've said got to do with the conversation we're having?
Oh, because he's saying that people are having these difficulties. So the question is, what difficulties you won't want to trade it for?
No. Hold on. Can you hold on? No, don't run away with whatever fanciful something. What difficulties are people having?
In terms of being able to buy food, and according to him, his mom is taking credit.
Right. Hold on. No, don't run away with anything. Just stay where you are. Okay. So at the level of the mom being able to get money to access the market, what economic level is that? Is that at the kidnapper level, or the fraudulent politician level, or at the rudimentary everyday level?
Is at the rudimentary everyday level.
All right, stay there. So at that rudimentary everyday level where the suffering is most impactful, what do you do to ease it? Is that price being paid for the kidnappers? Because the kidnapper level, they are asking you to go and bring 5 million, which you cannot access. So nobody is saying they should open it up so you can access 5 million. Nobody is saying that they should open it up even that you can access 1 million. What people are saying is that at that level of being able to access 100,000 naira a day, which is the daily function of everyday people, they are not able to access at that space. So it's nothing to do with all of these things that you are saying. We're talking about the rudimentary level.
But it's all linked. The reason why it is happening.
It's not all linked now. You don't get it.
I'm saying the reason why it's happening is why they are linked.
Well, let me say
No. Let Niger follow through, because maybe he understands as people don't.
The purpose for the policy is to pull currency from the economy, reduce illicit activity, including kidnapping and all kinds of stuff. Gives the central bank ability to track transaction, because if it goes cashless, it's more efficient and you can be able to trace it even more easily, which will also depress corruption. That's why, for me, that objective is laudable. I agree with you 100%. That the way it's implemented is not very good.
But nobody. Have you heard anybody argue against any of what you just said?
No, but what they are arguing for is that they are saying, "Oh, let's just open the flood so that the money opens up again."
No, you don't.
But they are saying they should keep the old currency.
No, you're not getting it. What at the level, at the pain point that people are, you see that man is not able to access monies to buy his medication or food, so his life is at risk. That guy there's nothing unique or peculiar about that man. That's the story of countless amount of people. So what they are suggesting, and also Emefiele told the Council of State that is it De La Rue in the UK, that they get the special papers to print the 500 and 1,000 naira notes, that they are not able to access it. They are on a long waiting list. So it's not as though they can print the money that the economy needs. What the Council of State, which is the committee of old heads of state, what they recommended to that space is that until sufficient enough money that can satiate the everyday living of Nigerians is available in the old currency, that the old and new currency should run pari passu. That's what they said. So they are not speaking of the change in currency. No, they are not speaking on the limitations on withdrawal. No, they are not speaking on the country going cashless. No, they are talking about the rudimentary level of everyday living. So that's just where it is. So it's nothing to do with all of these things.
Okay, the rudimentary stuff you are talking about still
Right.
affects the fact that the old currency is still going to be in circulation, which will allow all the issues that necessitated the action in the first place to remain.
No, how so? How so?
In terms of those, the currency is still there, and kidnappers can still exchange with that amount, with those type of currencies, and the cash flow.
No. Hold on. How would the kidnappers be able to exchange what?
No, because the old currency is still valid this in currency, so they can still exchange, and withdrawals will still carry on, which means there will be a lot of cash in the system. I take your point. The withdrawal limit is
hold on. What do you mean withdrawals will still carry on? You know when it's running pari passu, if the old currency gets into the banking system, it is never to come out again. It comes out in the new currency, but the old currency already in circulation, that continues to be legal tender until the old currency is able to be mopped up in an orderly fashion. That's where the conversation is.
Okay, then they are not helping this young the elderly man that you're talking about. From that point of view, yes, obviously it's going to help him. But the reason why the policy was put in place was to pull all this new currency out, so it forces all the money that is in the system back into the central bank, then forces the new ones to come out in an organized way. That is the policy, and I don't think they're going to go back on this. They have already.
Nobody is asking them to go back on it. It's just for it to run in pari passu for a period. If they're saying, because by the way, your position is not the government's argument. The government recognizes that there needs to be more naira notes in circulation. The only thing that is preventing that is their capacity to bring it to print it. The Nigerian printing press that the mint that they're using, it doesn't have the capacity for the volume that they need to print. So that's where they're not wherever it is that you are.
I agree with your point. I think you make a compelling argument that they should keep the currency in there, because in reality it's going to help this elderly man and people like him. But maybe the direction they should be going is trying to speed up the cashless drive. Because if they
but also they have to have the infrastructure for that cashless, because what we're hearing is that the volume of attempts at cashless transaction now, the infrastructure for cashless transactions in Nigeria, it cannot support it.
I can feel it too.
Well, there you are. So the system is not ready. It's just the thing. But the idea is laudable, but the system is not ready.
What's the argument, one man? What's the argument?
No. I think too Nigeria thinks that people are weighing against the central thrust of the policy, but I'm not sure that people are. It's just the implementation at the everyday man life, which we have personal experiences. I'm sure you do as well to Nigeria. If you send money home, it's just at that level. Is the innocence, the collateral damage is too heavy. It's just the thing.
Nigerians are not helping too. Some of them are selling currencies. They sell dollars, they start selling naira too. And everything they want to capitalize on it. Bank managers don't want to release money that is meant for people to have. We no matter what we do, then you can't. The panic is the biggest damage. You know that yourself. Whenever there is a recession or you see bank rushes.
Hold on, to Nigeria.
Bank runs, they call it.
Hold on. Don't you see that Emefiele is incompetent? Now, let me give you an example.
Yes, if you ask me, he messed this one up.
Yeah, it's incompetent. I mean, he is I can't even talk. Incompetent.
Yeah.
Now, my point is this. The point I'm trying to make is this. Like, from day one, when Kulota, of course, I've never heard about it until one day Kulota mentioned it there, because I've been sending money out there. I don't even know what is going on. The last time I went to I didn't even observe that. When the country start doing like what Nigeria is currently doing, whereby we have point of sales, this kind of POS. I don't know if you people have ever traveled to other francophone countries in Nigeria and in West Africa. The bulk of people that are employed in that countries, in this country, like especially in Benin Republic, Togo, these are very poor countries that the two major industries there is their Okada and this changing money. That's an evidence of a real real problem in the country, economically challenged. So the very first day when Kolata mentioned it here that Nigeria now, you can now do point of sale whereby you can go change money or you can, I see trouble coming from there. And I was like, justify when that eventually happened with this cashless policy. So my point is this: Emefiele should not have allowed individuals to be running an ATM. How it's done here in the developed countries is quite different. I have people that have ATM businesses here, but they don't run it the way they're running it. Because you see, Nigeria is a country whereby any little thing, just like you, was it you, to Nigeria said it, just give them a little chance for anything. They will just abuse that chance. So my point is this: that if Emefiele is a man who is clairvoyant in the way he sees things, you see this coming as a problem. When you have a system whereby people change money, like in Nigeria, where people will just carry out money all about, like they do in Benin Republic, other countries, and then you go and meet them, you are inviting trouble into that kind of system. So for me, I see that as the main problem why this, apart from other infrastructural issue that they have that is not already on ground, which they should have put in place. Another problem, even though the major problem, is these people who are selling this Nigerian currency. You want to take 10,000 naira, you have to pay 2,000 naira. My goodness, how much is the person even making?
3,000 naira.
2,000 or 1,000?
3,000.
3,000 naira now. Just imagine. How much is the person getting from?
You know selling their own currency. Rational, you know what the problem is? There are some areas you have to drive like almost 30 minutes before you can find an ATM machine.
Okay.
Imagine. So normally every shops like in the UK, there are even some off license that have normal ATM machine. Some recharge you, some are free that the banks have put everywhere. So we don't even have all those facilities. So it's difficult to implement this policy in the manner this guy has done it. You should have, and that is why all these POS people are making money from it. Because you look at your area, no cash machine. I open my own POS shop. People come there. They are using you as ATM machine. Whereas that ATM machine is meant to be in the supermarkets in that area that people can just go and withdraw rather than going to the bank. As far that I know, back in the days in Akobo in Ibadan, you have to go to Iwo Road from Akobo. Anybody that knows Ibadan well, before you can find the first ATM machine, any ATM machine at all, you have to get to Iwo Road from Akobo. That's almost like 30 minutes to 40 minutes drive, factoring in traffic.
And by the way, you know there's a fee to these cashless transactions. If you do it, so you are charged about 50 naira something, 100 naira. So it's not as though
that's another thing. The bank is charges too is crazy. Even me that I'm in the UK, my account in Nigeria, I will just see deduction sometimes, £100. I think for what? £50. For what? Within 1 month, they've deducted almost £500, 500 naira from my account. If you are doing 500 naira from my account every month like that, how much? Not think of people that earn maybe 15,000.
Yeah, you just imagine somebody earning 15,000 naira, you're taking 3,000 naira out of it, 10,000 naira. I mean, I think it was survive.
I even saw a post. I think somebody owes that lady 15,000. So the person sent 15,000 to the lady. So obviously the woman is going to collect the money. She's going to have to forfeit 3,000. So the woman was calling the person back like, you have to send extra 3,000 so I can withdraw my 15,000 complete that I borrowed you.
It's unbelievable.
From what I can see, this one is in real time. Electronic transaction tends to be 25 naira, 1 point something naira. It's not as high. Maybe if through ATMs, maybe it might be a little bit more because you're taking cash out. But generally, electronic transactions in Nigeria is quite.
Yeah, now where they live? I mean,
I told you I'm engaged in Nigeria all the time. People think I'm not. I'm telling you.
You don't sound like it. You don't sound like it.
Because I bought fuel, petrol a few days ago.
Electronic transfer are you doing that? You're paying 2 naira. You're paying 1 naira. You're talking about.
I just told you I'm looking at it on my phone in real time. I am engaged in Nigeria every day, every single day.
So you did a transfer and it took 25 naira. How much is it?
Yes, let me give you the numbers I can see now.
Maybe they brought the money down. Because the last time I did it,
1 naira, 87, 25 naira. No, 25 naira.
No. But do you not get the point though? For every transaction, you pay a fee. Which you don't have, which you don't have to, because you've not requested to go cashless. So why should you for every £10 you take out pay a pound?
Yes.
your own money.
I guess to maintain the more efficient way of transaction, you don't get to lose it because it's in the account system. It's not like it's more impervious to somebody coming to your house to steal it and stuff
All
like
right,
that.
let's move on. Let's just move on. I don't. I don't know. Yeah, back to you, Thomas.
Jesus Christ of Nigeria. It's just my home mom want to cash 10,000 naira. The guy said he should bring 3,000 to get 10,000. My mom said, I don't have cash. You are telling me to bring 3,000 to get 10,000. They have to remove 3,000 from a 10,000 naira. And they gave her 7,000 in Ibadan, challenge to be precise. So she's losing 3,000 naira outrightly. And if you are talking of kidnappers, if you remember, one man brought a story of kidnappers here. They are asking for the recharge. They are asking for a bag of rice. They are asking for a motorcycle. Are we not in the same Nigeria?
Even don't mind to Thomas, don't even mind to
I think this means stable. This means stable. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Let me talk 1 minute. This money that you are saying, yes, this policy is meant to stop kidnapping, prevent all this and that. Look, kidnapper in the bush already have the money. A video has been out where they are showing all this money that all of you are suffering in the city. We suffering in the city looking for your new note. This is the new note here. We in the forest,
bush with us.
Yes, we in the forest already have the money. You are all killing yourself. Keep on killing yourself. Whether you like it or not, change it 10, 50 times. We in the bush, we surely have that money before you people. So what has the purpose achieved? It's a failure. So,
do you remember the time they were collecting motorcycle?
Oh yeah,
new motorcycle, bag of rice, recharge card,
and some Igbo, and they will demand some Igbo too.
And they will demand Indian hemp. So
they demand those as form of payment.
Hey, look, the thing is a lot more nuanced than your understanding of it. But I'll carry on. Thomas, round up that space and then we'll move on.
This policy is zero. They should throw it in the bin. I just expected the new president to be elected tonight, if it is possible, and it just reverse it or instruct the central bank to bring out the old note until they mop up the old note, print the new note. Then it should be going side by side as pari passu as Fatai. It should be going. No, now we are in the same country here. They change money. They leave it for a window of a year, 12 months, for the old note to go to the circulation and the new note to come to the people to transact. 300 million. What will 300 billion do for Nigeria, one man? A population of over, we don't even know, maybe we are up to 250 million now. So it's just chaos. It's because I'm feeling it. That is where you are seeing my anger and my outburst. I'm feeling it. I have family members. They told me what they are suffering from, even though they have their money in the bank. Oh, thank you, woman.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, before I take you on to the next talking point, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. It's not as though they are streaming in, but Ken came in twice. So thank you, Ken. He's still looking for a slot to come onto the screens. Alexander Gomez joins Ken to say, it says the momentum is more on Atiku's side with 2 weeks to the D-Day. So that's Alexander then acknowledging the switch in momentum in the politics of it. Alexander still communicating via super chat. He says the dumbest monetary policy in my lifetime, shameful. It's just really the pain that is vesting on the people. Some people feel that it's a necessary pain, and sometimes transition can be painful. But I'm not sure that I concede that this is a necessary pain. Rotimi Olu-Davids, he does the super sticker, which he often does just to tip towards the space. So thank you to Rotimi. And whilst I still have the floor, let me acknowledge Ayo, who does as he always does. It looks as though One Man Went to More are sponsored by Ayo. So there is Ayo then lubricating the space as he often does just as soon as the session starts. So thank you, Ayo, for that. So Thomas, then let me take you then to that Twitter space clip from the Southeast telling us that they have tools and groundnuts. So tools and groundnuts, of course, code words for you know what. So now the face of this politics that is to come. This is what they are promising the obedience space. Fire for fire, bullet for bullet.
It is well. I thought before now, the last time I checked, the APC and PDP, they are the violent one. I think the Labour Party too has joined suit. And you can see in that forum, I can pick some name in that forum. And people that knew those people speaking on that forum, they know them. They know them by their voice. They do. People. Sorry that I want to say this, but I have to say it. If you could like it, fine. If you don't like it, fine. I can see some accent in people speaking on that platform. I can see where they come from. The accent. I'm speaking now, even if I'm not showing my face, you can say I'm from Yoruba land. I can see some accents in that video, that audio you just show us. It's just it's just crazy. I hope they will change their mind. They will reorientate their senses and brain. And you can see this title, woman, the title of the content. They wrote Obi Dati. So that platform is a platform of Peter Obi. I'm not saying it's personal for Peter Obi, but it is supporters of Peter Obi saying this. They don't even care that they could be recorded. They don't even are they with their right senses? Twitter is not a hidden place. Any one of them can record their conversation and link it. That's why I've been a little bit crazy with Rational Mind earlier on, that condemn this art first. What we are saying is what about? What about Tinubu? What about no? Condemn the art. This art should be condemned by all Nigerians. We know APC, they are not a saint.
Thomas, is Obi even condemning all these things? I believe Obi is even pouring gas into these things with the way he has
Excuse me. Please, can you hold on?
Can you allow me to talk? When I finish,
let him finish now. Let him finish.
Obi, the way Obi has started his style of campaign from onset is part of what fuel all these things. Obi has been targeting Christians. He has been targeting his people on his campaign. And we've talked about that thing several times here. But nobody's really paying attention to it. And that is why he's getting to this. If they are talking about guns, I won't doubt it if these are iPod people that just thought, okay, let's Igbos, let's support this guy. We have guns, we have bullets. Bullet is granite, have you? We have all these things. Let's support this guy. We will come out with these things now. So he has bring a lot of things together that it doesn't even really make sense. For me right now, to be honest, I won't lie to you. I just want the election to be over because it's becoming unbearable and so annoying.
You know, I think that's all of us. We all want it to be over. Let's hear from Solomon, who was very quick to want to interject. Solomon, come in.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning,
Solomon.
Yeah, one man. You see, Nigeria here, what I keep saying is that hypocrisy is just our problem in Nigeria. You see, these people were attacked on Saturday in Lagos State. If you see the kind of injury that people were sustaining in that rally, just because of anger and all that, and people we are attacking them unnecessarily. So you expect these people not to. I'm not in support of the violence they are trying to.
Come on, Solomon.
No,
Wait,
hold on.
just
Can you
hold on, please.
hold on. He
Just
has a
hold on.
valid point. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't support the groundnut and tools. You understand? But you will not. You can't chook a man's your hand in somebody's eyes and expect him to just be looking at you. He will retaliate. So it's retaliation. This thing, it was a provocation that led to whatever thing you saw on that Twitter space. I'm not in support of that, but it's not. They did not just come out and do that and start.
But Solomon, can I ask you
Yeah.
a question?
Yeah.
I don't believe any obedient movement are moving without cameras. Me, I've never seen anybody recorded, oh, these are the people when they were being attacked. They just showed us people that are injured. You see, people play all these things in politics.
No.
When you
Why
deceive.
will you? Wait. How will you expect them to? Is these things are unforeseen? Like it is not. They don't plan it, or as in the obedience. The people who experience this thing, or who experience this thing, they don't foresee it. It's something that somebody. It might even be in the vehicle, because most vehicles were damaged. They might just be in the vehicle, and somebody will just maybe choke something or break the glass, or even use something, knock the glass, and it will. Those kind of things. Now the people inside the vehicle will sustain
Splash on
injury.
them,
So
Abi.
yeah,
But
so
anyway, what I'm trying to say to
you
you
don't
is
expect
I
them to
won't
video
even doubt
the
it if all
incident.
these things are being strategized because they are coming to Lagos. Why didn't they say
No.
that they were
See,
attacked in other
these things were done
states that
in
have
No,
Lagos. Let's not.
hold on DOJ. The police, hold on. The police command in Lagos, they've actually confirmed that there were incidents at the OB rally. So I don't think they are making it up.
One man. I've been in Lagos. Let me tell you, I've stayed in Lagos, and I know even there was one day we were coming back from church. You see, like this thing even occurred at Agege side, like this incident I'm about to talk about. It occurred in Agege side. I know how the rough people in Lagos, how they behave. So we can't just come out and say obedience can't stage that kind of thing. They were attacked. And see the people that attack them, you can't even get them. They can't see them because they know the lungu, they know how the environment is. So on how they just cite their on how they carry out their mission, they take off immediately. So this granota and tools is very, very funny to me. It's true. It's because of it's in form of retaliation and it's true provocation. I believe somebody like Obi would definitely, if this information should get to him, he would talk about it and he would tell them not to carry out such action. Yeah,
all right. If I say you done the crossover small.
No, I'm not crossing over. One man, let me tell you something. I told you something the other day. I try to be. I'm a young person, so I don't want to be biased. Even if I support Atiku, and I have my reasons. But you can't see me come here and say this one. Yesterday we talked about Tinubu. I got many things from Tinubu, and it has even made me to like what Uptown was saying like 5 years ago, or videos of 5 years and all that. I'm trying to just get them and listen to certain things. So it's not like and even like this guy, if you follow Shea Law, there's something he posted about Awolowo and how the AD people, how they tried like to use the Awolowo ideology to build up the Southwest and all that. So I'm a very rational person, even though I like politics, but I'm not just that kind of person that will be practicing the bigotry part of the political stuff. Yeah, Omar.
All right, brilliant. All right. Yeah, back to you, Thomas.
Thank you, Solomon. I agree with you. It may be transfer aggression, as you rightly said, maybe because of what happened in Lagos. But one man, have they given us maybe a clue or maybe an insight of people that attack them? We should have a clue. Are they thugs? Are they party members? Are they onlookers? Are they Lagosians? Are they Yorubas? It's this attack. At least if you were attacked, we didn't see any video of when they were being attacked. I don't say they were not attacked, and I totally condemn it. It shouldn't be happen in our election. So far, Lagos government has gave Peter Obi the right to campaign, and he has the right to campaign anywhere in that country. So, do we have the insight of who attacked them? Woman, do you understand what I mean? At least
no, I understand what you mean. You see, Thomas, what they actually reported is that let me say, I saw it here. It says videos and pictures shared on social media show some individuals believed to be Obi supporters with bruises, as well as vandalized buses and cars, reportedly deployed to transport supporters to various events held by the party. Confirming the attacks, Lagos Police Command spokesperson Benjamin Hundeyin said 4 persons were injured. So if you look at the size of that rally taking place in Lagos, which is notorious for some, that 4 persons being injured at that rally is not beyond the realms of expectations. In fact, I would say well done to the police if they were able to contain it to that. I think 4 persons being injured at an event that size of that magnitude. I don't think that's beyond reason. You don't want anybody injured at all, but just 4 persons injured. I don't think, yeah.
I don't want anybody injured. I don't support violence, but the information is not detailed by people that were attacked.
Thank you.
In the recording, you would have seen people say, they've run that way, they came this way. Nobody was, they were just entreating people. See, politics in Nigeria, even APC can come up with something like this. A lot of people come up with they can break windscreen. How much is windscreen? What car are they driving? Say, what that bus is. They will go and buy the windscreen 10,000. They can.
You make me remember.
They might want to create that impression. I see them attacking also. So that's why I'm saying. I'm not saying it's good to attack people, but that information about that attack was not detailed enough for me. With the way things are,
are you saying? Hold on, let somebody have a conversation with you, D. Are you suggesting
I've not
that?
landed my point.
No. I wanted to interject for a moment, but are you suggesting that they injured themselves? That's what I was going to say. But Thomas, back to you. Yeah.
One man, come on now. Why would they injure themselves?
No, that's almost what that was being indicated. But back to you, Thomas. Yeah.
Well, one man, there is nothing that cannot be orchestrated in Nigeria. That is what I want you to know. If you know politics, I normally say this like broken record. DOG, I think we are the same. We are in Ibadan. When Babade Dibutu was there, many things happen. One man, many things has go under the bridge. Political party, they instigate fight themselves to accuse their opponents. It has happened. I've saw that before. One man, political party themselves, they will instigate fight among themselves to accuse the other party that they are the one that come and attack them. One man. Nigerian politics has gone to that extent.
Do you honestly think Peter Obi's campaign would do this?
I am not saying they did that.
No. I think that's a bit excessive.
So one man, it's not even about politics now. It has been happening since back in the days of
back in the days, DOG,
and with the way this Obi campaign is going, and more especially in Lagos, they want to paint a picture for us about Lagos. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying anybody should be attacked, but I'm not saying it's a fact. What I'm saying is a fact, but it's a possibility because I would have expected more detailed video, even if you can't film it when it was happening. But the information, we are attacked. When Spain is broken, we are showing us people that were being treated. But no information. They came through this way. They came with a bus. They started this. They've run that way. Those information are not there. And if you think the Lagos Police Command officer will come out and dispute they will create more problems.
All right. Thank you, D. I'm not sure that I can accept that. I'm not sure that I can accept that people that were attacked orchestrated their own attack. I think that's a bit excessive. No. But back to you. Round of that space, Thomas.
Oh yes. That's fine. The attack should be condemned, but the whole deal that was linked should be condemned more, because you can't, because of what happened in Lagos, then now you are gathering tools. Even they say that they are not gathering the tools, they have the tools already. Does that not sound like IPOP to you, one man? They said they have the tools, or like a or like a you or like an unknown gunman. They have the tools, but just them to, they are ready to go and fight. No, election will come, election will go. We will see brothers and sisters from the east to the west to the north to the south. I am preaching peace now. Let there be peace. Let Nigerians vote who they want to vote for, and let's know who is going to be the president. There should be Nigerian politics is do or die to the politician, but to we Nigerians, it should not be do or die affair. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. And a brief commentary on this at Thomas, and I'll go on to Tiger. It says, don't be deceived. I am fully for Tinubu. This is Mallam Buhari feeling the need to clear the air at the Gombe rally. So he's speaking to a lot of the speculation that is making the rounds that Buhari is actually backing Atiku Abubakar. But that speculation, crucially, is now actually making the rounds in the grassroots in the north, who are getting that the subliminal messaging from Aso Rock is that they want to retain a northerner in situation. So Buhari moves to clear the air, but he's speaking via a third party, of course, Pantami in Gombe State. Do you think then that this is sufficient enough to address that space that Buhari himself, not even the Kabalo, is working against Tinubu?
To me, in my opinion, I've said it thousands of times. The Buhari's body language is not speaking. It's not speaking in the language we are understanding. Let me use Buhari's word. So his body language is not showing that he's supporting Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. His body language, to me, his body language, no. His body language is not showing that. But if it's reiterating it every time, this is not the first time, isn't it? This is not the first time he said it. This is not the first time he said surrogate. That, guys, calm down. I am in support of this person. But even to me, I don't think Buhari have any point not to support Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I don't think he has any point or any. I don't think he should be having that in his mind, because the guy has supported him quite 8 years now. That he has been a president. I've never seen once Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu attack Buhari, even though there are some policy even in Asiwaju's heart of heart, he doesn't agree with Tinubu. There are many killings that has happened in the south that even Tinubu is supposed to speak to, and Tinubu just stay aloof, because speaking anything against Buhari is a political suicide. So, but to me, I think, let me just say, the party at large, they are supporting Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I think, but if Buhari is saying that as well, yes, let's take it for his word that is supporting him. But my own assertion, his body language is not showing so, because I haven't seen him, Buhari, say it out, vote for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. All their rallies is just to carry flag, carry broom, dance one Skelewu dance, and that is all. So I want him to speak, say it frontally, mention it. So people like doubting Thomas, like me, they will agree with him that he's supporting Asiwaju. But to me, it's not showing the sign. The body language is not showing it. Thank you, Mama.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas.
Can I add something to,
let me say this. One second, okay. Please. He came, I will come out for Hikem if he wants to come in.
All right. Is that Nkem, our guy from Lagos?
I don't know. I don't know.
All right.
I saw the comment section. Somebody
all right.
If you want, it's ready to come in.
All right. Do that, and I'll send the link. So yes, Tunaja, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, I think the issues Tinubu is having is a combination of factors. The way he treated Osibanjo didn't help, and he wasn't he was more of a sore winner. That wasn't good for him, and that is what is playing into what is happening now. And I think Thomas mentioned why Tinubu is not ahead in any of the polls. I think because of his performance during the campaign itself. Because I saw a video of Tinubu just a couple of days ago. I think the Nigerian Economic Summit group, that interview that he did, I found it very compelling. But that was not the Tinubu you saw throughout the campaign. The Tinubu you saw in the campaign is going to lose. But if the Tinubu that was in that interview was the one present in the campaign, he probably would have made more inroads by now. And if he wasn't being very insulting to Buhari and his vice president on his way to winning the ticket, maybe he would have done better by now. And because of the issue still remains that it still appears unwell. But what I saw there was a level of loyalty from his followers, and I saw a man that is quite intelligent, highly intelligent, actually. Not just intelligent, it's actually
sorry.
intelligence.
Hold on. Did that catch you off guard? Because it's always been known that Tinubu is supremely ever since his days from Lagos State, people have always acknowledged that he has a super brain. So you sound as though you were surprised.
No, I was surprised. Why? Because
then they are new to Nigerian politics. If that's surprising.
I was a big guy. He had a long chance to show us he's intelligent, but he didn't show that. But the problem is, the reason why he wasn't able to show it, that problem still remains. You see,
the reason why he wasn't able to show what?
That intelligence is because
but he's shown it all the way through. No, hold on. Which time was he not showing intelligence?
See, I'm telling you what I saw in that interview was different.
No, hold on. You said the reasons why he wasn't at some period in time able to show intelligence. So I'm asking you, which period in time was he not?
Like when he goes to campaign, he barely talks about policy. He just says, vote for us, or calls this one name. He doesn't say much. And he goes away
as opposed to who does that?
As opposed to people like Peter Obi,
Peter talks about policy.
Yeah, he talks about policy, consumption to production. He talks about all the other things that he's going to do for the people. But I just
like what?
Come on, take yes for an answer, one man. I'm trying to tell you something positive about the candidate you like.
No, but you're not on a solid footing. You're speaking from a position of unknowing. Is more what I'm trying to. Because if you've ever said Tinubu has not consistently demonstrated high functioning intelligence, then I'm not sure what reading of the space. Let me tell you what I'm saying. That no. What are the polls suggesting?
They are suggesting that he's not the intelligence I saw on that day is not the intelligence that he's sending out there, so that people can know his capacity. And I'm telling you the reason why
why
health issue. Why have I not seen it? Do you think I'm blind? I'm listening to him. Why have I not seen it?
No, you don't have a grasp of it.
One man, you are not trying to understand what's to Nigeria.
No, I do understand what he's saying. What he's saying is that Tinubu, he was debilitated in health, and that did not enable him to transmit the intelligence. That now that he seems to be having some sort of a bounce in health, that intelligence is showing through. But he wasn't able to show that because of that health issue. And that health issue, Tunaja is saying it remains consistent still, and that will be his Achilles heel. But I disagree with all of that. It's just what I'm saying. I understand what he's saying.
Clearly, you do understand, but I'm not sure your disagreement is quite valid, because if somebody is intelligent and it's also incapacitated, that is a problem.
But he's not incapacitated. He's not incapacitated, though, is the thing.
Well, and let me tell you this. Let me come in here. I think for people like Tunaja and some others to see Tinubu as a person who is mentally incapacitated, or person that doesn't have that ability or capacity to articulate his plan. It's because he doesn't talk to the press. He doesn't see that you have not sat down the way others have done, particularly Obi, with several media houses. He has not done that. And so he has not really show his class in comparison to Obi that have been to media several times and some other. So this time around, seeing him for the first time, sitting down, answering hard questions from intelligent people. These are not riff-raff or politicians. Intelligent, captain of industries, sitting down, they asking him questions particularly on economy, and this guy answered all these questions, straight to the point, intelligently, and accurately, and to the best that of what he was looking for from a leader. So he was shocked that can this guy be? Where did this Tinubu coming from? This Tinubu that they said he cannot do anything. So this man have the brain like this. So you cannot. Nigeria is just appreciating the fact that, look, Tinubu is intelligent. He doesn't know because he have not sat down like this before, and he's sitting down for the first time, and he was able to pour out there all his plan that he sees that is good for Nigeria. So
hold on. Let me come in after Janle Koko. Rational mind.
So Nigeria is impressed. Tinubu show an impressive, outing with that interview. And Nigeria is appreciating that.
That's what I saw.
No. Let me say. I take on board what you're saying, but I'm not of the thought that Nigeria was either shocked or maybe impressed, but not shocked. I think what happened when Tunaba saw that his mind was disabused. That's what happened. So his mind was disabused. Yes, that's what happened.
See, I knew he was intelligent. Come on, I knew he was intelligent, but to hear it from him, and
shall I just give me a microsecond to explain what I mean that your mind was disabused? I'm suggesting maybe not you, but maybe you being the example of that space. There's been a consistency of our campaign of calmness around the Tinubu space. And when Tinubu makes a nuance, like let's say, for instance, he made some church rat reference, which is a metaphor for higher thinking. But people will latch onto that space. And then by the time they spun it in that cycle that they spin these things, it looks somewhat silly. And then when it makes either a faux pas in speech, but then if you look at the elegance of everything that he has said, it's consistent with high functioning, but a misspoken word here or there, and is latched onto, and then they recycle it, ably embellished by people like Arise TV. So so that space, that campaign of harmony has been so aggressive and so well orchestrated. Hold on, let me land it. It's been so aggressive and so well orchestrated that it has subliminally messaged into the mind of a lot of people who may not have a rounded understanding of Tinubu, to bring him to that understanding that Agbado, handshake, and all of that. But now that Tinubu comes out in that, and Tinubu, he's not been avoiding media interaction. He's just been isolating from media spaces that he knows are hostile to him. But now that he has positioned himself in this manner, he's only presenting as he has always been. There's nothing that's changed other than people now see it as it always has been. If you go through Tinubu, you know that when Tinubu was running the primaries, he was running the please, let's move away from any idea that he bought the primaries. He did not really buy the primaries. No, a lot of money exchanged hands. Rotimi Amechi came with a huge war chest, as did. Remember when we were showing the clips of Oshibanjo handing out 300,000 naira in bags in Ibadan? So they all tried to buy their way through. But Tinubu, he politicked against all these high-functioning people, and he won through for reasons of relationships that he had formed over the years. So that's high-functioning. And you're saying Tinubu, he owns Lagos State. if you look at Lagos State, you have people like Fashola and Bode, all of these people, you say they are his acolytes. These are people, these are alpha people themselves. So if Tinubu, if he's debilitated or if he's not high functioning, he would not have oversight and command over these people, over the 5th largest economy in Africa. If he wasn't strong mentally, he would not. He would not. So Tinubu has always, there was not any point in time that he has not been a genius level person. But the campaign of Kalmani is subliminally messaged to certain spaces. But that space now coming to realization. So to Niger, disabused, not shocked, disabused.
Can I say something?
I will let you say, let me say something though, one man. Look, Tinubu have not gone good to himself. Enough for not speaking to the press, for not sitting down with them all this while before that one of yesterday or the video we watched with economic summit. He didn't do good to himself. He should have sat down with what do you call it, channels, and even if his own media house, TVs, organize some interview with them, shoot it out there to show that, look, I'm not brainless. I have the brain, high functioning brain. So he allow people to have how do I describe it? A different a kind of a misconception about him, about his personality and his health and his everything that he represents. So, but to Niger, and I believe to a lot of obedience that have watched this thing, a lot of them will have seen different Tinubu now. They will have, watching that video, a lot of them will say, man, this is not the man, is this man is intelligent. A lot of them, I believe, they will acknowledge that performance of that man. And that is what To Niger is acknowledging now, that, look, this man, he got the brain. I salute him. I'm impressed with his performance. But, you know, a lot of them doesn't know, because a lot of them are new in politics. They have not watched Tinubu for over a while. They don't know him well. So it's because of this politics, and they just jump into politics hurriedly, and they doing follow, started chanting that he has no brain. And because, like you said, this Blabalu, sometimes that gaff, and they just, their media houses and what do you call it, their influencer will blow it all over the internet, and that is what people know about him. So he should have counted it with his team to have sat down and talk with some media houses, but he didn't do it. But now that he did it, I think a lot of them will begin to see a different Tinubu, that this is a Tinubu with brain, intelligent, and a person that have the capacity to lead, and not as been described by mostly
by the obedience.
Yeah, by the obedience.
No, he did it to himself, though. This stuff started. Let me make this point. It started from even before the campaign. Remember when he was talking about Agbado, cassava, and then he paused for almost 20-something seconds, just hanging in one place. That is what started all these rumors about his health not being very good. Then he went on to the campaign, avoiding media and avoiding long exposure. That is what is depressing his votes.
You accused him of word counting once on this platform.
Of course, no. I still think that is the reason why they are worried that he's going to say some crazy stuff again. But you see, you have to give somebody credit when you can see it. When he came out for 40-something minutes, they were questioning him, and he was answering coherently and with intelligent answers. They gave him a few seconds to answer questions about security, and he reeled out all the right things. It tells you that this guy is, when he's functioning fully, he can't really make a coherent case. But there is something that has hindered him all this while. And I think that's something, one man, you have to understand. That is why he's behind in the polls. It's not because people just campaigned against him. This is one of the most powerful politicians in Nigeria.
No, that's not. It's not behind in the polls, by the way, because the polls that the landscape has dubbed it the Onitsha market polls. But rational mind, has your mind been disabused? Just like, are you here now to sing praises of Tinubu? As that day come, rational mind.
I'm yet to watch that that thing you talk about. I think maybe when you showed it or you played it there, I wasn't online. I was busy. I've been busy for the past 2 days. Anyway, if I were to go by what you people already said, I want to hold on to that because I have my own. I know Tinubu, the Tinubu I know. I want to speak much on that, but the question I want to ask, which I think Ajaleko raised up already, was if is this good, like people say from that interview, because I know Tinubu and his people to be very good at staging things. I'm not saying he's not intelligent, don't get me wrong. Like you said, if somebody could hold Lagos State to himself and in the midst of people, other intelligent people like Fashola and the rest of them, who I think they tried at some point, even to this very moment, I think they're still trying to plan some coup. Who's going to succeed him after he's gone, or even while he's still alive? Some people are still planning coup behind him. It's one of his boys. I think Fashola is one of them. Who's going to wear that mantle after his demise? But then that's another topic for another day. So my point is that I know he must be intelligent to be able to hold that Lagos State to himself the way he has done. But the question now is, like Ajaleko raised, was if he's this good, why didn't he appear for interview? If you can speak eloquently like all of you have been saying that he did in that interview, why is he avoiding interviews? I mean, public debate. I mean, this is the debate that everybody has to come. If you're sure of yourself, you're sure of what your knowledge, your intelligence, like all of you have said he has, why is he avoiding interview? So that's still giving me that thing that there's something much more than what we know, what we understand. Could it be that thing you people are praising him to the high heavens for? Could it be that it was stage managed, like we know them to always do things to proper?
You've not watched it now, so if you watch it, then you have to watch it.
Conclusion. But like I'm saying, if something is not right, something is not right. You know, the thing is this. My point is, what is it?
It was rational man. I've watched it. And I made some comment which one man is
I can't hear you.
Though he voted, he's one who picked my. Yeah. Sorry. What I'm saying is that I did watch it yesterday, but I also went because they were praising so much high. I went to watch it this afternoon. I would say he performed up to 60% if I would score him, because if you go and listen to that interview, just cool down and listen to his answers, you will know he was giving some wrong answers. He was giving. So, for example, when they asked him, I wrote certain things down here. When he was asked about what are your plans in scaling opportunities for those large population of young people who are unemployed, he said, number one, first of all, commodity exchange. How can you answer like that? First of all, commodity exchange. You understand me?
Abado. That's
No. Rational mind. Hold on. It is actually not true what Tiger just said. What he said, because we were all here. In fact, I took the notes they're still on my screen. What he said was that it will give tax incentives to people employing. He said the solution to mass unemployment lies with the private sector. And he said he was going to give tax incentives to people employing 500 or more people to an attractive level that will encourage them to sweep up the unemployment. So that's one of the solutions to mass unemployment, is tax incentives to the private sector. And he also said that electricity was going to be one of the driving forces of employment, and that is one space that he was going to tackle frontally, citing examples of his attempts in Lagos State. So that was where he wrapped that. I'm not quite sure what Tiger is doing with that.
Is that the answer to that very question that Tiger said he was asked?
We watch it here now. So I don't know.
Let me say something. asking so many questions. So one man, you are just what Tinubu did, and that thing he did. This, please go and listen to it again. Listen to it properly. What I did was, when he answered a question, I stop it, pause it, roll it back again, then try to hear him very clearly. The lady asking is, what are your plans in scaling opportunities for this large population of young uh, unemployed youth? And he said, first of all, he said, this is what he said, first of all, commodity exchange. And that's okay. He didn't elaborate on what he meant by commodity exchange. Then he said, number two, make farming more attractive. And number three, and he said that the youth that can operate AK-47 can also operate a tractor to plant these seeds. You understand? That's not those questions, but it's not what I want to deal
No,
with
no,
now. I want to
that's actually not true. Also, that
true one,
AK-40, no, it's not true now, because we did 6 hours of it yesterday. When it was speaking to the AK-47 space, it was speaking to the insurgency space. And if, in fact, he got a round of applause when he made that comment. That this
youth, remember.
All right, we don't want to re-legislate it. Just go and watch it. Don't worry. Let Rational Mind go and watch it yourself.
It's okay.
What this guy is just doing is pulling together to pray. It's just I don't know what. No. Let's just abandon. You should have come yesterday to tackle it, and it's still on the platform for people.
Well, for me, I mean, my point is just general point. I'm just making it. Why is it not appearing for a debate? Because this is how you present yourself to Nigerians. I mean, I'm not saying what
mind.
Hold on. I'm not saying what he did. Hold on, bro. I'm not saying what he did by appearing, yes, like people talked about. That's another way you can sell himself to the Nigerians too, really. But we want you to be in the midst of candidates, other candidates, and then that's another way of doing it, whereby you can be that. But you've been avoiding this. So if you're this intelligent, why? You see, my point is, just let me conclude on that. I've said it here when somebody was saying that he's intelligent. That was why I was able to hold Lagos. Yes, he's able to hold Lagos because, like I said, this guy is very good at politics. But when it comes to governance, being administrator of a country, there's two different things when it comes to that. So can this guy really govern or rule or lead a country as Nigeria? That's where my point is. And going by what I've known about his antecedent, what people try to sell us about his performance in Lagos, which from this very, very day, I don't even understand what people are talking about. If it's not maybe the same Lagos I lived back in 1999 to when he left office. Agreed, you can say he has, he plays the trail for how Lagos evolved over the years. With that, to me, is still debatable too. So, but then, just to sum it up, for me, that question still remains: why don't you want to appear for debate if you're this intelligent? I rest it there.
One man, sorry if I may just chip into what I think why Bola Ahmed Tinubu won't have come out at that early stage was there was too many rumors about the drugs, about his origin, about his mother. And those are the questions. It will go to those places like Arise and channels to go and be answering. Oh, did you school in? And he doesn't want that to affect his campaign. So he diverted his attention to where he will answer the direct question that has to do with people contesting rather than the allegations. There was too many allegations there. And a politician like him would think of, okay, if I go to Arise, what are the questions they will be asking? They won't be really asking him questions about policy. They'll be asking questions about those allegations. And I don't think he wants to sit down and be answering that. So to me, I think it was wise, not even at
how about the Kadaria one? The Kadaria. Everybody.
I disagree. DOG. I do disagree with you because those questions, Tinubu has been asked those questions. What you are just saying, he has been asked those questions before and he has answered them previously. He has answered them. So that's not why I think Tinubu, for some time, he wasn't feeling well properly, although he went to seek medication. They gave him some medicine to be taken, and whatever he's suffering can can
Sorry.
can trigger any time. Though he has some medication.
Hold on. On what authority are you saying that? Where did he go for this medication, and what medication are you talking about?
He has a doctor. He goes abroad to receive to see his doctor.
Where are you getting that from? Where you getting that from?
Well, time one he fell, and two we see two people whenever he's walking they are nudging him outside so that he doesn't fall. We know that, and sometimes he says certain things. His speech is not coherent.
They are nudging him so he doesn't fall.
No, you could watch the old video. You could see they are by his side to make sure, and sometimes they put out their hand so that if he falls, maybe they can grab him or make him not to fall. I know he has some health challenges. Anybody can suffer that, but what I'm saying, his health has improved.
No. What do you mean? What do you mean? You know he has some health challenges. On what authority?
Seeing him the way he's behaving, the way he's talking, and he lacks strength sometimes. So now his health has improved better than before, and kudos to his doctors who have put him up to be in that standard now. That's why
But
he
this
didn't
same
participate
guy,
in
Tiger,
the-
this same guy ran campaign almost better than anybody around that country. All this period.
I said before
So that's
then,
why
before
I'm
then,
saying.
before
That's why I'm saying. I think he probably thought, okay, I'd rather put my attention to and concentrate on campaigning around the nation, rather than going to sit down to answer questions of, they say you're a drug dealer, they say you have a case in the US, they say people will start pinpointing things out from there, all those interviews, and they'll be using it against him till today if he had gone to those interviews then.
But they've asked him these things. He has answered it. If you watch Tinubu old video,
I agree with DOG.
he has answered all these
is
questions.
right.
He has answered all these
DOG is
questions
right.
about drugs.
Sorry, hold on, D. You said he has answered that question. Is that then to say that because he has answered that question, when he turns up at Arise TV, Rufai will not be badgering him with those questions anymore?
It's me who said that, not DOG. They will ask him.
No. Yeah. So they will ask him, and then he will give an answer, and then they'll leave it there, Abi.
Yeah, because if he answered that, Rufai would, for example, if he goes to Arise and they ask him such question, he give them answer, they will not ask him that question again.
Really?
Arise will not ask him that
But
question
one
again.
man,
Yes, because he has answered.
You must be a joker.
Tiger. But one man. Arise is not the only people that were organizing something like that. I just gave you an example of Kadaria. To this very day, you people, let me say you people, the Batifites, they spin it back then. They said, well, the day they gave him, he conflicted with his schedule, blah, blah, blah. They asked to repeat another day, blah, blah, blah. And to this very day, it never appeared. Mind you, Oshibajo is Oga, Bubu. They appeared in 2019, as well as other candidates. They appeared. It's just more like this is not even a debate. So what is this guy about this guy?
But sorry, how is the Kadaria? No, forget. Kadaria is not the decider of the Nigerian.
I'm not saying it's the decider.
Hold on. What is the difference between? You said you haven't watched it, so you may not be able to draw the parallel. But what is the difference between a Kadaria interaction and the interaction we saw yesterday?
Wow, that's a question for him to answer.
Because
for you, I'm not asking you, woman. You're going to say whatever you want to say. So this question still remains for Tinubu from his camp.
No, he's not obliged. What obliges him? Hold on, Tiger, please. What obliges him to go to Kadaria?
What obliges him?
Yes.
So what obliges him to go to where he went yesterday?
No, that's what I'm saying. He's under no obligation to go, especially to Kadaria.
Right?
No. Hold on. He did not select where to go because everybody did. Hold on. If you hold on, then you'd understand. He did not select where to go because all of the three leading candidates, they went to that same spot.
What spot?
Yes, the one that he went. All those three of them went there.
So by not going to Kadaria and going to other ones other people attended, what did he do there? Did he not select?
What do you mean he's elected? Look,
what do you understand that the word select?
All right. No. What? I mean, I don't even understand what. I'm not understanding.
Saying something that
no. I'm not understanding what you're getting at.
Okay.
It was an. I can bring it up again. We reacted to his interaction with that space yesterday, and then we reacted to Peter Obi's interaction with that space today in this afternoon, and tomorrow we'll be reacting to Atiku Abubakar's interaction with that space. So it wasn't that though he went to some soft cell space that was geared towards him. It was a senior Nigerian economic something forum. That was the people that were organizing it, and they brought in the three of them to interrogate them on their economic plans for the Nigerian state. Okay. So it wasn't as though he went to some soft cell space that was geared towards his favor. They brought all three of them in to interrogate them. So it doesn't matter if it's Kadira or not. I'm not sure what the fixation is with Kadira. Kadira is not anything other than a journalist, so he went to a space that interrogated him on his policy positioning.
There's no fixation here. I'm just giving you an example because those who tend to make a case for explain why Tinubu has not been appearing for what we say we are appearing. You say okay. Let me use the same word for you. What's the fixation with Arise? If you were talking about fixation,
it's a hostile space.
Well, you can say that.
No. Are you saying it's not? Because we've got the clip of Arise's chairman telling us that it's a PDP man campaigning for PDP.
Well, you can say that.
What do you mean I can say that? Have you not seen the clip? When it was saying Tambuwa Lulule.
Either it is not.
The video is out there. It's a PDP man.
And you have seen it.
It's a PDP man.
I understand.
Hold on.
And even Ruben Abate is a PDP
man. So even there was a video that he was sitting down with maybe Tambuwa.
Wike Olule. We also
I know. Just go straight to the point. So what's the point?
No.
That Arise is a hostile space, and you are saying it's a hostile space.
Then why can't he allow his own or ask his TVC to organize one?
Yeah, but he has gone one better. He has gone one better. He has gone to an independent space.
This one is
to be interrogated.
All the ones that
rational mind.
Hold on.
No. Are you so sorry? Are you objecting to the fact that he went to an independent space to be interrogated? So what's your objection?
Take him going by.
Yeah, then go on. Go on. Everybody else has saying it.
I get you. If it's independent, that's fine. But I just give you an example of the lady who I mentioned you're telling me about being fixated. This is an NTA and MacArthur foundation. We know NTA is government, it's federal government, it's owned by the federal government. And this guy never showed up.
Yeah, but where he has gone is even better than NTA. It's non-aligned politically, the space.
Well, it could be better.
But how about Channel?
Oh, right, yeah. Channel 2 did their own. Good.
But he has gone. No. Hold on. Are you hearing what I'm saying? I've just said to you now. He has gone to an independent space that interrogated him on his policy position.
And that is good. Don't get me
yes.
wrong.
So what more do you want?
Well, don't tell me what more.
No, I'm asking you. What more do you want?
I'm not to be confrontational here.
No, we're having a conversation now. What more do you want? Hold on. Yeah, so what? Yeah. So as I said, he went to an independent space where he was interrogated on his policy positioning. Not in an adversarial way, in an invitation to explain how you are positioned policy-wise.
What I want is a debate where he would stand among other candidates. We can say that maybe all these ones he's doing, like all this one he appeared yesterday, he talked about, it could make up for that. But Nigerians still want to see him stand in front of other candidates.
No,
You see, this is how we promote mediocrity in that country.
No, forget all of that. Stay within the conversation. Don't run off on that. No, just wait. Take at that the Kokosa. Yeah.
Rational mind. Yet he supposed to stand in a debate with others, but this guy have not done it. That one we gone past that. But the one he did yesterday, I am telling you, is by independent body, and it was the best of the best I have seen among all that have been conducted, all the what do you call this thing? What do you call it?
He doesn't have. It doesn't have Rufai trying to badger him to score points with his obedient friends.
How did they say? Is it hall?
Town hall.
Is it hall? Among all town halls being organized, this is the best so far. You go and watch it, you will see. You will see.
It's senior-minded people.
Chairman, yes. Chairman
asking intelligent, important questions. Not Rufai Hosseini trying to badger him and score points.
I disagree with one man.
And not Kadira
I disagree.
that was fighting Showore. Instead of interview, that one was even articulate. He was engaging in fight with you, like the CV came to fight him. Forget about Kadira.
Rational mind. Hold on. Let me ask you a question, rational mind. Are you looking to see Tinubu embarrassed, or are you looking to? Oh no, hold on. Let me ask the question. Are you looking to see Tinubu embarrassed, or are you looking to hear him explain his plans for Nigeria? Which one are you looking to see?
I'm looking to see him explain what he has for Nigerians.
He did that yesterday.
Okay. Like I said, I'm yet to see it. I'm yet to see that.
Maybe.
It's easy for us to say things the way you just said it now, just to box me into a corner.
Rational mind.
No. I asked you a straightforward question. Yeah.
Rational mind. Sorry, I don't know what you guys are all about. I don't understand. He came here. He did not come there. We have gone past all this. He went to TVC or he did not go to TVC. For Christ's sake, let's abandon that for 1 minute and look at the policy. I didn't watch the video, this thing live, because Japan time we are ahead. I woke up this morning. I have a forum when I have some people like stakeholder between Nigeria and internationally, and they gave Tinubu a prop up, and I was impressed. It's just that it's on my WhatsApp. I cannot read it out. People that matters in that country and internationally, they gave Tinubu a prep that with this he did, they are saying that guy still got it and he might win. That's the word they use. I'm not going to spin it. That he might win, and they say unfortunately he's the best among the three, and they were very disappointed in Atiku. Not impressed with Obi at all.
We played Obi this afternoon. It was total rubbish.
Yeah.
But what rational mind wants, he wants him embarrassed. That's what he really wants. Yeah.
Please let me finish. Let's give this my due when he's let's give him his credit when he's due.
One piece.
Hold on, please. He did well in that place. And he gave a good policies and he explained how he's going to carry them out, and it's okay. We don't need to start bashing him.
I'm not bashing him. Hold on.
No, you want to see him embarrassed. That's what you want.
That's the word you use.
Rational mind to watch that thing before he
says.
Look, rational mind. Let me tell you something. Look, foreign investors, any foreign investor that watch those interviews, all of three of them, I am telling you, rational man. All of them will opt for Tinubu.
Okay, Jalico, what you just said now, you just pushed me to like one of the statements made from the IMF assistant director in West Africa aims to be my cousin, and this is what he said. Although sloppy, he had most practical idea. I'm coming to tell him that he might just win. He's talking about Tinubu. That people that decide.
The guy has a brain. The rest of them don't.
I mean, I'm not a Tinubu man. I'm not a Tinubu man. But if you
people that decide Nigeria, then he said the three candidates asked the same similar question at the Nigeria Economic Summit. I'm a bit disappointed by PO, that's Peter Obi.
Peter Obi is a dunce.
That one is the worst.
It's completely brainless. Completely.
What I would say is this. I think rational. Let me be honest with you.
I've never seen such a poor outing in my life.
It was awful.
It cannot answer a single question.
Now,
it's just beating around the bush, and it will not answer the question around at the end of it all.
Can I say something here?
It was a real
dunce. Never answered
one of them. One of them said, Obi is basking in the prayer of becoming a president. He has the best intention, new thinking, but needs to go on deeper. He's saying Obi is far behind Tinubu. He has to go deeper, try to think of better ideas to bring up.
Obi is a dunce. It doesn't have it in him. It's a dunce.
So let me quickly address this thing that you said you wanted to.
It's not true, one man. Let me tell you, right? Everyone here, they are basing euphoria of what do you call it?
One man, you made a mistake. You made a mistake for not bringing that to be interviewed this evening. You will have
I did it in the afternoon. Now it was so shameful.
No, you should have. The evening show. This time show is always the best.
Then on a Monday too, on a Monday afternoon,
everybody.
I have Tinubu's answers here. I have
brought
what they asked
Tinubu, and we will have analyzed it to point to the world how dunce that guy is. He's the most dunce ever presidential aspirant I've ever seen in the history of that country.
Wow.
But maybe he's tired. Maybe he was tired.
Anyway, now I've spoken about that. See, I came in because of one thing I want to know, because of Tiger. The other day, when that rally happened in those states, and I said one thing, that thing will cost them. And I said again, we don't go to meeting, but we have same thing in mind. Maybe if you didn't listen, I think Ero Sula just came here and said the same thing I'm saying. Progress is saying the same thing I'm saying. That lady, that Benin said the same thing as I'm saying. Even other Benin people from different aspects of in the world, we have one thing in mind. That shenanigan they pulled the ring road is total disaster for Peter Obi, and he's calling for violence. That obedient space. Now, for the past 7 years,
you are not saying the truth. How can you be violent? Because I have someone.
Hold on, Tiger and Rational Mind. You're not telling me about my state. I'll tell you about my state, and I'll lecture you about my state. Hold on. For 7 years now, there have not been any political assassination in Benin. We'll give that to Obaseki. He came with the politics of ideology and all that. And there's a slogan in Benin: "Talk your own, I talk my own." He started at that time. Even at his second coming, when it was highly tensed up, the Oba Benin have to call both of the party and run them, and that stabilized that peace. Now, what the Labour Party just did that day is calling for violence. But like you guys don't know, Oshomole came to Ring Road, and you guys mopped him up. When PDP is coming, PDP control Ring Road, then Mutari, and the PDP candidate there is Matthew Duekemes. Is going for Senatorial District. That is Senatorial District. He's coming to campaign, and Mutari is currently the MC Olumo of Benin that control the motor park. Do you think they will allow Labour Party to do that nonsense they did to Oshomole? They will not allow it.
So what? Hold on.
It will be bloodbath if they try it now. And that voice message they sent, that guy that sent that voice message, it's not from this world at all. It's not even, maybe it's far in Umuahia. He doesn't know what they call Benin. Benin is not where you want to.
What message?
Anybody could have sent that message that you are clamping onto now.
Hold on. To Niger, it could be anybody, but Benin don't take it like that. Could be any. Don't just start it at all. It's better. When you start Benin, it's not like.
Wrong. You're wrong. Hold on. Let me tell you. I'll let you continue. Hold on. At the beginning of this,
let me say something
hold
quickly
on now,
before you
make I tell you
continue.
something because you go
I know you're going to tell me. Let me
Sorry, well, let him just interject so that
let me interject you.
yeah.
At the beginning of this election cycle, when everything was heating up, there are at least I know of 2 videos online of Benin boys threatening with gun that if Obino enter this election, say we go. There was this guy, he had gun, he had blue gun
It's
inside.
not in Benin.
Oh yeah, you go. This is the
Rational mind.
hold on.
Uniben
guy.
Hold on now. That's why I want you to tell you something before you tell me what you're going to tell me. This is not Benin. Let me tell something really quick about Benin. Now, you see, if you slap somebody in Uniben Gate, which is Ugbowo, it's Ugbowo, before you get to Salute Junction, the 18 local government district, people have been killed because of that slap. That's Benin for you. You don't have to wait the slap person in Ugbowo, the retaliation in Ugbowo. When you slap somebody in Ugbowo, somebody will be shot in Ekenwa, somebody will be shot in Aunchi, somebody will be shot in Ekpoma. That is Benin for. That's why we don't call for violence in Benin. When it starts, you cannot stop it. Benin is very different when it comes to all this. Not what they are doing is IPOB, they are doing one Imoya. If it's Benin, the state, I've been telling you heard the call for coffee in Benin, they will lock the state down. When it starts, your best friend becomes your best enemy. That's Benin. That's why we are saying that move they were making is totally unacceptable.
What's your point? What's your point with this?
My point is this: that thing they did there that day, PDP is yet to campaign. Hold on, PDP is yet to campaign, and when anything violent starts in Benin, that political assassin we have not seen for 7 years, it will come back in full force, and we don't want that. That I will not, regardless is OB or obedient APC, the killing will not start in those states, and we don't need it. If Shomla is coming to campaign, let him campaign and go in peace. If Obi is coming to campaign, when Obi came to Benin, they attacked him. He came and he left. Now PDP is coming to campaign, and if they try that nonsense, there will be bloodbath. And that will start.
No, we don't want that language of bloodbath.
There will be problem. That's one thing we are trying to say here. That move they make, it pisses everybody off in Benin.
Let me tell you what, please. You don't. Let me tell you. Each time people come here, you start saying bloodbath, bloodbath. You people don't have money for your bloodbath.
So sorry. Oh God, no. I don't want that language here. But thank you. Let me go because let's address this once and for all. I'm going to take a question each. The first question that Tinubu was asked and how he answered. And then the first question that Peter Obi was asked and how he answered. And then I did say that Peter Obi is a dunce, and Tunaja quickly left to say that was excessive language. But let's take the first question Tinubu was asked, and then we do that with Peter Obi. And by the way, before we play it, listen to the question and then see if the answer marries up with the question. So for both of them, listen to the question and see if the question marries up with the response.
It's a delight to be here today, and thank you, Dr. Jai, for the invitation. I am particularly pleased that you focused a lot on power, and you talked about security, talked about oil and gas.
We can't hear very well.
Investment in power, because in line with our purpose of improving lives and transforming the society, we recognize that power is what's going to actually catalyze the growth that we all seek across all the sectors, including what you said. In the past year, I've been group CEO for about 3 years now. The past 6 months, thank you very much, sir. It was quite interesting because as we saw the challenges with the oil and gas sector, we've also been impacted. And to put this in context, Nigeria's power today comes mainly from the thermal and hydro. The thermal is actually 89%. So as we're having the issues with gas, coming from the challenges around the sector, from the oil theft, the vandalization, it's affected the business and affected that sector. It'd be nice to just get some more information. Yes, we don't want to give out your secrets, but for me, as someone who represents investors, because that's what Transco is about, we do further investment, it'd be good to get to know more about what we're going to do specifically in this space. Furthermore, of course, as a female, and a female in leadership, I would also like to know some more about what we're going to do for more policies that would encourage create an enabling environment for more female participation in key places. I'm not about token appointments. It's more around, I have the credibility, I have the credentials. And when I say I don't mean Owen, I mean the general female population, whereby we can have certain policies that will enable more women.
I remember this woman. It was more of a lecture than a question.
Thank you very much. The question of our oil sector, you will have identified the problem. Today, there's artificial intelligence, there's technology that can censor those areas of interventions, illegal interventions. Metering is another thing. Reform that is so critical. To me, having been in that industry before, I was the last person on the also condensate project. I separated it from OPEC countries. Amobu made private. Why are we commingling? And what is the problem? That we are not today at a great advantage to compete with Russia on gas. Because we have not invested. We didn't put investment on long-term incentive to compete in Europe. Our gas is in the ground. It cannot turn to money until we push out there. What is the problem? Tax variations. The investors was lower taxes. I don't blame them. But I will grant you the lower taxes and take my deferred profit in the future. The deferred profit can be discounted. I'm turned to money today. As long as there's guarantee of no disruption and effective commitment to the sanctity of contract. Simple. I won't say more than that. I have a secret in my pocket.
All right. So you heard the question and you heard Tinubu's response to it. So that was the first question. Question around the oil and gas space and an elegant solution which he proposes around deferred payments and concession in terms of tax to international players. So we heard that. Let's hear from Peter Obi.
No, one man. Let me ask you now.
Oh my God! Can you just hold on? Let's hear from Peter Obi, and then you can do whatever it is you want to do after. That was the first question that was asked. That was the answer he gave. And we can play it again.
I know.
Because
It wasn't.
So let's go. What do you mean it wasn't the first question? What was the first question?
We saw you. That thing is in the cursor is in the middle. If his first question, it would have gone backwards, like it would have started from the beginning. But it's okay. Let's go forward.
No. So sorry. Sorry. No. Hold on. If you want us to play it all the way, I can play it all the way. The first question from the panel.
Okay.
Yes, that was the first question because I scrolled to the first question. So if you want us to play all of it, we can.
And one man. Actually, that wasn't the first question. The first question was about their plan, why they want to be president.
No. I'm sorry. I wasn't talking about the question from the.
You're talking from the audience.
From the audience. Yeah. From the captain of industries. Yes, from the captain of industries. So here is Peter Obi now. The first question from the captains of industry. So here is the first question. So we can go back to Tinubu again, and then you listen to the question and see if it's consistent with the answer he gave. But I'm inviting you to do the same with Peter Obi now. Listen to the question that the man is asking him and listen to how he responds.
Good morning, Excellency. My name is Larry Akimbo. I'm a non-executive director of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. I have a quick comment and a question. The leadership framework that you described, competence, capacity, compassion, I'd like to add another C, which is courage, because it requires courage to push through the necessary reforms to move Nigeria forward. Now to my question. Given how jarring the data we've seen are, I've also read through your manifesto. To me, it's a bit light on quantitative performance indicators. But I also know that in your campaign, you use a lot of data points to buttress your point. What would be the top 5 quantitative performance indicators by which Nigerians, if you are given the opportunity to lead this country, should judge your administration?
So what will be the top 5 quantitative measures which your administration should be judged by? You heard the question. Now listen to Obi.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I've answered maybe 3 of them, so I had more. Well, you know, Charlie, the reason why it is not fair, at least thank God they said it's the best manifesto among the others. So, but the reason why I didn't go into that is I was waiting to come here and learn more of what I'm going to add. Because if I put everything, I don't know what is going to happen. I'm serious. You must leave room because you don't know everything. I cannot go. I told you that. I gave you an example yesterday, and it happened yesterday. And I called him. And because said, we can do it in 1 year. I said, no, give me 3 years. Because, you know, I've served. There are things inside there that nobody is seeing. Because people live off that confusion. This thing you see, people live off it. They're not going to go away easily. So you need time to also manage them. That's why I added some years for the management and work. So I've said I talked about the issue of security. I've talked about the issue of uniting the country. I've talked about the issue of this. And I can go on. Those things you see there are light. I would like you to help me to add the things that I need to add that will make it work. Because that's why you're here. I'm being honest with you. I spoke to a former American president. We had a very lovely meeting. He said to me, Peter, I said, he asked me a question. What is the most important thing you think leadership? I said, listening and learning. He said, can you do that? I said, yes. He said, you would. Because I can tell you, when I became president of America, half of the things I did, I didn't know it before I came there. It was by visiting all those chambers, and it came out with the idea that was more superior than what I came with. The difference between what I'm going to tell you now, which I said before, is implementation. Even if the worst person had come to Nigeria who didn't know anything, and started implementing what people have been writing for 28 years, things would have changed. Just said, I was telling them a story last night about Abacha. How we were almost supposedly be arrested for not paying duty. The port was congested. Everything was. Under Abacha, you clear goods so faster than you can do today. And we did everything. So we're supposed to be under arrest because they said we didn't pay duty. We didn't do anything. So we went to Abuja to see Abacha. We were 100. They said they're going to lock us up. Only 30 agreed to see him. And when they said I should speak, I started talking. Halfway, the man banged his table and said, call I need the minister. He said, form today. What the congestion? You see this boy who is talking, which is me, chairman, thinker. That's how I got involved in the port. And when they finished it, everybody was coming for Apaja for clearing the port. But All he did, he took decision by listening to us. That's all. If all these that have listened to you, we won't be here talking. We would have been shown different data. So for me, it's a learning process. My manifesto is light on it, but all those things you saw, we will religiously follow it. Maybe increase based on what you're saying now. And I urge you, I'll be calling you to give me things to add. I'm being honest with you. I'm collecting that like I'm collecting to them because I was wrong with them, where people will say, this man is serious.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
All right, so there it is. I'll urge you to go and watch my afternoon session, but so there is Peter Obi.
The way they are all looking at each other.
Can I say something now?
He didn't answer the question.
No, they didn't even understand the question.
Just telling stories.
And by the way, Rational Mind, they asked him 5 questions, and that answer you saw, it gets progressively worse. It did happen on the parameters of an answer, but it did not just have what the guy was inviting were 5 marquee achievements that you can be measured by. He said, but you have to help me. Give me a tap. Just sluggish.
They were all looking at each other.
Go and watch the afternoon session. It's a disaster.
Yeah. That's not fair, one man. I watched that program too, and there are points Peter made that was quite coherent, especially when it comes to power generation and a few other things. He made some very
should we go to the power generation, because I have it on my screen. We
can go into that about and also about exports. Go to the one about exports, where he talked about exports and basically our productivity level, where he was talking about comparing to other countries. That was a very, very compelling message he gave this out there. Was I not the one saying Peter Tinubu did okay? Yeah,
sorry, it's not down to you to say Tinubu did okay. It's a matter of his performance that says he did okay. If you said he did not do okay, then that would be a lie, because we all saw it.
The thing about you, one man, is that you are not impartial. Yeah, I'm impartial.
No, you are not. You are an obedient. You know that.
Was that an obedient came here and
told
you that one man is partial. An obedient came here and told you Tinubu did well, and you are just lambasting Obi as if Obi is completely useless. Come on, man.
All right, apologies, but I did a session on it this afternoon, so I will tell you.
What we are saying is that Obi performed very, very poor, even below the standard we expected of him in this interactive session he had with this economic summit. He just go and listen to the question they asked.
He looked confused and panicked.
I mean, it's the worst I've ever seen him done. The worst ever.
The president of America, former president of America, he went to Abacha.
He couldn't answer that question.
They are all looking at themselves.
He told you he doesn't want to answer. He told you, because you know what he was trying to tell them. He says he actually gave you an example. Come on, don't be disingenuous. He actually said, if all the things politicians have been telling you we're doing them, we'll be better off today. But because he is more focused on implementation. That's what he was telling them.
Implementation? It's a direct question. Just answer it to show to us
hold on. To Niger, it was there for an interactive session or a question and answer session.
Yes.
So it's not
I agree with you on that. He
with captains of
industry, with senior minds,
with captains of industry.
Yeah.
See, he was already answering. He talked about security. He talks about one Nigeria. Then he decided to just quit because he knew all those were platitudes.
Look.
Yeah, because you can just say, I will secure the country. I will do this. I will do that. 5 of them, reel them out. Even I can reel them out now.
No, but you can reel them now, but he could not. That was look. Hold on. If you look at the CV of if you want us to go back, we can. If you look at the CV of the person that was asking the question, that wasn't a silly person. That's an experienced captain of industry, as saying that what are the key performance indicators? List 5 key performance indicators that will be the metric for success under your administration. And but it's in China.
But if it were to be Tinubu that acted,
they will slaughter him.
Would have said the same thing, like, okay, why is he not answering this question, right? Like,
yes.
We're saying that he's not, so he's not answering this question. So let's just say he didn't answer it.
No, I agree. He didn't answer it, and he said it himself that he didn't answer it. That he's being honest.
He doesn't know it.
It's a simple question.
That's so easy. Come on, man. He said he doesn't want to answer it.
All right. Let's give him one more question. Let's give them each one more question. Hold on. We know what you have to say.
One man, do the power one.
No. I'll just go. Okay. Just hold on. I'm just going to go to the next one that comes up.
Why don't you put Tinubu's one man? Why you?
No, sorry. I'll play the next question. This is the follow-on question from that question that confused him. So I'll play the follow-on question for Peter Obi, and then I'll play the follow-on question for Tinubu.
Thank you very much, sir. My name is Emmanuel Ijewere. Agriculture is my new life. So, Your Excellency, we know that you'll be president of Nigeria at the federal level. The federal government really does not own any agricultural land. They all belong to the state governments. The plan they have to now develop agriculture and make it a more productive sector of the economy. How will you, as president of Nigeria, be able to get this done? What is the plan? Because when that time comes, you have a situation where you might have governors who are anti-federal government. How do you handle this? These are the realities we are seeing in front of us. Thank you very much.
So these things were actually already defined and in our own constitution. The reason why you have National Economic Council is that the federal government is supposed to meet monthly. You know the same things that have gone wrong in this country. The federal government of Nigeria is supposed to meet monthly with all the governors.
Apologies, I'm taking it back only because I forgot to invite you to pay attention to the question that is being asked, only to then see if the answer bears any relationship to it. But apologies for that. Pay attention to the question and then listen to Peter.
That you'll be president of Nigeria at the federal level. The federal government really does not own any agricultural land. They all belong to the state governments. The plan that you have to now develop agriculture and make it a more productive sector of the economy, how will you, as president of Nigeria, be able to get this done? What is the plan? Because when that time comes, you have a situation where you might have governors who are anti-federal government. How do you handle this? These are the realities we are seeing in front of us. Thank you very much.
All right, so that is a question that Peter should be able to answer in his sleep. So the question is around his marquee policy positioning, which is an agrarian policy positioning. And what this gentleman is inviting is that you are predicating your campaign upon this agrarian revolution, but the state governments own the land in Nigeria. And of course, there will be state governments hostile to your administration. How are you able to negotiate that space in order to evolve this, your marquee policy, which is around the agrarian space? So that was the question. Now let's listen to Peter.
So these things were actually already defined and in our own constitution. The reason why you have National Economic Council is that the federal government is supposed to meet monthly You know the seven things that have gone wrong in this country. The federal government of Nigeria is supposed to meet monthly with all the governors to decide economically the way the country will go. And that their decision is supposed to be binding. That is why that while we were signatory to MDG, and part of implementing our MDG was the reason why our debts were cancelled. We didn't benefit anything from that debt cancellation because we're supposed to take all our MDG, streamline it into our development agenda, starting from national, subnational, and local governments. The same way it is when, if you go to the same constitution, you find out that the governor is supposed to meet with all the local government chairmen monthly. But I can tell you, even in my own case, I don't think we met maybe once in 3 months. It's not even proper. Right? None of us even meet. Some local government chairmen will not meet their governor. You know, we were doing it monthly, but we found out, okay, it wasn't, we started doing it every quarterly. But it's supposed to be monthly. With that type of meeting properly implemented, I can assure you, no governor, anybody who says that governors might not oppose the president is not true. It is the president. I was telling somebody 2 days ago how a Lagos State governor spoke when he had an issue. And I was telling him, I said, can't you phone the president? Don't the president talk to you? And I was so shocked. Under Yaradua, under Obasanjo, you can reach him. Under Yaradua, he calls every governor every month. He must call you, Mr. Obi. I think the state, okay, in your state. Is your state working? So there's no way you can have that, no matter which party. I governed Anambra State with 30 members. No, none of them is from my party. No local government chairman from my party. No senator. No House of Rep. And I work with them. It's a question of how you deal with it. Even Niger State governor told me who is now there is to give everybody land. But nobody can go there if there's no security. If you give somebody land where he will go and he will come back alive, will he go there? No. So I can tell you, the North is willing. They know it themselves. Whenever I talk about the vast land in the North, they know and they are willing. And their communities are willing. Because you're not taking their land. You are saying, for example, we're doing ad growers. Am I right? The thing is that when you go, you don't see that thing they announce in TV. I'm sure you are involved with it. Nobody sees them on the ground. Everything they announce, SME support. I went to Aba, no SME got the law. I went to Newi, so I don't know. I went to Alaba. So I was wondering where the SMEs. I even went to Ghana, asked whether there's, but it's not. So the same thing is what they do, that growers, whatever they call them. But if you go where it's working, because all this is we learn it from somewhere else, before we bring it here, if you go where it's working, there's usually tied to a major facility, who is the miller, who now needs these people, who is actually the person they give the loan. Well, how can you go and give a senator money to go and give out grants and this appears? So we're going to do it rightly. And it's not going to be done by government. We have a bank of industry. I've gone to other countries. These things are driven by the right process. All you do is to have a physical situation to support it, that the interest rate is low. But it must be done through a proper channel. What is the Bank of Industries celebrating? And so when people came to celebrate, they brought the rice paddy in Abuja, which has never been done in any country in the world. And the rice people were celebrating this CBN governor instead of the Minister of Agriculture or Bank of Agriculture MD. They said, what has CBN to do with rice? So these are things, we do things properly. We'll get it to work.
All right, just that question again. Let's hear that question again.
The federal government really does not own any agricultural land. They all belong to the state governments. The plan that you have to now develop agriculture and make it a more productive sector of the economy. How will you, as President of Nigeria, be able to get this done? What is the plan? Because when that time comes, you have a situation where you might have governors who are anti-federal government. How do you handle this? These are the realities we are seeing in front of us. Thank you very much.
All right. So there it is. So completely at variance with the question.
Can I say something, please?
Come on.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something?
Yeah.
Please?
Go on.
Real quick. One man, you already said you know what I wanted to say, but it's still okay.
Go on. Carry on. Wait, let's hear you.
So morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be.
Good to say. Where have you been, Joel? You've been missing in action for a few days.
One man. You know the elections are closer right now, so it is less talking and more action. Things are going well. And one man, this is the issue. I have seen the interview done by Tinubu. Tinubu, I'll give him a plus. And I've always said I've never doubted Tinubu's mental capacity. But this particular point in time with his age, it has really shown that he has some things, working against him. So I'm not giving it to Tinubu because of the way Tinubu has really portrayed himself. You can see the violence that happened in Lagos State yesterday. So I'm going to leave that. I just want to focus more on
what violence happened? What violence happened? There was a skirmish. There was a skirmish.
No, but you saw the violence against the Labour Party on Saturday.
I did not see that. We've had the police report. Well, 4 people injured in a crowd of nearly 2 half a million.
No, it wasn't 4 people injured. Even on the video, there were more than 4 people. But it's okay. We have a way of twisting stuff.
No, that's the police report. In a rally that size, would you not have the expectation that there would be skirmishes?
It did not happen in the rally.
There were skirmishes, yes.
One man, it did not happen in the rally. It happened on the way to the rally. Of course, they cannot come to the rally ground to put that nonsense. They did it on their way when they know they were most vulnerable.
Yes, there were skirmishes. Right? Yeah, there were skirmishes.
It's okay. So what Obi was trying to say, I don't want to waste time on this scenario because we are winning. What Obi was trying to say in this particular question that you were talking about he was talking about the Constitution. Whatever you see Tinubu is saying, whatever you see Atiku is saying, whatever you see Obi is saying, they are already embedded in our Constitution, in our policy papers. What we want in Nigeria as it stands today, as bad as our constitution is to ensure that we have somebody that will come, as bad as our document is, come and implement the good side of that document. Our problem has not been the document. Our problem has not been lack of ideas. Our problem has solely been implementation. Implement what you already have. We have not been able to do it because when you now implement,
Joel, hold on, Joel. Do you understand that question that guy might have?
It was about implementation, that question.
Do you understand that
question? The question he was asking was about agriculture. How was he going to?
It was about implementation.
Hold on, please. How is it going to make grow agriculture? But the main question that was put to him, because the man made his point clear, is the problem of the governors, because he is the federal government. So we cannot twist issues because we just want to have selective hearing. The main question, if you are given a question, there is the main point, the main idea. The main idea of that question that man was asking was the relationship.
Did he answer that main?
He answered the question. He answered the question. He answered what he said. Now, let me tell you. This is what he said. He said that the problem that has been there, the relationship between the federal and the state government has been destroyed over the past years. that even in his own administration, that these things happens, that if they have a better cohesion from the federal, state, and the local government level, then issues of land or no land will not be an issue. And I believe that. It is just the fact. Let me tell you, I have an experience in this issue that we are talking about. Let me tell you guys, in the year 1999, 1998, 99, the federal government earmarked 600 billion for commercial farmers. And I think another 400 billion for, I think, for small scale farmers. I took off. I started doing, because I was running a program then on comprehensive agriculture, building agricultural farms where, you have an interdependence of their feed, their waste and all that, trying to make it more cost effective, running, a complex farm. So I went to CBN in many states. I was meeting farmers that were coming for the loan. So what I did for them was that I prepared their business plan for them, prepared a feasibility study for them. Then at the end of the day, submitted it to CBN, for approval. I will tell you, 8 of my clients were approved. I won the lottery visa.
And sorry, just to go back to the topic, was Obi's answer consistent with the question?
One man. I'll be done. I'll be done. I'll answer your question in a minute. Right. I was driving somewhere. Yeah. So what now happened was that I won the lottery visa. I came to United States. In fact, when I won the lottery visa, I was telling my mom I didn't want to come. My mom was like, just go. When you go, probably you might need the visa, for some equipment and all that. So I said, reluctantly, I obliged. I traveled. 4 months after I traveled, I was thinking of taking my green card and come back. I saw it in the news. The money was missing. That is the country we live in. 1 trillion naira. That could have gone
sorry, just take us back to where we were. Was Obi's answer consistent with the question?
One man, what I'm trying to say is this. It has been a problem of implementation. And what Obi said here was 100% truth. If you have a good relationship, build a relationship with the state governors and the local government, though it is the state governors that have the authorities over, have a good relationship with the state governors, and the land wouldn't be an issue. The technology that we're going to apply, every other thing is right there for us to choose. We are not reinventing what has not been done elsewhere before. He said it. We are not trying to do what has not been done elsewhere. So what Peter Obi, the reason why you guys felt disappointed in this interview is because he has repeated most of the things he is saying. So it is now, you guys are so used to
That's
it.
not why we are disappointed.
No, I am just telling you.
Because he was explaining it as if he was talking to people in Alaba market.
It's okay. Whether you think the essence of governance actually is to make sure that you simplify your communications with those that are being led. Right? So when it comes to paperwork, you cannot do paperwork. The other day, I've seen so many invectives thrown at Obi on this platform, but it's okay. The other day, it was Patrick that said he is more intelligent than Obi. It's still okay. Obi is not running an intelligent contest. Obi is running to be the president of Nigeria. You that is more intelligent, you win an award in your education, line. Leave Obi to do his part. He's not running an intelligent government, right? He is running a government to make the lives of people better. And that is what Obi is offering. Thank you very much.
But it's requiring intelligence, though.
One man, you've left me behind.
Yeah, come in now, Tiger. Yeah.
I think we're up to something, asking questions, but you didn't ask me. I think somebody's suggestion, which is good.
Let's abandon this. It's just we did a session on it. Anybody that wants to go and watch it can go and watch it. So let's go back to you, Tiger. Go on.
One man. Let me just make comment on this, right? Sometimes obese thought is drift apart when he's being asked questions. Just go direct. Sometimes you don't need to cite examples and all that. Just give them like Tinubu did yesterday, gave some short answers like that. You should just say that, saying, okay, we know there's this problem, but this is what I'm going to do, 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 these challenges there, but this is what I'm going to do. Simple as ABCD. You can say, okay, I can buy the land for federal government. After all, the land, it belongs to the state, right? But also the people who are going to be, the farmers are coming from the state. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them incentives for the state, give the state, or it become a joint project between the state and this individual or federal government. I can provide fertilizer, I can provide the finance, I make sure bank give them loan. Just cut it short like that. It's very simple. It's so simple.
But you see, what you just said, Tiger, was the answer to that question. But Obi did not understand the question. But it did not understand the first question either. But then there were 3 more questions which he did not understand because we did a session on this afternoon.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay. So
please let me quickly say this. I think from what from the way which I think I understand, it kind of answered the question, but like somebody said, like Tiger said, and DOJ.
So
said,
where did he answer the question? Where?
He did kind of. He was trying to say, well, what I did in my state, I bring about. I mean, I go into discussion. I don't have to be hostile to my councillors or my chairman of local government. I have to, negotiate with them. I think that's what he's trying to say. He's going to go into kind of negotiation. But for me, it strikes me as somebody who is not.
He didn't understand the question. Even what you said is not. What you said is not the answer. What Tiger said is the answer. What he should have said is that he will incentivize.
Yeah,
it will just like Tiger said, but he did not just understand the question. Because the people there were superior to him, and he was intimidated.
No,
that's what.
I don't think that's what it is. I don't think that's what it is. But what I think it is that he needs to have a clear understanding of what he wants to do, how he's going to solve those things he talked about. Because that question that man raised, that's a very key. It's a key question. Because
which needed a detailed answer, not just abstract.
Even though it doesn't go into details, like what he asking, because he's saying production to consumption. You usually go to north. You use Nigerian, land mass of Niger State, comparing it to that of Netherlands.
Sorry, rational mind. Should that not be his best topic? That question.
That's what I'm saying. That's a key question among all these things he said. So you should have by now. You should have a clear path as to how he's going to achieve this. It's not just enough saying that. Oh, I was able to do it in my state, Anambra State. Now give us clear. Roadmap as to how you're going to achieve this. Okay, like Tiger said. Okay, I would buy some of these lands and then choose Bank of Industry or Bank of Agriculture. I will distribute this land to people. Mind you, it still becomes under the government, or I'll go into a partnership with the states. I'll talk to them. I will give them like a stimulus package. Like, okay, if you want this federal grant or federal money, give me so amount of land. This land still remains yours, but people will farm. No, give us. These are a little bit of detail as to how you.
We heard more sense from Tiger than we heard from Peter Obi, and Tiger only spoke on
that. Is not an answer to the question.
He's talking to people in Alaba like a part sellers.
Can I just say something? I think. Can I just say something? What he just said. He's just saying what he's going to do. He's not countering what a hostile governor will do. Because if you just say you think the hostile governor doesn't know that they are going to go to banks and do all the rest of it. What Peter Obi was trying to explain was that maybe it's the style. You have to listen to them, then take their feedback and use that to implement something. Because for him, implementation is the most important thing, not about winning argument. And I think you can see that in his way he's been answering questions.
That's a non-point. Implementation is everything to what government is not about implementation. implementation is everything. What it was quite a specific. Hold on, I played the question twice, just so that people were clear, and I invited that people to try and marry the question with the response. The question was quite specific. And by the way, Peter Obi has a broad stroke answer to everything. If you ever listen to him answer one question, then you've listened to him answer any question. He always only ever says one thing. So it was quite, and that is his marquee policy, the agrarian revolution. That's his marquee policy. And this guy, he wasn't even trying to get at him. He says, this is one of the stumbling blocks potentially. So how are you going to negotiate around this space? And it was just a 5 minutes
And the guy is correct.
So
he told you what he asked you.
Just gibberish. It just said gibberish now. No,
he said he was going to be meeting them. Everybody has to be in sync.
Governors went against
Buhari. Everybody has to be in sync.
And that is why that guy was
But he said he would be meeting them more regularly and he'll be talking to them.
Hold on. Did you listen to what Tiger said?
That he was going to
what Tiger said, what Tiger said was the direction of an answer to that question, not anything with meeting with anybody. He has to incentivize them in a way that advantages them to accede and to that policy position. They can meet with them till kingdom come.
One man. All these things you're talking about right now. All these things you're talking about
it just did not understand the question. That's all. It just did not because it's a dance.
Is it not going to come from the meeting?
No, it's not.
Oh my God, man! Oh man, you are really mean. I shouldn't have been generous to Peter Tinubu at this rate, man.
Tinubu is a don. Tinubu is a criminal, so I don't care about Tinubu. But Peter is a don.
You do care about Tinubu. Don't worry about it.
Joel.
Yes, I'm listening,
Joel,
sir.
are you there, Joel?
I'm listening, sir.
I don't know how I've watched you come and defend Obi, and you defend him perfectly. To be honest with you, I'm obedient, right? We are both obedient. But what I'm trying to say is that if you are closer to obedient polishing, I'm telling you, there are ways to answer questions, right? There are ways to answer questions. Obi should stop drifting when he's answering questions. He just go direct. Some questions.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Something is
You
gone
don't
with
have to tell
Tiger's microphone.
after he puts point across, then he can drift a bit. But first of all, just these questions are not difficult. Trust me, I'm not even a governor. I can answer this question because both the one Tinubu answered though and the one who been answered. If you wake me up from sleep, I can answer them. And yet, I've not been to any government corridor. You understand what I mean? So these things are so easy. He can study them before come because you know they're gonna ask him about this question when he's coming to those places. I'm telling you about agriculture.
I think what you are missing is that Peter Obi knows all these questions. I've seen him when they've asked him these questions. He deliberately tries to answer them and he just
but it doesn't make
you know why he
look.
does that? No, hold on. You know why he does that? That's what you
It
don't
doesn't make
understand.
him
That's
look
why people like him. Hold on. Let me just give you the reason why. That's why some people like him. Other people are hating him for it. He says this is what all the politicians tell you all the time. That he just is focusing on trying to find a way to make something work. That's why you see him be a little bit loose. But when he just gives definitive answers,
you are defending indefensible. He never answered.
I can take you to the next question. It's the same thing.
No. One man, just deal with me.
One man,
I don't excuse me to critique. If he was doing that, I would call him out first thing.
What
Should I take you to the next question they asked him? All right. So here is the next question. So this is the next person to ask him a question after that one. So again, at the same invitation, listen to the question and see if Peter Obi's response marries. It's just a car crash all the way through because we did it in the afternoon.
Good morning, Your Excellency. My name is Adeni Kabiremi, and I'm the lead facilitator for the NESG's MSME Community of Practice. A number of the initiatives you've talked about in terms of driving the economic growth lie in also the ability to enable micro, small, and medium enterprises to do that. We just finished a 3-day retreat at the NESJ, and one of the things we talked about was the right regulatory and policy environment. And a major issue, which you've also indicated in your manifesto, is streamlining and harmonizing taxes. And part of that issue is not just at the federal level, as you know, but also at the state level. So to date, an MSME has at least 40 taxes, a lot of them levies, and in some states and local governments up to about 77. This is nothing new. Past administrations have talked about streamlining and harmonizing taxes across board. What are you going to do differently? Thank you.
So just to be clear, and you all heard her, but let me reduce it to lay language. What the lady is asking is, there's an over amplification. There's an over greed of bureaucracy. With bureaucracy within the Nigerian space, and also taxation as well. She's cited instances of 40 to 70 taxes just for SME spaces. So what she's asking him is how he, Peter Obi, is going to streamline that, especially the taxation, so that whatever the amount, it falls under one cusp, so that the SMEs, which is the small, medium enterprises, so they then know that this is their tax, and then however that tax is divided along the different stratas of governance is down to them. But a harmonization of the taxation for small SMEs, and also a harmonization of bureaucracy. So that's the question. You heard out, and if you want me to scroll back, you can hear her again. So the question is quite specific, but now let's hear Peter. Peter, Gregory, Obi.
Well, what I'm going to do differently that I told you about the issue of streamlining development. The reason why we failed in MDG is that China today, the success of MDG, the example is China. We were signatories in year.
MDG, by the way, is Millennium Development Goals. So that was in the space, but let's listen on.
But in 15 years, China used the same thing to pull 409 million people out of poverty. But you saw our own, the poverty increased. The reason, and if you go and read the documents of the debt forgiveness and everything, it was actually meant for implementation of the MDG, because Obasanjo, who went around doing this, wherever he is asked, I've seen people in America tell me when he came here, he said, we know what to do, but that we have a debt overhang. Even this debt can be forgiven. So that's what we preach. And because I was asking that question, because I wanted to know whether we can come again and say, forgive our debt. But from what they're answering me, I don't think if I go with that, I don't think anybody will listen to me. We have to find another story to tell them. Maybe that people are dying now. So if we have streamlined it where from a national, subnational, and this, which includes the same thing, knowing fully well that the engine of growth in any economy is micro, small, medium enterprise. We should have been able to know how to support them. Today, that sector, they're on their own. No? Nobody cares for them, not even in terms of funding. If you look at our bank credits today, I might be the top chairmen and everything. They lend less than 5% of our entire credit to this sector. I wouldn't be up to 5%. 1%. You see what I'm telling you? In China, it's a law. 25%. In Indonesia, it's a law. I can show you countries of studies. Yeah. Nobody cares. In fact, they open the door and see them, they just chase them out. The banks, well, they don't have anything. They don't have their mother's house and brothers listen to bring for us. So that sector alone, in every economy, produces at least 50%. In China, 60% of the GDP, almost 65% of the employment. 60% employment in China is 514 million. That is 2.5 times our population, if not 3 times our population. And this sector, in terms of export production, it has gone to Bangladesh. It's women doing Chinese and sewing these clothes. They're exporting. I made them to export more in clothing than we did in oil and everything. So streamlining it, we're going to do it differently. And fortunately, my sister came from that sector. I'm a trader. I was a member of this NESC, but not as a research, not as a trader. So I'm a trader. I came from there. The only place I live in my life is Onitsha. And the only place I can live is Onitsha. Can't live any other place. That's the only place I live. Because why? It's the only place that I learn Nigeria. Anything I want to learn, I call people and say, that's why I said that all these things they do in TV don't work. Nobody in Onitsha receives any SME support. Transporters, they say they'll give it to transporters. After COVID, they have 10 billion for them. Not one transporter, not one. Put it on tape. Not one received one. They say 20 billion for. See all these things, they say trillion. They wrote here, the man wrote here. Nobody receives it. Quote me anywhere. Even me, donated money to it. I didn't get the receipt. I donated money in 3 countries. No, I'm being honest with you. I donated money in 3 countries during COVID. $2,000. In this country, I donated 20. No receipt. The other 2 gave me receipt. Me. Nobody even said thank you for donating $20,000. Being honest with you. So that thing they wrote in here is just in this TV that you saw it. Finish. Nobody got it. So this is what we do differently. It will go to where it's supposed to go. If it goes where it's supposed to go, your minister for humanitarian said they spent $7 billion. $7 billion fighting poverty in the past 5 years. That's 4.5 trillion. Each state will have 100 billion. The difference is in implementation.
Thank you, sir. We'll take 2 questions.
Oh, okay. So I can scroll back and play you that 10 times. No, hold on. Can you hold on? I can scroll back and play you that 10 times. You will never find a relationship between the question and the answer. Peter will be a dunce.
I think he misunderstood the question. I think he misunderstood the question.
What do you mean? Hold on. He misunderstood the question.
He didn't even touch the question at
but
all.
What about the previous 2? What about the previous 2?
The previous 2, he was answering them. He talked about how he needs to work with the governor. But this one, he didn't even mention tax once.
Taxes at all. So he misunderstood the question.
He misunderstood it.
He has
Can I just comment on it?
Yeah, go on. Because after that, I will show you how a question should be answered. They will see. Yeah,
I think the people packaging Obi for Nigeria should start apologizing to
every
Nigerian.
It's a dance.
For what? For what? What do you mean by that?
But you can just
have ungenerous attitude. It's why this is just ridiculous. Somebody didn't even understand the question, and you are just acting like he's just
all right.
Would we have Tinubu for that? If Tinubu
all right. You mentioned Tinubu DOG. Let's see how a question should be answered. This is the next question from the last one we saw from Tinubu.
Why don't you go to the first question? They asked him one man.
No, we've been to that. We did that already. We just did that now.
When the lady was asking him, the host.
No. What we are doing is we are going to the questions that the panels are asking. We didn't go to the questions that the host asked. That. Which question do you have? If you tell me, if you have it on your screen, scroll back to the minute you want me to go to, and I'll go there.
I have a whole page of paper here, but that would be for. Are you doing afternoon session?
All right.
Afternoon session.
I'm very glad to be here.
Okay.
My name's Tumba Frank.
Question and just for the for the benefit of there was an interaction with the host, and then just like we saw in Chatham House, and then she opened up to the panel to put the questions. So the questions that we're seeing both for Obi and Tinubu are questions from the panel, because we did a whole 6 hours on this on yesterday. Otherwise, we will not be here. We will not be able to live here. So here is the first question you saw from this lady here who asked that. So we saw this, and then from his answer we go on to the next question, which is from this Otumba, whatever it is himself.
No. One man. This one of Otumba is just an advice to Tinubu. So go to the next one.
No, let him have his say. No, I don't want them to feel like somebody is skipping. Oh, yeah. So let's go to this one.
Yeah, it's just an advice. He didn't even answer. He just said thank you.
All right. So let's get his response. So
going over what is very, very obvious contribution. I take it.
No answer there.
Huh? Like Adele Koko said, that was an advice. Well, do you want us to listen to it? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Maybe we should listen to it.
Oh, yeah, let's just listen to it. Yeah. All right.
To let the government understand this, and get a response. Why we are cheering for the knowledge the government wants to offer? Because we suffer the pain. We can explain that before this pressure, this gives the plan. Number two, deriving from this is the fact that at many times policies rarely sign on, just like we sign off the one you just mentioned before the Russia problems or whatever it is. When this is signed on, the effect on the specific sector were not known at times. Why sign it generally? We should know that policies should be national spec, make the specificities of the nation. It is on this note that we want to play with you once again, using this forum, to find time to encourage your economic management team to give all the time. The time frame we gave have lapsed. So we can have another one. We'll be able to spell out, and I'm sure you'll be able to analyze properly at that kind of a forum. Thank you very much.
A good advice. Noted. I don't have to waste your time going over what is very, very obvious contribution. I take it.
So we can have a lot more people speak. Thank you.
I would stand on existing protocol. My name is Frank Aibogun. I'm a director of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. You alluded to the global economic crisis, and I agree.
So sorry to pause it. The same rules apply. Listen very attentively to the question, and then see if Tinubu's answer bears any relationship with the question.
That to a large extent, it serves to impact local economies around the world. But when I look around today, the greatest problems that we face, you could say, are self-inflicted, very disentangled from what is happening around the world. In a crisis, some people suffer and some benefit. In this crisis, it's for Nigeria to benefit, but we're suffering, without any question. And I like the point you have made about being part of also Condescent and the role you played in Mobile. And I wanted to just ask you, increasingly I hear that people in government see IOCs and others in the business as privileged people. In fact, a senior government official asked the IOCs, if you are complaining so much, why are you still in Nigeria? The truth of the matter is, it is only their body we see, their soul is gone. There's absolute, and I'm sure you know more than I do. What would you do in terms of attitude change? Would your priority be to re-attract private capital from the IOCs back to Nigeria? Because it has little to do with energy transition. Those companies that are leaving Nigeria today, every day we see them take set up operational base, sometimes in Africa, if for gas, mostly in Guyana. So I ask, what would your attitude be to attracting investment from IOCs? And I'm talking about energy, and that's all I'm going to talk about. The other question would be, Olokola LNG and Brass LNG, I was told recently by a diplomat that if we had prosecuted both projects, today Nigeria will be earning $500 million weekly from exporting gas. What would be your attitude to that? Again, to energy. Nigeria has proven reserve of gas, 200 TCF. Russia has 300 TCF. So if you like, we are 66% of Russia. Russia earns $800 to $1 billion selling gas every day to its enemies in Europe, not friends. So we should be selling on a daily basis $600 million from gas. That has nothing to do with global crisis. It is a proper Nigerian failure. What would you do to turn around Nigeria's energy prospects? Thank you, sir.
All right. All right. Before Tinubu gets to his answer, let's just recondense the question. So it says, what will you do to retain IOCs? So that was the first question, to retain and attract IOCs. IOCs are international oil companies. So how would they stimulate that space? And he also asked for his strategy plan in terms of the Nigerian gas reserves. So those were the questions being asked of Tinubu. But does he understand the question? Never mind being able to answer.
Let me treat this in the best way possible. First of all, look at the stack of the model arrangement we had when there was oil and gas scarcity around the world. Isn't it? We were the king. Even our leaders boasted then that money is not a problem, it's only how to spend it. Now you are broke. So you own 60% of both the gas and the crude on the ground. 60%, and you are not the operator. Why not take a critical look and evaluation of that? Could changes in ownership structure or shedding weight bring more revenue to you? These are questions. I don't want Mr. Selito to get my idea. You look at that. To catch the rabbit, you got to give a bait. What is taking them to Guyana? There's some incentive in it. Maybe taxes. But instead of having to dig ground and build a city in Guyana, you already have the infrastructure to some extent here. So we'll negotiate. Give up some of the pork belly areas that Nigeria want. I'd rather have 40% and you keep 60. If on the long run, it will give me the necessary incentive and the revenue that I need for an accelerated growth and recovery. You find it, there are certain things I know I can't say now. I am the first speaker. But just take it. If you want an omelette, you've got to break the egg.
All right. So even the moderator applauded at the. We did not answer everything. What do you know about the? Sorry. Let's go to Peter Obi's next question and then see if he understands the question. Never mind giving an answer. So here is Peter Obi.
Oh my God.
We'll take two questions together now.
Okay. So, good morning, Your Excellency, everyone. My name is Owen Omogiafo. I am the President and Group CEO of Transcorp. I'm glad you've talked about power, because indeed everything we're discussing is kind of like the foundation, whether it's security, manufacturing, the MSMEs. When I used to run the entrepreneurship program of the Tonelulu Foundation, it's one of the things to complain about Nigeria. Earlier in your campaign, you visited Egypt. You went to see what was there. And last year, I met one of the people that you met, and they talked about it. We have three key players: generation, transmission, disco. In your 100 days, I know Dr. Sasuyi asked you that question. I just want you to pick one. What should we look forward to? My company is a key investor in that player. And we also are accountable to the shareholders. My AGM is coming up in March. And it will be I want to hear from you more on that sector. So that's one. Number two, oil and we've talked about Nigeria's debt. I like what you said about we're taking the funds, we'll clearly invest it. Let's see. Because truly there's nothing criminal about borrowing. OPM, other people's money. You borrow, you invest, but then let's see what is coming. Last year, Nigeria's oil production dropped. I'm happy to see my big brother up there. We missed an opportunity. What are we doing? Oil theft. What's going to happen? Now, for me in the power sector, I'm particularly interested, right? Because I need gas to power my turbines. Last week, I was in Afan to commission another turbine that is meant to bring 138 megawatts of power to this country that can power up to 100,000 homes. But guess what? I can only produce about 70 megawatts, 60 megawatts because I do not have gas. So how is this being sorted? Then last question, which may be more like a comment. Let's not take it as a question. It's about, I like this talk about Nigerian economy. I like what your question, Adenike. Policies that would encourage more inclusion of more women, not in politics, but in promoting and increasing the Nigerian economy. Thank you.
We'll just take one.
All right. So the question she's asking that out of the stratas of the electricity space, what has Peter Obi identified as the pivotal area of focus that will accelerate electricity within the Nigerian space? And then she also talked about gas turbines to power individual investors within that energy space. And she also talked about oil theft and all of that. So that was the question. But does Peter understand?
No, so it's power,
oil and women.
Your Excellency, my name is Emmanuel Ikazubo. Your Excellency, you know, major problem we have, one of the problems we have in Nigeria today is that all the foreign investors have taken their money out. No one wants to bring in money because everyone is waiting. First of all, February 25th.
And by the way, this question is quite similar to the question that Tinubu answered last.
The result might make some of them take a final decision whether they really want to be in this country or not. But beside that, the exchange rate, exchange difference, what do you think your government will do? Because we have this black market and the official market. No one wants to bring in his money into this country at an official rate, and you are asking them when they are taking it out, they can't get the official rate, they have to take it out at a black market rate, which means they're running it at a loss. What can we do, or what will your government do to ensure that we harmonize the black market and the official market? Or we should have one rate which everyone, all businesses will use for bringing in and taking out their funds. Thank you.
Okay, let me even start with I won't take your question away when it talks about the issue of rates with even what my sister asked about multiple taxation. Because you say multiple rates, we will not have a multiple situation. Just like we do with taxation. If we have SMEs, we should be able to say, because the three levels of government sit together, we should be able to say, this is where we stand.
So this is now to the previous question, not anything to do with what the woman was asking, but there it is.
And people will see it implemented. I was governor of Anambra State.
Oh, God.
You can go and check what happened there with the issue of, say, multiple taxation. Same thing goes with what you're saying. There will be one rate. This nonsense cannot continue. Cannot continue to allow people, we work, countries' rates have changed. Several countries have needed to have bad rates. And because they did the right things, the rates came reversed. Last year alone, because Angola did the right thing, their rate came down from almost 600 to below 400 when the oil price was there. We didn't, our own headed the other way around. After election in Zambia, the question went from 20 to...
Should we carry on with this or just abandon it?
I can show you...
Abandon it,
let's carry on. What is this? Like, let's carry on so we get to the
end. Let's carry on. Let's carry on. Okay.
People should know better. Maybe I'm talking about the trader now. And what drives a reserve? You export. What did your country export? A country as big as Nigeria, 200 and something million people living on 923.
One man, let's move on now. Let's go. Let's
no. If two Nigeria want to,
answer now. It's not fair.
Hold on. The answer doesn't have anything to do. It's not speaking to the question, so I'm not sure what we're looking to hear.
Compared with
I think it's boring to Jewel too.
Same here.
I think he was answering the previous question, then he will go back to the current one.
About 290.
I think it's answering the question. Let's just wait.
All right.
With about 34 million people, their export is over 250 billion same year. Compared with a country like Vietnam, 331,000 square kilometers, a third of our land in half of our population, export over 350 billion. We couldn't do 10% of what Vietnam is doing. 95% of what they export is manufactured goods. Vietnam did more in footwear.
Just to remind you, the woman is from the energy space, and her question was around what is going to focus in terms of the electricity space and then the gas to turbine her electricity generation. So Peter Obi takes us on his usual journey.
No, that was not the question, woman. That was not the
Then
question.
we did not
All right, that wasn't the question. Okay, don't say
What's
anything.
the question now?
Hold
To
on. Don't say anything. Let her speak for herself. We just scroll back.
I know the question. It would have been good if we finish the answer.
No, because it's saying it's not the question. The answer has no relationship with the question, but
manufacturing, the MSMEs, when I used to run the entrepreneurship program of the Tinubu Foundation, it was one of the things to complain about Nigeria. Earlier in your campaign, you visited Egypt. You went to see what was there. And last year, I met one of the people that you met, and they talked about it. We have 3 key players: generation, transmission, disco. In your 100 days, I know Dr. Sasuyi asked you that question. I just want you to pick one. What should we look forward to? My company is a key investor in
all right, we won't go to what our company, but that's the question. So it's quite clear. So let's go back to where Peter was. It's not addressed anything. You can listen to the end. It's not going to say anything related to the question.
And they're 30 minutes away from the ocean terminal to export their goods. So this is not anything. It's something we can do. There's so many things we can do to generate even foreign exchange. Look at us here now.
There was no foreign exchange related element to the question.
There was. That's why I'm wondering where did you get this thing from? There was.
Okay. Do you want to listen to the question again?
Well, maybe you have to let it just play out through the woman's question.
No, but we've just listened to the question now. She was asking, you heard her now, so where's this foreign exchange?
Yeah, hold on. I'll let you play it. But I think she said multiple exchange rates.
It was the second question that was about foreign exchange.
All right. Let's listen to her. Hold on.
We've talked about Nigeria's debt. I like what you said about we're taking the funds, we clearly invest it. Let's see, because truly there's nothing criminal about borrowing. OPM, other people's money. You borrow, you invest, but then let's see what is coming. Last year, Nigeria's oil production dropped. I'm happy to see my big brother up there. We missed an opportunity. What are we doing? Oil theft. What's going to happen? Now, for me in the power sector, I'm particularly interested, right? Because I need gas to power my turbines. Last week, I was in Afan to commission another turbine that is meant to bring 138 megawatts of power to this country that can power up to 100,000 homes. But guess what? I can only produce about 70 megawatts, 60 megawatts because I do not have gas. So how is this being sorted? Then last question, which maybe more like a comment. Let's not take it as a question. It's about, I like this talk about Nigerian economy. I like what your question, Adenike. Policies that would encourage more inclusion of more women, not in politics, but in promoting and increasing the Nigerian economy. Thank you.
We'll just take one.
No, so it's power,
oil and gas, and women.
Your Excellency, my name is Emmanuel Ikazubo. Your Excellency, you know, major problem we have, one of the problems we have in Nigeria today is that all the foreign investors have taken their money out. No one wants to bring in money because everyone is waiting. First of all, February 25th, the result might make some of them take a final decision whether they really want to be in this country or not. But beside that, the exchange rate, exchange difference, what do you think your government will do? Because we have this black market and the official market. No one wants to bring in his money into this country at an official rate, and we are asking them when they're taking it out, they can't get the official rate, they have to take it out at a black market rate, which means they're running it at a loss. What can we do, or what will your government do to ensure that we harmonize the black market and the official market? Or we should have one rate which everyone, all businesses, will use for bringing in and taking out their funds. Thank you.
let me even start with I won't take your question away when it talks about the issue of race with even what my sister asked about multiple taxation. Because you say multiple rates, we will not have a multiple situation. Just like we do with taxation. If we have SMEs, we should be able to say, because it's three levels of government sit together.
Just let him run through, because there's no consistency in his answer with the question, but let him run through. So you've heard the question twice now.
Where we stand. And people will see it implemented. I was governor of Anambra State. You can go and check what happened there with the issue of, say, multiple taxation. Same thing goes with what they're saying. There will be one rate. This nonsense cannot continue. Cannot continue to allow people.
Multiple taxation.
We work. Countries' rates have changed. Several countries have decided to have bad rates. And because they did the right things, the rates came reversed. Last year alone, because Angola did the right thing, their rate came down from almost 600 to below 400 when the oil price was there. We didn't. Our own headed the other way around. After election in Zambia, the kwacha went from 22 to 16. And I can show you so many other countries where that changed. What is driving our rate of exchange? Rate of exchange of any country.
All right. Where it's going to go to next was what really vexed Fatai. It's a complete lack of understanding of economics. He's going to tell you that what drives the exchange rate is foreign reserves and all of that. It's just a dance.
He did answer the question.
People should know better. Maybe I'm talking at the trader now. And what drives a reserve? Your export. What did your country export? A country as big as Nigeria, 2something million people living on 923,000 square kilometers of land because we're not producing anything. Our total export in 2021 is 18.9 trillion naira. If you use my rate, it's under $30 billion. It's unacceptable. Compared with countries like Malaysia, less than a third of our land, about 290,000 square kilometers.
Just to pause it for a microsecond, the second question was about arbitrage, which is the two parallel or multiple parallel exchange spaces that you have, Nigerian currency versus international money. So what the man was saying is that people bring in their money at the bank, at the government rate, but to export their money is at the a parallel market rate, which is consistently at a loss, which is arbitrage. So that's where Peter Obi is looking to speak to. But of course, he doesn't understand the question.
4 million people, their export is over 250 billion same year, compared with a country like Vietnam. 331,000 square kilometers, a third of our land in 100.5 of our population, export over 350 billion. We couldn't do 10% of what Vietnam is doing. 95% of what they export is manufactured goods. Vietnam did more in footwear than we did in oil in 2021. Our oil is between 15 and 18 billion. They did about 18 billion footwear. What is the footwear? Our 50,000 shoemakers in Aba. And they're 30 minutes away from the ocean terminal to export their goods. So this is not anything. It's something we can do. There's so many things we can do to generate even foreign exchange. Look at us here now. Ethiopian airline, Ethiopia is at the edge. They are the transshipment for Africa. Even our people go to transit. Nigeria is the center. Nigeria is middle of Africa, it's in the middle. We should be transmission hub for the whole Africa. But because we're not doing anything, our shipment and airport should have been the shipment for the whole of Africa, because we are the center. But we now go to Ethiopia to take flight to Dubai, go to Ethiopia to take flight to this. There's so many things this country has that if you explore properly, can change the country. What we need is implementation. I've been governor. Anambra State was one place nobody wants to touch. Schools were closed. Things were not working. We didn't do anything different. I tell people, they say, oh, people who are working. I said, it was the teachers who were teaching when we were number 26. They were teaching when we were number 1. We didn't change the teachers. All that they changed is that we brought in new leadership that wanted to do the right things, and we focused on doing the right things, and it changed. What you said about, my dear, about oil and gas issue is a very sad that Nigeria is sitting on gas. Gas alone today, if well managed, can give us more money, no, more than we get from oil. Thank you. So we're going to, I won't tell you what I'm going to do in 100 days. I've said it to people. I'm not talking about 100 days. I'm saying that we're going to change it. If South Africa can declare emergency in power, we will declare war. Because they are generating almost 50,000 already. And they're declaring emergency. And one is 5,000. No, 5,000. No, 5,000. And we're at 5,000 for 200 million people. And somebody who is generating 50,000 for 60 declared emergency will declare war. There's nothing in this power. When people talk about this power, I went to Egypt. I didn't go just to Egypt. I didn't go to India. But the 3 best countries in power, as you know, because it's your sector, in the past few years, we've doubled their power generation. Is Egypt. Egypt is now exporting power to Europe. It's Vietnam and it's India. So luckily they're all third world countries. That's why I went to study them. Maybe there's something they did that is sophisticated. There's nothing, absolutely nothing. It's something one knows now. Thank God you met the people I met. I went to their offices and everything. Saw even the means. I went to the power. What they did is that it's very simple. They found out what you said. They found that it was after the Arab Spring. They found out that power, education, health was a critical thing they needed to do to solve their problem and bring them to be domiciled in the presidency. As you know, power is an emergency issue in the office of the president. In fact, everybody in Egypt knows what is being generated. There's a board in the presidential office. There's one in the minister. Everybody. I went to the three places. They will say, this is power we're generating. This is what we're consuming. Yeah, we don't even know. Every Nigerian hears every day. Generation. Which one? The other one collapsed. The other one up. No, we can't. We will invest. Let's ensure that the right support is given, one, to you, the existing people. Again, deal with the issue of transmission. We'll not bundle it. Can no longer go on the way it is today. And then deal with the issue of distribution. I believe that the right support can change it. Even in our manifesto that said, we'll ensure that we finish what is existing with Siemens, because I discussed with them what is happening. We believe that if properly implemented, supporting you people, we'll be able to do this by the end of this year, maybe 7,000. And then we'll put in 15 million, because what they showed me in Egypt so that these things can increase annually. It's not going to take years. It's a question of the rights, doing the right thing. That's what we're going to do. Yeah.
Back 30-something years or so ago, Shell had led a process that was concluded that hands of our country. Into power generation, everything was approved by the Federal Executive Council. And then 2 meetings after, Nura Imam comes with some policy thing about how NEPA was not happy and this was not happy, and all of that died. Can we return to smart thinking like that again?
All right. So there it is, right there. It's just just hold on. So that was the question, the question, and that was Peter Obi's attempt at an answer. Just the question. The lady, yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, no, you can come in. Did you see any marry between the question and the answer?
Yeah, it did answer some part of the questions that were thrown to
What do you mean some parts? What does that mean?
Hold on. You see, like it goes off tangent sometimes. That's one thing about it. It needs to learn, and I've always criticized that aspect of OP ever since. That I just don't like the way it tells stories on something. It could just go straight to the point. Well, maybe another thing, one excuse I could make for him is there were so many questions that were.
He didn't understand the question again.
Hold on. I mean, where I know he has faults, I will talk about it. You know me very well. I won't sugarcoat anything. No, in fact, he went before the other man had to ask his question. He had to reiterate those questions so that he doesn't forget. But somehow I think he forgot that it's at some point. If he doesn't understand that question, there will be no need for him to. I mean, he will not be able to summarize those questions. They say number one, this and that, and then the other man had to ask the question. So I think he got thrown off somewhere. But he had to go back to that question of that lady about power generation or power, whatever. So my point is this.
And did he answer the question that he went back to?
He did answer something. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, because the lady was asking a question about power generation, right? That electricity is going to solve the electricity problem.
Can you please let me talk if you don't mind?
Let me just finish.
Rational mind.
The answer wasn't the best.
No, he didn't answer at all. Never mind, it being the best answer. But let rational mind go first. Yeah.
The issue on a multiple exchange rate, he said that's what first. I mean, after he said something, the first thing is we're going to make sure that there's no multiple. There's going to be one single exchange rate.
No.
What does that mean? It did say that, but what does that mean?
Well, yeah, that's what he said. He said
single exchange rate.
No, hold on. It's a bit more complex than just what you said. But rational mind, what does that mean?
If you want him to flesh it out, that is where maybe he didn't flesh it out, but he digressed a little bit.
You know what that sounded like. You remember when they asked Dati something? They say we will do it. That was we will do it. Now, what does that mean? Was that the answer you were hearing from Tinubu when it was?
If that question is thrown to Tinubu or even you yourself here, there's no way you're going to explain it. That you say, as a president, I'll make sure that there's going to be one single exchange rate for the forex. That's what you're going to say. Now, how is he going to do that? Well, maybe he didn't say. He didn't flesh that out. But
he didn't say a single thing. I said we will do it. Oh, come on, man.
No, he didn't say we will do it. He said I'll make sure.
Rational mind.
Let me make this. You see, when people interact, let me just make this thing. Now, it digressed a little bit, and when it digressed a little bit, he started talking about still on the exchange rate. He said another reason why there's the multiple exchange rate, which is I think it's trying to tell us that this is how I'm going to solve it. He said that our foreign exchange is always down because we don't export anything. We don't even produce anything. He started comparing like you always do, China, Malaysia, and whatever.
Oh no. But hold on, rational mind. That is nothing to do with the multiple exchange rate.
It does.
Hold on. Just hold on now. Can you hold on? Hold on. That is nothing to do with the multiple exchange rates. That is to do with the exchange rate of the naira versus the dollar. That's the value of the dollar of the naira right there. But it's nothing to do.
Who's talking there now?
One man.
Who's that?
Fatai.
Yeah.
I'm not talking.
No. Hold on. Let rational mind land. But I'm not sure he did not understand the question.
Well, you will say that because there are many ways people will explain themselves. But I agree. I will fault him where he ever makes his. Yeah, he has fault. But what he's saying is that our foreign exchange has always drained every time. It's always down because we're not producing anything. If we can get to that point whereby
Rational man, can I answer that? Can I
no,
comment there?
Can you let him land now, please? Yeah, go on.
If we can get to that level whereby we can at least up our foreign exchange earning through exports, if we can be making like 10% of what Vietnam has about $300 billion export market. That
but how would that? Yeah, how would that affect multiple exchange rates? Yeah,
because when you have a lot of forex in the system, it will drive down exchange rates.
Yeah, no. That's why. Hold on. Just hold steady there. That's why I said you don't understand where the question was. The question, because what you are talking about is the exchange. You can come in a moment. Just hold on. What you are talking about, rational mind, is the exchange rate of the naira, the strength of the naira versus international money. So that's what you are talking about. But what the question was is the multiplicity in that space. Okay. So if it reduces the naira to an official rate of one naira to the dollar at the official rate, at the black market rate, it will still be 5 naira to the dollar. So that's where the arbitrage is. So that wasn't where the question. That wasn't the question.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You yourself, you don't even seem to understand how this
right.
Economics.
Okay, explain to me. Can you hold on? Hold on now. Let rational mind.
Hold on now.
Go on, rational mind.
The problem with is
forget you say. Stay with the question. Stay with the question. Yeah.
What he said from the beginning is that I'll make sure there's one. I think he answered that question. That multiple exchange rate. I'll make sure there's be one. Now,
how?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. He said he will make sure that Nigeria increases its export.
Right.
When you increase your export, that is when you get more foreign exchange, right?
Right.
So when you get more foreign exchange, the CBN
there's no right there.
Oh my God.
No, hold on. Let him just follow through. Just for the logic, if not for the economics, follow through.
So if you have enough foreign exchange coming in, and CBN has a lot of money in its vault, dollars in its vault, that no doubt would drive down the price of naira to the dollars.
Right.
And like he said he will make sure that there will be one single exchange rate.
How?
I mean, he didn't tell me that, but I'm saying to you that
that was the question. That was the question, though.
One man.
Hold on. Can you let rational? No. Can you hold on? Rational mind. I want to see because the question was how he was going to make sure that there is no arbitrage in the system. That's what the question is.
Well,
so did they answer that?
Hold on.
Or we can listen to the question again.
Hold on, one man. Nobody, even not even an economist that you're going to ask that question that will give you an answer that this is exactly how I'm going to do it, without telling you that without telling you that you need to make sure that there's enough foreign exchange within the country. The Nigerian CBN or the Nigerian bank has a
no, not at all.
Hold on.
All right. Let Fatai come in. Fatai. Hold on. Let Fatai come in. Yeah, because Fatai understands that space. Fatai.
One man. Rational mind. What rational mind is talking about ordinarily is it's not that it's not logical, right? But what Peter Obi said is what is illogical, right? So it's as you identify, there are two issues here. First issue is the question, which I don't know from his answer. He doesn't seem to know what the question is asking of him. Second question, even the one that he provided, which rational mind is trying to talk about, in fact, is the most stupid thing you could ever say, right? There is no relationship between foreign reserve. If you increase your foreign reserve, blah blah blah, there is no relationship between what he's saying and foreign exchange rate. There is no relationship between your reserve and your foreign exchange.
Actually,
right?
there is.
Wait, can you let me?
Let him land.
Can you let me land, please? Can you let me land, please? I'll give you only a very simple example.
You're making me.
Hold on. Before you land, Fatai, to Niger, what is your area of expertise?
My area of expertise is not in foreign exchange, but I'm very clear.
Is it in
reserve
economics?
affects your exchange rate.
All right. So you
one man,
Fatai has expertise there. So let's hear from
I
somebody who knows.
will even give
Carry on.
him basic. I will give him an answer he will understand.
Yeah.
Russia, right? This Russia-Ukraine war situation that is going on, the West froze Russia foreign reserves, right? But what happened to Russia currency, the Russia exchange, Russian ruble? It went up, not only by little. So you are telling me a scenario that is similar to zero foreign reserve, but the exchange, the Russian currency is going up. Against dollar, against euro is flying. So what is the relationship? Can you explain to me there what is the relationship?
What are you talking about, Fatai? What are you talking about?
I am talking about no foreign reserve.
Frozen doesn't mean no foreign reserve.
Hold on.
Oh, what does it mean?
Let me answer.
No, it means to have it.
Hold on.
Guys, maybe you should allow Fatai to land his point.
You see that's the frustration. People that don't have the expertise in an area, they want to argue from more knowing that somebody that has an expertise.
Yeah,
so let's listen to somebody that
Fatai, you can't.
Hold on. Let him paint the picture.
How can you not use it?
That's what I
will tell you. You've frozen Russian foreign reserve. You should know a country that is having demand against itself is different from a country that is having demand against the international community. Now they've frozen their reserve, but they are still buying their gas. What does that tell you?
And they pay them in robos.
Excuse me.
Wait.
They pay them in robos.
When they freeze their when they freeze their foreign reserve, does it mean they have the foreign reserve?
That's not the issue.
I don't understand what you said. They don't have foreign reserve.
Now,
Ola, maybe you guys should allow Fatai to land before you start interjecting. Then we can get proper understanding. Let him land.
Look, Ola, I have listened to you many times. Look, make sure you get the line right before you interject me, okay? Many times I have watched you. You don't need to jump on me when what you're saying.
Don't worry about that.
Excuse me.
Hold on, Fatai.
Not only that, when you have foreign reserve, you have it in many currency denominations. You have foreign reserve in dollars, you have foreign reserve in euro, you have foreign reserve in Chinese currency, you have foreign reserve in many. So are you telling me that because in order to enhance your foreign exchange in these different currencies, you will have foreign reserve in every currency of the world? Just because you want to enhance your foreign exchange in every currency.
Excuse me, please.
They bear no relationship. Okay.
Fatai, you are going off tangent here. Hold on. This is what I don't.
Hold on. He's painting a picture only if you let him land. Carry on, Fatai.
I am telling you that Peter Obi's answer that it's your foreign reserve that drives your exchange rate is bonkers. Right? He has no understanding of that space, which is fine if it's not his area of expertise. Do you understand? If you can explain to me why a frozen foreign reserve and then a jump which gives a jump in foreign exchange, then I don't know. How does it mean then that if you export more and then increase your, by the way, even when you export more, it doesn't mean your foreign reserve will improve. Your foreign reserve is a decision that you make. I might have too much foreign exchange. The central bank governors, like the board of directors of central bank, they might decide not to have foreign reserve. It's a subjective decision how much foreign reserve you have. There's no relationship between them. I can decide. I can have so much export, and I decide.
I came to interject, and I want to go back to sleep. Sorry.
All right. Give Kulata a moment. Yeah,
just give me a moment. Look, yeah. Foreign reserves has nothing to do with exchange rate. Nothing. The primary thing that affects exchange rate, if you don't even do anything at all, is first of all inflation rate relative to the currency. That is, if there's no trade, if there's nothing, one currency depreciates relative to the other, that affects the exchange rate. The next thing is your interest rate. The interest rate, like if you jack up the interest rate of the dollar, for example, dollar is more expensive. There's more foreign currency going after the dollar. It affects the exchange rate. I've not even talked about trade. Then the next thing is balance of trade.
One man.
The next thing is wait now. Wait now.
What he's talking about.
Yeah, so balance of trade is what Peter Obi is trying to talk about. But
they don't have relationship.
But it's not. It's talking about, what did he talk about again? Reserve. No. Reserve.
Foreign reserve.
No, foreign reserve. You use it to back up your exchange rate. Like assuming you
is political decision. It's political decision, right?
It's not. It's not even.
1 minute. Let me tell you about that Russia. You know, before the war, right? So Russia has a lot of U.S. foreign reserve because he anticipates the war is coming. He decides to deplete his foreign reserve in dollars, increase China foreign reserve. You play. These are political decisions. These are not I export. I have a foreign reserve.
It gives you the room to decide how your foreign exchange. Without the foreign reserve, you don't have any power.
No, no.
Okay, let me read it. Let me read the document to you, because you all are just making us like experts. Let me read it. It says foreign currency reserve impacts exchange rates when they are used and manipulated by central banks to favor of their domestic currency. Example says China wants to increase the value of its currency, the yuan. China could sell its US dollar reserves and buy yuan currency. Is what I mean. If you don't have the reserve, how can you do that?
Wait, tonight, you can use foreign reserve.
One voice.
Sorry, I just came to talk about this topic and I'm going back out. Foreign reserve is used.
Now, one voice, gentlemen, one voice. Pulata, let Pulata go because he's about to.
People use foreign reserve as a tool to stabilize or back up your exchange rate. For example, if I'm China, I export.
The moment ago, you said they had no link.
It doesn't directly affect the exchange rate.
Hold on, everybody. Everybody, hold on. Can you hold on?
Calm down now.
Everybody includes you. Everybody, hold on. We want to take a learning from this, not to win points. So let's take the learning.
When you talk about the main drivers of exchange rate, I've hit the top three. But things like foreign reserve is just a government using a tool. Like if I want to artificially depreciate the yuan, for example, because I'm an export-based country. If I'm an export-based country, I don't want my currency to be strong. So I can go and buy dollars. I can go and buy dollars to make dollars gain against the yuan. It's just a political tool. It's a tool of trade. It's not a tool to determine the exchange rate. I'm forcing the yuan to be down. So my exports will be cheaper and the US and other people will buy more export products from me as opposed to buying it from the pound or the dollar, which is more expensive. But it's not a driver of exchange rate. Balance of trade is what Peter Obi is trying to talk about. And even if you don't trade at all, just the fact that Naira depreciates at 10%, dollar depreciates at 2%, there's a differential of 8%. That's already showing how your exchange rate depreciates. Interest rates, for example, if you have dollar and pound higher interest rate, everybody will take their currency to go and buy bonds and go and buy debt in US dollar, dominated US dollar and dominated UK pound.
You're going too deep into.
You need to know what it is. It's not going to this. You have to get educated.
Let us interrogate you. Can we interrogate you?
You can interrogate, but it's just the economics.
Let's do that. Because you've spoken now and then you are going back on what you just said, because initially you said there's no.
What did I go back? Ask your question.
Yeah, hold on. Let him ask.
You said there was no link between foreign reserve and the your local currency gaining, appreciating. That's what you said.
Yes, categorically.
No, foreign reserve has nothing to do with your.
Again, that's what you said. But then you went back on your word again and you said, well,
I did not go back on my words. Maybe you don't understand what I was saying.
Because he's trying to be a little bit obedient. That's why. He's trying to be a little bit obedient.
Balance
That's
of
why.
trade. If you talk about
we're having
look, if you talk about balance of trade, which you can also call balance of trade, which is current account deficit, that affects exchange rate, but not your foreign reserves.
Hold on. You see, you're making this so complicated.
Maybe you don't understand the difference between balance of trade and foreign reserves.
You're making it so complicated. The point I'm saying here is this. You see,
sorry guys, I'm not learning anything here. I'm not learning anything from you guys. You guys are just talking. Foreign reserve, not foreign reserve.
Don't worry. The rest of us are learning. But carry on.
No, you're not learning one.
Okay. Do you guys understand the difference? Do you guys understand?
You're not learning nothing.
Do you guys understand? Do you guys understand?
Hold on, Polata. Hold on. I am learning because I'm listening to people who know better than me.
You are being to one side. You are considered to one side, so that's why you say you are learning. I'm not learning. I'm a neutral person. I'm not learning. Like everybody speaking here is right, but I don't know who to pick from. So who is right? Who is wrong?
No. They are presenting an argument, and then the logic of it.
What's the point of the argument? Most have a base of the argument.
Hold on. The basic of the conversation, not an argument, but a conversation. The basis of the conversation is if an increased foreign reserves impacts on the exchange rate in the manner that Peter B confused delivery was.
Where are we still on this topic? The word expert on that area. We still
don't say that. What piece?
We know Peter B say don't now, but
I'm not saying it because I'm saying it. I'm saying it because my cousin who works with IMF in charge of West African region just sending the message. We come back, we talk, and said Peter B has no clear idea of what he was talking about on that this time watch period. And I think that guy
doesn't make anything. Doesn't make any sense.
Why listen to such people?
So because of said that doesn't mean anything.
That wants to explain this thing to us. And people can interject one by one. I don't know why everybody wants to talk at the same time.
I don't know why they talk. So he didn't do well. This one doesn't mean he cannot do well the next time. When Obama and Romney had conversation, Obama goofed. Then he came back again and he cannot have scores, cannot win everything. I'll be fucked up in this.
No, language. Yeah.
Sorry, he goofed in this. Cool, he will come back next time and come prepared. In this, clearly, he goofed.
We know he did. We know he did.
Okay, what is one man? Can you let Lata land his point? Then we listen from Fatah. Then the rational man and Ola can interject them if they want to. Okay. But you are not letting us listen to anybody at all. Everybody's just wanting to interject. Let the person land their point. Then we can hear from you too. Rational man, I was saying the same thing when people were interjecting you too. So give people a chance to talk. Ola, please, Fatah. If Kolata is talking, let him land. Then you can chip in. Then other people can interject. This is just not making any sense anymore.
All right, back to you, Kolata. Just exactly as DOG said, let's have a structured conversation. Have we lost Kolata? He's gone to bed.
Sorry, I muted myself.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
So, see, the basic, if you don't trade anything at all, the ones that affect exchange rates, first thing is inflation rate, relative inflation rate between two currencies, and then the interest rate. If interest rate is high in a valued currency, more foreign money will go after because you want to invest in that currency. Example is pound or dollar bond because you will get more return, is more guaranteed. So by the time you take your own currency to go after the dollar, your currency will lose more value because there's more demand for the dollar relative to the supply of your own currency. Now, the next one, which Peter Obi was trying to articulate, is trade deficit, balance of trade. Meaning, if I'm using Naira to chase after the dollar to import and all, there will be more Naira going after a few dollars. So Naira will lose value. So foreign reserve is totally different. Foreign reserve is me, Nigeria, buying dollars for whatever reason, political, it may be strategic political reason, it may just be I want to edge or something. That directly does not affect affect exchange rate. It has nothing to do with exchange rate. It's just how do you want to invest. So buying foreign reserves or keeping foreign reserves, no. The only thing is if you want to be using your foreign reserves, like taking out of it to back up your currency. Let's say you want to stabilize your currency by hook or by crook. You invested in foreign reserve. You can use that foreign reserve to artificially inflate your currency, but it's not a direct driver. So Peter Obi goofed. He could have just said balance of trade, and all this will go away. So Fatai is right. Peter Obi is very, very wrong. And then the additional things like government debt, basic economic performance, recession, things like that. But the primary three drivers: exchange rate, inflation rate, and balance of trade. And Peter Obi was trying to talk about balance of trade, and he messed up. Very simple. Let me go back to sleep.
I am next now. I am next now. Am I not?
Yeah, Fatai. Yeah, let's hear from Fatai.
Why Fatai only now? I want to ask a question. You say Fatai.
No, because Fatai was in the middle of a narration, but Kulata interjected him. But I think because Fatai has spoken on this space before, and he has a very listen to him, and then you'll see why I said
when
Fatai
bullies, sometimes you allow him, and those of us that they are saying please, you ignore us. Yes, I wanted to speak before Fatai bullied his way in. I gave him a chance.
Can you imagine one man? One man.
Hold on, Fatai.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine? I'm saying.
Hold on.
Who are all these people that I never met in my life?
I said Farabale. Ola, the reason why I said Fatai is because this is not a new conversational space. When they had the what was that session that they had, and then Fatai spoke extensively on that space. He took notes, in fact, and then came in. So he presented a very detailed and a very structured argument around that. So I know where he's sort of coming from, and he addresses directly what Peter Obi is saying. Fatai, do you remember when you came and made that presentation?
One man. Can I interject 1 minute?
Let's hear from.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Don't use the word bully now. You are going to let's hear from Ajale Koko, and then
look, one man. What Ola is saying is very clear. Ola have been trying to interject. But you didn't let him have his way, but only for you to allow Fatai, who came in after him, to have his. That is what Ola is complaining about. And I think
did I bully my way?
No, you didn't bully your way. You didn't bully your way. Hold on, D. Yeah,
so
you didn't.
Personal
it's not personal, but
no.
Go on.
What Ola is you see, Ola tried to take it cool that he was trying to. He was saying, let me interject. You didn't let him, but Fatai started saying, let me interject, and was try, and you let him in. So I think that was what Ola was referring to as he bullied his way in. Maybe he didn't use the right word, but maybe he didn't use the right word.
Kulata landed, and as they said before, Kulata started to speak. They said Kulata, then Fatai, and I said, can I take my turn now? How did I bully my way?
Before
what Ola is
complaining
about.
Fatai was the one that one man gave the chance to speak because it's an economic. Then Kulata came and said, no, he wants to go back to sleep.
No, Fatai, hold on. Let me explain to you. Before you ever interjected, Ola has been asking for interjection. But one man did not let him in, and one man allowed you in.
But that's the issue with him and one man now. What does he have to do with me bullying my way in? What does he have to do with me?
No, don't take it
all right, Fatai. All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. Yes, and apologies to you, Ola. I wasn't trying to sideswipe you, but as I said, Fatai had a very unique take on that conversational space. That was why I went quickly to him. even to Nigeria wanted to have a say, but I quickly went to him because there was a session we had. I can't recall. It was about 2 weeks ago, around this same space that Fatai had a real, very unique breakdown of it. So that's why I went to him. So no disrespect meant to anyone, but Fatai certainly did not bully his way in. I just went to him because I knew that he had an outlook on that space. But let's come to you, Ola. Take your outlook, and then we'll go to Fatai. Let's do it that way.
I actually wanted to ask Kulata a question the other time, but at least because before Kulata went, I just wanted to ask him what drives the forex, the foreign reserve, and if your foreign reserve comes to, let's say, negative, what happened to your exchange rate? Those were the questions I wanted him to clarify. When they were saying foreign reserve doesn't affect exchange rate. You may say it doesn't affect the exchange rate all the time, but there will be a particular point in time that your foreign reserve will come so low that will be forced to devalue your currency. That's what I wanted to ask, because when we are in this space sometimes, even though nobody knows everything, you can't know the thing all the time. But the thing is this, there's a way you pass the wrong information for someone that can pick it everywhere. The basic determinant of any forex they say is what they call, is a simple calculation: tradable divided by non-tradable. Tradable are your exports, and non-tradable are the services you produce within. But by the time the services you are producing within, now that you are supposed to produce within, you are now bringing another thing, you are not substituting them with an export now. It's going to affect your exchange rate. Those are the simple questions I want to ask, that people cannot just say on the go that, exchange rate doesn't affect the foreign reserve doesn't affect exchange rate. You can't say that one on the blanket. It's so blank without saying the principle. And that was why I was referring to what Fatai was saying, that when they shut Russian foreign reserve down, that why is the currency going up? And I said this is a country that trading against itself. It's still exporting value, but it's still exporting good, but cannot import. That's where this is. So that's what I wanted to explain. But rational, this Plata has gone, so we can't really engage in that argument. So I will yield the floor to Fatai to continue. Then I will.
You can have that conversation with Fatai still, because I think Fatai is on the same directional travel as Kulata. But Fatai, just as Ola explained it, does it align?
Not even at all. Tradable versus non-tradable. That is formula for what? You say tradable versus divided by non-tradable. What formula is that? What is that formula for?
So, sorry to say, but I thought you said you play around economics, right? Because it's a simple formula in economics where you want to look at the factors that determine your foreign exchange. Now, when you say it's a basic formula in macroeconomics,
you give out a specific formula, and I said that formula is for what variable? It's a formula for what?
Look at it this way: tradable versus non-tradable. Wait.
Can you tell me the parameter that you use that formula to calculate?
No. See, trade balance influences your foreign exchange. Yes, sir.
Brother, you gave a specific formula. It's like you say two. It's like saying 2 divided by 3 equals to, I don't know, X. So what is that X? That formula you gave now is for what calculation?
I'm telling you that.
Brother, you don't know these things, right? You just need a formula that has no meaning in life. And then because maybe people don't do, say it's economic formula. What economic
Fatai and Mr. Ola, Ejo, please, for God's sake. I think we've been stuck on this, and we've been stuck on this for a while now. I think we should just move on. Now, if you want people to speak about this, you can probably continue with the trajectory and probably time each of the panelists, maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes to speak on each of the topics. We are on this. We are stuck because we are dealing with a completely an absolute package fraud that they just want to shove down the throat of everybody, and it's so evident and it's so clear to people who can think that, you know, if it, like Wike would say, if he didn't dare, he didn't dare, right? So
He didn't dare at all, my brother. He didn't dare at all.
The guy
Not at all.
he's not there, and that's why we have talk about. You know, these are very simple, you know, situation, and that's why I was challenging everybody, right? If you know, if you're on this platform, if you've been to Anambra State before, you wouldn't be talking about this man for real. You wouldn't be talking about him. Please let's move on, one man. This is a complete waste of time.
It's not a waste of time because you want to make it so.
Yeah,
right? You just come and you call someone a fraud, and you just come in and you just left, and you want to be about you. It's not about you.
Sorry. What's happened? I just went away from.
You can't come here and you call Obi fraud. What's the problem?
Hold on, let me report what I said.
Come on now, what's the problem?
Hold on, let me report.
Talk like someone who gets sense.
I have not called out anybody on this platform. I've not called out Joe's daddy or his mommy.
Oh God, no.
Hold on. I've not called out anyone.
No. Please don't reference anybody's prayers. Please.
And I've said that instead of having issue personally with anyone on the platform, I will not do that. I will continue to hit on that candidate. The candidate is my issue. All these candidates, if you want to talk about them till tomorrow. But I'm not going to hit you directly. I'm not going to hit anyone directly on this platform. I will hit on the candidate, and I will say it again, right? When you have over packaged a fake item, right? It has a threshold, so you can it's glaring now, right? Is so clear, and that's why I'm challenging everybody. Even though after this election, everybody on this platform, whenever you have a time to travel back to Nigeria, please visit Anambra State, and you will stone anybody who is packaging this nonsense for Nigerians. That's what I'm going to say.
Stop it, man! Stop that.
I'm not calling anybody.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something?
No. Hold on. Okay. You don't have to go to Nigeria. We can go to Anambra State now.
Oh God!
We have been Yoka. Whatever I butcher, whatever I done. Never put on your lot of 5 years. God bless you.
So that it is. You don't have to go to Nigeria.
What year was that, one man?
That was Obi.
I don't know, but that's
let's talk reasonably here. There are parts of Lagos I will show you today. I am not going to blame Tinubu on it. Let's just leave this matter, please. Let's just talk like people like election is only 12 days ahead, right? So it does not really.
The issues that those candidates are talking about. That's what we're discussing, and I don't know why.
No. Rational mind. It has gone from issues to insults. And so when I said insult,
but you
I don't know my
anybody. One man, can
you can't come.
All right, settle down, everyone. Everyone settle down. Let's hear from Tunaija. Let's hear from Tunaija. So Tunaija, give us your take on Peter Obi's economic blueprint.
Yeah, thanks, Woman. I think this thing, Peter Obi's economic agenda is quite sound. I understand that people are concerned that he doesn't necessarily go into minutiae details and stuff like that. And I think he has this resentment for it. I've seen when he's been pressed for it and he tried to go into it, then he would just back off and say, because people have been sold these goods before, that it doesn't matter, because he can tell you everything, but he still doesn't. So he goes into the reasons why he believes what he believes. He gives you several reasons. And I can understand that, because the reason why I relate to it, because that's how I also understand something. It impacts on you. Like when you go to this country, you see this country do the same thing, that country do the same thing. It's like everything you think about focuses your attention. That's why when I focus on security, because I've looked at so many different countries, I say, this is crazy. Why are we acting crazy? So that is how he comes across to me. I relate to that because when he paints those type of pictures, and I can see why he does that. People don't like it's not for everybody, because clearly human beings don't understand things in the same way. Some people can literally not visualize stuff. So when people paints a picture like that, they're like, "What are you talking about?" And other people that can visualize stuff will feel like, "Why don't you understand? It's clear to me, but it's not clear to you," because not everybody understands things the same way. That is why I don't fault people that don't like
Because not
me comes
everybody is
across.
a trader. Not everybody is a part seller.
I think it's not about trader. This is something I think it's a
The
condition.
way the guy was explaining, talking as if he's explaining things to people in Alaba. You can see the way all those people were looking and so tired and worn out. You know what? And I want to make a point here this night, please. Some people will insult people. Then when they insult them back, they can't take it. You will insult whether directly or indirectly.
DOG, you always come at me. Come at me. Just call my name.
You know
so
I'm
no,
talking
Can we let that go? Can we let that go? You always do this thing. Anytime I'm talking, you always
Point.
where are you?
Can we let that?
Sorry,
then when they
sorry
insult
everybody.
you back, you take
sorry
offense.
everybody, because I'm the one that people don't like. But I've said this before. We should move on from this topic. It's not making sense. And
Let's not be personal about this. Come on.
Wama is trying to be one side. I don't know why Wama is flogging this issue. We all agree it didn't do well. Let's move to other topic. My state is at stake here. People came out online issuing threat. Obi is coming to campaign a few days time, and you said I should not say anything about my state. I'm elections happen everywhere in Nigeria. It's not happening only in Lagos or in the east or in the south.
No, hold on. War peace. Hold on. I believe every one of us here are looking for Southern candidates to be our next president. And this is the opportunity to evaluate both of these guys with the recent interview that they had with captains of industries. These are not politicians. These are not media house. So it'd be very, very unfair to a lot of our people that are watching us back home and around the world to have this opportunity. And we cannot compare and contrast these two guys on what they have for us, their plan, and who among the two of them that have the capacity to lead us and take us out of this economic problem that we are facing in that country. So don't let us just say, let us do away with this thing. Let us compare and contrast this them on every issue and question they ask them. Let us evaluate. I mean, this is Two Niger came in. He said, "Man, this is the best." He commended Tinubu. Said, "This performance is what I've been looking for." He didn't downplay him.
Nobody
is an obedient.
Nobody's downplaying anybody.
Nobody downplaying.
So sorry. At least let Ajanle Koko speak. Come on.
He didn't downplay him. He's an obedient. But Tinubu was able to convince him that he have the capacity and he have the best plan, better plan rather over the others. Look, let us compare these two guys and let us see their areas of strength, areas of weaknesses, and then we can move forward from there. And our people at home can really see things very clearly.
Yeah, can I just see what I understood? Hold on. Can I just see what I understood?
Hold on, to Niger. So I'm going to insist that let me call you in. If then you let's
one man. Let me finish here. The only problem is that we don't allow one man to direct the affairs the best way that everyone can enjoy it. If we can allow one man to direct this affair tonight, I think everybody here will enjoy it, and as well as our people back home. So let us give it to
one man is biased. So you cannot say one man.
No,
So one man
hold on. How can you say?
We'll call him to order. No, we'll call him to order now.
I may have to let you go. I may have to let you go. Joel, because we're trying to bring order in, but you would never allow that. So please, but carry on, Ajalekoko.
Yeah. So let us give him that. Let us allow him to direct the affair, and all of us can enjoy it. And let us be calm as well. Let's do it one after the other. You want to interject, you can interject, and after you, anybody wants. Let's just allow one man to take control of this thing. Don't let us shout above each other, please. Let us do that.
Okay, let's go. One man, please. Let me just finish. Let me respond to Ajalekoko, please. Sorry, because I don't
was
really.
one talking.
I know it's your turn, to Nigeria. Just interjecting. Hold on.
Hold
on.
They just told you to follow order. You disobeyed.
I know we are following order. I'm not. It's your time. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Carry on now, Bob.
I know, Tuna, sorry, not disrespect. I know it's your time. I don't. In this topic, it's not my area of expertise. So I listened to you guys, and when I was a bit confused, I charged in. I said, "Man, I'm not following it up anymore. I don't understand the base of argument of what I don't put the English. I don't understand the base of argument. What I'm saying, Oga Ajalekoko, it's about 6 hours now, and we'll be talking about one issue. Of course, we have to scrutinize all these candidates, their policy, which we invite anybody to do. And I've been saying that if you're not economically retreat, I've been saying that I want the powers to come to the South, but we must scrutinize the people that the power is coming to meet in the South, which I invited. Even when me and Mama speak, I always say, anytime I speak here, like, yes, I want power to come to South, but doesn't mean we do not scrutinize the candidate. Now, now I've said that, now let me dive to my point. My point is this. The policy of Obi today did not go well with a lot of people, and it did not perform well, and that has been established. Now, I don't understand the flogging and the flogging all over and all over again. It's becoming talk too much. It's becoming talk too much. That was just my point. It's becoming talk too much. 6 hours now we be on one point, and one more we shut down in the next 1 hour.
I never thought they one shut down. I can't talk now.
We have to move to other. We have to. We cannot agree. There's no way we can agree. The opinions are here. They cannot agree. The participants are here. They cannot agree. And we can never land at any point. So at least let's treat other cases. This case can go tomorrow again. Sometimes we have treated some case for 1 week in this platform. We cannot treat this case today. This case cannot get to the bottom of it today. It's impossible. You understand me, Oga Ajalekoko? So please, we have other things to do on this platform, and let's talk about it. I'm not an economist. I'm not whatever, but I'm getting tired of this talk. Obi didn't do well. From my layman perspective, he didn't do well. I already know that. So I don't need you to be Frankenstein or a potential to tell me what he did or what he didn't do. So that's just my assertion. Please, I'm not trying to dictate your platform for you, but please, we have other pressing issues on ground, which I would like to speak on. And
all right, speak on them. You want to speak on the?
No, I don't want to take too Naija time. Let Naija finish. Wrap up with people, then I'll come next. Like wrap up with people that wants to speak on this. Obi, Dirty move. Fatai was still there. Naija is speaking. Des is waiting. So I want everybody to speak. Then I will come. I'm waiting patiently here.
All right. So back to you, Naija. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So just to be clear, what I observed from Tinubu today, that's when I watched the video, was that he was articulate beyond what he has demonstrated before, and he answered questions quite well. And one thing you have to observe in the session was that the platform was not for to and fro, so you can't dig any deeper into the answers. But he gave coherent answers, and like I said, Peter Obi is not a man for wanting to give answers, because I've seen where he was pressed for details, and later on he told the lady, well, you are pressing for details. All the people you are pressed for details before now, what good did they do you? That you need to focus on the bigger pictures, and there is room for direction in Nigeria? Because we've been focusing too much on detail, but there's no real direct. Can anybody tell us that Nigeria has a direction? No, there is none.
No, Nigeria has a direction. What do you mean Nigeria doesn't have a direction?
Because we don't have it. Give me one agenda that Nigeria has in terms of direction.
What do you
mean? As a nation. You see
No,
what I
Nigeria,
mean? So, but with Peter Obi, you will know that it's
what direction does Peter Obi have?
Consumption to production. You see
that?
that?
Okay.
That is the direction.
All right.
You might laugh at it. You might laugh at it. But
No. Just wrap it up.
This is the kind of
wrap it up and then we move on.
We say that Peter Obi's obedience, so-called obedience, are the most irrational ones and all the rest. But you hear what people are doing here too. They are doing the same thing.
Consumption to production is not.
See,
anyway, just wrap it up.
My take is that I can see both sides, and I'm telling you that has value. These captains of industry, they are not the mass of Nigerians. You see what I mean? So I will leave it there. Thank you.
The captains of industry.
Okay, wrap it up and let's pack it up. Let's move on, please.
Yeah. Let's go to Fatai. Fatai, to you.
Okay, one man. Just to I see, I'm not home, right? That's why I'm on my mobile and you couldn't get me in it. So somehow I am not home, but I'm trying to get in, right? But I think it's very difficult to talk, right? When people just want to jump on you. I don't have a problem people to challenge me, to ask me questions, to say what I don't. But when you listen to some things, I'm not a baby. I'm not an idiot. I can see patterns, right? But let me leave it for. Let me rest that one for a little bit. What my brother I think tonight just said now is the answer to the other my brother what Pace said. Look, we can all just go home and say, okay, Obi didn't do well, Peter Obi, Tinubu did well, and go home, right? I don't find it interesting. At the same time, I didn't put up any mathematics. I'm not talking econometrics or anything. I'm trying to make my point in the most simplistic of language as possible. I raised the issue of Russia. I raised the issue of, let's say you want to, also before I even say that, I am not saying that Peter Obi, I think it is very important when something is wrong to point it out. It's part of the conversation. I'm not saying he didn't do well or he couldn't explain himself well. I am saying what he said is the problem. That's it. And I think that is fair. It's fair enough if I feel that what he said is wrong to be able to say, I think it's wrong, or this is what is wrong. I don't think that is too much a conversation, but it is when people are trying to jump on you, when even in the minimum, they haven't thought through what they want to jump on you over. And very difficult to talk when that continues to happen. It is very difficult for some of us to continue to come to the platform to be, what is my gain for me to be taking all of these things? A bully is weighing, he do this, he do that. Well, I mean, why should I be taking all this? It doesn't make sense to me. Every time I'm asking myself, how am I taking? But anyway, just to go to the point, the point. What that my brother said now, consumption, you see that point, is not everything in life that circles back to consumption to production, right? The exchange rate and the foreign reserve is trying to make a way to link foreign reserve and exchange rate and link everything back to consumption to production. But you can't force things to link if they don't link. In this case, they don't link, right? And I will repeat the two examples. First example is Russia. You're gonna need a lot of explaining to tell me that when they freeze somebody's foreign reserve, frozen, and their exchange rate is improving, and then you want to tell me that, that is even if you say it's more complicated, exactly, that is the point. It is more complicated than just saying foreign reserve exchange rate. It is more, in the minimum, it's more complicated. Even at best, it has no relationship, by the way. But even if you want to claim that there is a relationship, it is more complicated than the other. But even the second point is this. So if you say your foreign reserve is what you will use to improve your exchange rate, which exchange rate? So you are telling me now that I am going to say, okay, I want to improve my dollar. I'm going to improve my foreign reserve, my foreign exchange rate with Ghana cedis. Therefore, I will also balloon my foreign reserve with Ghana cedis. Do you know how many currencies are in the world? Are you telling me now that you're going to balloon all the foreign?
Sorry,
foreign reserve is denominated in different currencies.
Sorry, Fatai. People traditionally benchmark against the dollar. So when they are talking about, I think that's usually the space that people speak to, not the multiplicity of different currencies.
No. Foreign reserve, right? I gave that example in the air before, right? So before Russia went to the war with Ukraine, its foreign reserve was very high in dollar because it know that America could hurt Russia if that war starts. It depletes its foreign reserve with America, right? Increases with China, increases with Euro, increases here and there. It spreads it around. These are the decisions you make to spread around. When you say you are going to use your foreign reserve to improve your exchange rates have relationship with each other, right? Currencies have relationship with each other. If you want to, in how many which target currency are you? Okay, so what you are saying, one man, now is that we have a target currency, a dollar, right? Whatever you do with dollar is not what to improve your exchange rate with Ghana cedis. That's not the formula that is used to calculate exchange rate. So okay, what is happening with benchmark with benchmarking
Fatai,
with dollar?
Fatai, let me say something. Yeah, I'm not an expert in economics, but I'm a bit of a, what will I call it, a versatile knowledge kind of person. So, according to basically what I know, in exporting and what's, because you're talking about, what is talking about consumption to production. Now, let's imagine that happens, right? Nigeria goes from consumption to production and start producing a lot of good goods, manufactured goods that can be exported. So what now happens, right? Let's say the best case scenario, right? United States wants goods from Nigeria. What happens is, because they have to buy those goods with Naira, they have to convert their dollar to Naira each time because they need more Naira. And each time that happens, the currency gains more ground, right? When it gets more ground, that means that consumption to production indirectly or directly affects our exchange rate. That is what I know. So I'm not sure what you're talking about. We already got it that foreign reserve can actually align, whether it is political, whatever, is already acknowledged that yes, it can still affect foreign exchanges. So I'm not sure where this economics I don't know where it's coming from, to be honest with you.
Okay. I don't want to talk like I said, I don't want to talk econometrics even. But let's even keep it to the example that you gave. See, if I am a big manufacturer, as a matter of fact, I will let my foreign reserve, I will manipulate my foreign reserve, like China is doing with dollar. China will destroy its foreign exchange. So you understand? So that because it's a big manufacturing company actually deliberately destroy their foreign reserve against the target currency. You target currencies in your listing. That's the point I'm making. It will make no sense to give this overriding point that once you improve your foreign reserve, which foreign reserve are you even talking about? Right? Which foreign reserve? Even if you want to say you want to make the claim that your foreign reserve is going to improve your exchange, which one? If you have a foreign reserve in dollar, what does it have to do with your Ghana cedis? Your exchange rate with Ghana cedis.
Hold on. You are just convoluting this whole thing. When we talk about,
I'm not.
I think one man just said to you. When we talk about hold on. When we talk about foreign exchange, in international market, when they buy oil, they pay with dollars, right?
Yeah.
Dollar is the currency of trade in the world market, right? And so I know some years ago, I think what you see under Jonathan, they were trying to do a currency swap with Nigeria was trying to do a currency swap with China. I don't know how that went. They were trying to keep Nigerians foreign, some part of Nigeria's foreign reserve in yuan, in some China yuan. But I don't know how that went. I don't think it materialized. If it ever happens, I think something along the line will happen. But I know, of course, what must have happened is that they figured out that it is of no use keeping Nigerian money in yuan because of the manipulation of China. So oftentimes it is the US dollar, the greenback, that they use. As if so I don't know what you're talking about, trying to like make it look like, hold on, like make it look ridiculous that when we talk about foreign reserve, now what are we even talking about? I mean, when we talk about foreign reserve, IMF, World Bank, they go by the US dollar, which is the currency of.
Can I answer that? That is another space.
Go on.
Can you? Okay. Do you want me to explain to you? So the reason I left one man there is because that is another space entirely. Foreign reason, because US dollar is the reason is a benchmark, has nothing to do with foreign reserve. The reason it's a benchmark is because of stability of dollar. It's because it's because dollar is a predictable currency, right? Every other currency, if a naira is used as a currency of exchange, look at what just happened to naira now. That means the trade of the whole world will be destroyed by today. So dollar is because of the stability of dollar. It doesn't have even to do with the strength of dollar or the exchange rate of dollar or the foreign reserve of America. It's because of the stability of dollar. That is even why they tell you, look, American dollar will defend its currency, even a currency printed in 1801 with the last blood of its citizens.
We understand all of this.
The stability of dollar has nothing to do with foreign reserve or exchange rate, has nothing to do with it. Nothing. Zero to do with it. It's because of stability of dollar.
The currency of
that
reserve,
is why it's
hold on. The currency of reserve for many countries is the US, the greenback. Do you know that?
What?
Do you agree with me that the currency of reserve for many countries is the US dollar?
Preferred, but that political decision
you
could have in euro. Many people have it in euro.
Hold on. Japan has their reserve in greenback.
Political decision.
Oh, what is this guy?
Not economic.
What is this guy talking?
It's political decision.
Let's make this thing so simple. We know you are an economist. You have so many economic terms. Let us make this simple for our listeners at home. That's why I'm trying to speak in a layman language so that we can understand.
Me too. Okay.
Hold on. What we're talking about here, we're talking about the reserve versus the strength of the local currency. A few minutes ago, came here and just bamboozled and talking, and then he left. He didn't even let us even query his thinking on that, whatever he knows about that. Now, from what I know, if you listen to Bismarck Rewani, when they were asking him some months ago about what can be done, this multiple, which Obi was addressing, this this multiple exchange that we have here and there, what can the CBN do to curb this thing, to make it look as if we have one single currency, at least even something close to what the CBN offers? Bismarck reminded, from what I remember what he said when he was talking to Shiwo Kwebaloyi on that, he says there is no one size fit all for all of this. That's what he's like. I'm quoting him, and I remember using me. He said there's no one size fit all for this. But what he thinks that the central bank should do is that they need some kind of monetary policy in that area, whereby when they sell this money when they give this money to banks or to these bureau de change, that they need to make sure they monitor how much is selling this dollar or this foreign exchange. But the point is trying to make again is that how can they even make it when even they themselves, they don't have enough? He was talking about the airlines that they were owing. They could not even pay some of the airlines in dollars because they say they don't have enough reserve to pay them, and that is why he's driving the cost of dollars in the market. All this Aboki that has it, they kind of drive it up because they said CBN is not giving them much to sell. So the least one they have in circulation, they will just jack it up. And then when they jack it up, your ordinary man that wants to go to China and buy goods or wants to go to Taiwan or whatever to buy goods is buying dollar at a higher price. When he brings the goods back, there's inflation. And he has to sell it at a higher price. And the dollar, the naira seems to have naira is useless because of they're selling dollar at a higher premium. So all of this is what you need to understand, that if the reserve, if we don't show up our reserve to make sure that our local manufacturers, they have enough dollars to go buy, and they can buy it at a cheaper rate because there's an overabundance of dollar or foreign hard currency in circulation, which can, because if I know I can go to a bank and I can get a dollar because the dollar is everywhere, why would I go to an Aboki to sell it for me $700 when I can get it in the bank? Bank will sell it for me.
Can I, just before we miss it, but your foreign reserve is not available in your bank, in your Zenith bank, for you to go and take it. Your foreign reserve is locked up.
But it's available in CBN now. That's
we know how it works.
Fatai.
I don't have to take $1 to
What do you mean how?
Fatai.
No, Fatai.
Fatai, please explain to Rational.
When you have a foreign reserve, it's not with you. You don't in your hand. It's with other countries.
Let me explain.
Okay. Fatai, please explain to Rational Mind what happens when Nigeria buys up dollar. So naira here, dollar here. Nigeria buys dollar reserves. What happens relative to the naira?
It stabilizes the currency now. It depends.
I asked Fatai. Calm down.
Okay, you're not asking me no problem.
I use my naira.
Fatai now.
I said I use my naira to buy dollar. What happens to the naira? Does it get weaker or it gets stronger? Naira chasing after the dollar. No.
Let me answer you now.
I did not ask you. I asked Fatai. It's simple economics. I use my naira to buy dollar. What happens to naira? What happens to dollar? Which one is chasing after the other? It's just common sense.
It's just self-explanatory, my brother. Brother, let me even say this. I think they are building everything. They are building everything on a wrong assumption. I think I'm getting something from my brother Rational, what you are saying now. So you are thinking that when we have a lot of foreign reserve, then the person wants to buy Gary in the market, who needs dollar can just then get dollar. When you have foreign reserve, that money is not with you. Do you know that? If I have dollars foreign
works. Go on.
Listen. America has the money.
I know. I understand.
You don't have it.
Listen. I understand how it works.
Because
listen, as a manufacturer, I want to buy a machine in Asia. I don't have to say, okay, CBN, give me $1 million, and I have to put money in the bag and enter plane and go to China. No, that's not how it's done. I know how it's done.
But
my point is this.
But that 1 million is not. You don't have it. If you have too much foreign reserve, you don't have that money. Do you know that? If you have too much, that is why it's a political decision. Foreign reserve. It doesn't mean you have. Look, you can even if you succeed in it. Wait, can I just let me make this point? Let him make
the point. Yeah, carry on, Fatai.
Even if you succeed in consumption to production, right, and you have a lot of export, right, you might decide to have zero foreign reserve and has nothing to do with your exchange rate. It's a political decision. It depends. It can even be military decision. It can even be national security decision. How much foreign reserve you have, in which currency you have it, anywhere you have it. These are political. These are decisions.
But now
between
Obi
the
is telling you
president or whatever.
Gonna be his decision now. Listen.
Forget Obi now.
Yes. Can you just let me finish this explanation? I will just getting along with this man and you just jump in. What are you
they're talking about clever ideas, so don't introduce Obi. Let's hear clever ideas.
Rational man, let's use China to explain this phenomenon. Consumption to production. China is consumption to production.
Thank you, my brother.
So
crashes
China
by himself, or he crashes his own currency by himself.
China
yes,
sells
now.
a lot of.
Let me say something. Wait, calm down.
Hold on. The conversation if you want to come in at the level of the conversation,
yes, that's what I'm saying.
But don't take it to Obi because they're
let me just talk this China matter, and then you can say what you want to say.
All right,
so China exports a lot of goods. That means they have a positive balance of trade. So normally the yuan should be gaining against the dollar. But the Chinese, so because when you're selling, that's a positive balance of trade. China exports more than what America sells to China. That's positive balance of trade. In theory, the yuan should be gaining value against the dollar.
Thank you, my brother.
Now,
But China doesn't want.
let me finish now. To your long, Jesus Christ.
No, thank you. I'm just supporting you. I'm just supporting you.
Is agreeing with you. Carry on.
No, I thought it was this. Sorry.
No, not this.
So what China now does as a political tool against America to increase the advantage against America, they purposely go and buy dollar-denominated debt. That is the so-called foreign reserve. They buy dollar, they invest in dollar. Why? Because they want to keep the yuan low. So when they do that purposefully, that means they'll use yuan to chase after the dollar and then weaken yuan on purpose. So the fact that you own 500 billion gazillion foreign reserve doesn't affect your currency. It's the movement you do with that foreign reserve that you own that may affect your currency.
Can you explain? Hold on.
Tangentially, or even that is tangentially. Tangentially.
So if I want to temporarily strengthen my currency, I can sell my dollar. I can sell my dollar foreign reserve. That will strengthen my currency relative to the dollar. If I want to weaken it, I'll just go and buy more. The same thing Japan does, because Japan is an exporter.
Why did you take my question away from my mouth now? Eh?
Oh, I want to explain Japan. Why Japan is keeping their yen artificially low.
For me. It's exclusive for me. That's what China copied from Japan. Japan is 1,000 yen to $100. You know what they call 1,000 yen? They really crashed their economy, their currency against dollar.
The dollar.
Thank you, my brother.
Let me say this. Japan produced, let's say, a car for 2,000 yen, which is not up to 10,000 yen. And a 10,000 yen is, let's say, $100. Now, they will produce a car for 2,000 yen. That will take it to American market and sell it for $100 and bring that money back to Japan. It will convert to 10,000 yen. You said it.
Thank you.
8,000.
That's currency manipulation now.
Is it true?
What does every country do?
Okay,
what does every country do?
Cool. You guys are going deep. Hold on, guys. You guys are going deep into this economics. Now, I want us to see.
It's not deep, really.
Well, for some people, I might understand what you're saying. But what I'm saying that for some of our listeners, let us make that are listening to us so that they can understand what we heard from Obi and what you guys are saying, and maybe what Tinubu said, so that we can compare it. My point is this: that the foreign reserve at the stage where Nigeria is right now, because if you listen to Obi when he was saying, he said that Angola did the same thing. Angola's currency was so bad, but now that they increased their exports, that Angola's money, I mean, mind you, Angola was at some point they were even because their currency got so bad that they were spending dollars at some point. I have people that live over there, and now their currency, now for them to show up their currency, they have to increase the volume of their oil that they trade with the world market, which is making them to get more dollars, and it's their dollars.
Rational man, what is that?
Needs to refer right now.
No, but Papa explain. Koto move. You said they increase their export. That is balance of trade. Cool. So relative to their trading partners, they increase their export. That gives them favorable currency, whatever.
So what is that different from what Obi said? Was it not what he was talking about?
That's not what Obi said. Obi was focused. What Obi, if you interpret what Obi said, meaning you sell, you export, and then you increase your foreign reserve, it will have the opposite effect, because if you sell and then you use that money that you're using to sell to now invest in dollar, that means you're artificially deflating your own currency. So your currency will be low.
That doesn't make sense. What you just said doesn't make sense.
Colata, what you're saying.
I just explained it with China.
All right, there's coming.
Yeah.
Angola.
I don't know this economics. I don't know if you came here to study economics. I'm not an economics person.
It's above my own head, though. That's why I kept quiet, because I don't know what they're talking about, but it seems to make sense.
No, it's actually above me, but like I said, I'm very versatile when it comes to knowledge. What I understand there, Obi saying that he's gonna, from consumption to production. Now, if you're
selling manufactured goods, to a foreign country, I understand that they have to buy your currency to buy that goods from you. That is how it works. They can't just use a dollar and go and buy something in
Okay, so
naira.
what happens if they buy your
What
currency? What happens
happens? Your
to your
your
currency?
currency gains value, right? When
Correct.
they buy
Yes.
it gains value, which reduces the whatever
Exchange rate.
naira to exchange rate.
Correct.
Now, what happens that if maybe for some reason you don't like the infatuation of dollar rising and dollar falling and all these things, when you want to leave it in a stable state, and when they are buying, remember when you're importing and all that, your foreign exchange is increasing, I think. And now when
It
let's
depends.
say
It depends. If you save it, it
it's
depends. If you
yeah,
if
you're
you
saving it, of course. If you're importing, there's how much you're gonna import depends on how much you're gonna keep. You get. So now, let's say you want to buy something from them, and you wanna still maintain your foreign exchange or whatever. What you can do is print more naira, and buy buy whatever currency you're buying. Your foreign exchange is still there. Now you're stabilizing your whatever. The exchange rate is stable. That's what
you
I
print more
understand,
naira,
though.
When you print
Yeah,
if
more,
you print
no.
more naira,
print
you've already
more
weakened your
When
naira.
you print
currency.
more naira, you
No,
crash your
You crash your currency
no,
already.
not really. Well, like I
your
said,
currency
I
is
don't
worthless
understand
now.
much
It
about
Just
doesn't.
paper.
how.
Yes, it doesn't work like that. What you just said now doesn't work.
Kulata, sorry, can I ask you a question, please?
Yes, sir.
Please, in 2 minutes, I don't want to take a lot of people's time. In 2 minutes, can you explain to the public, to the panelists, how Zambia currency became the sixth strongest currency in Nigeria and one of the strongest currency that's gaining weight in the world? Sorry, in Africa,
Zambia.
strongest currency in Africa, and Zambia.
I don't know about Zambia, to be honest. Honestly, I don't know about Zambia.
Okay,
Honestly,
now
I
I'm
don't know
just
about
reading this.
Zambia.
Fatai, can you explain? Do you know about it? Can you explain?
I don't know. I mean, the distance to which I know is this Angola. Even that I don't, because I mean, it's all this story of go and verify. They bring some hidden place. I don't know about every country in the world, right? But I can guarantee you, right? Angola has had issues of foreign exchange fluctuation up and down historically. So if their exchange rate has gone up now, right? Wait another 2 months or 1 year, it's going to crash again. That is how the historical behavior of their currency has been. I don't even think particularly they are related.
Fatai and Kulata, two of you.
Can I ask? Okay.
So why do we have inflation in Nigeria? Can you tell me why we had inflation? Mind you, let me give you context.
So who's playing radio? Who's playing radio?
I don't know who's playing radio yet.
That's this, isn't it?
So now, if you look at, we're changing dollar at some point at is it 550? Suddenly we saw it skyrocket to 700 and then almost to 800. So can you give me? Can you tell the listeners, explain in a more simple economic term how we got to that point? Why was dollar trading, and what was the reason behind it?
So there are many reasons, but I'll give you one. Fatai can expand on other ones. First of all, why do we have inflation? First thing is we have a country without doing anything. I like starting with without touching anything, without doing anything. People are having a lot of babies. Our population is growing. We're creating more demand. The supply is stagnant, more demand. So more money is going after fewer goods. So by the nature of us populating an unproductive society, our inflation is automatically high. That's just by default. Then there are tons of other reasons. But I just want to start with the first driver without even doing anything. Just people having sex and having babies, and we are not being productive. That's already driving up our inflation. Then there are other reasons. Maybe Fatai can expatiate. But I just want to start with the basic.
Yeah, let me even look. All of these things, you can key them into it and they fluctuate the relationship. But let me just give one fundamental relationship. It's called investors' confidence. If I am interested to keep your Naira, I can keep your Naira for 1 year. Your Naira is going to have value. If your Naira is so junk that I don't even know what behavior is going to exhibit tomorrow morning, right? then your naira will, the value of your naira is going to become junk as well. Nobody wants to keep naira. That is what is driving mostly the inflationary situation. Now there is also the domestic situation of the insecurity and blah blah blah, how what it takes people to produce or whatever, everything. But the fundamental thing when it comes to foreign exchange relationship is investors' confidence. Do foreign investors, if I'm trading, even as everybody is saying, okay, I am a manufacturer in America, and I want to buy, and my material is made in Nigeria, right? I can buy a lot of naira so that anytime I want to buy, I don't need to go to every time to Central Bank of Nigeria and they make me all these shenanigans. I can keep a lot of naira. So when people are interested to buy naira, that is on the fundamental level. That is what drives the value of naira. But when people are no longer are not interested in buying naira, okay. All right, thank you. So when people are
Can I ask you a question if you are done?
I want to take it one by one. Let Fatah give one. I'll give another one, and you see where
I
we
even
are.
want to ask you a question, Kulata.
But I still need to judge
Yeah. Let Fatai land. Fatai, have you landed? I think somebody's having a conversation with Fatai. But I'll take it. Yeah.
Because I'm not home and I have to go.
We know. We can hear her. We can hear her in the background. Don't worry. We were all your age once. We were all your age once. But Ola, you wanted to put a question. You wanted to put a question.
It's Kulata that I want to pick on. Now, Kulata, how do you see foreign reserve? Do you see it as foreign savings, or you just see it as something you just keep there for just useless?
I use it as a tool. I use foreign reserve as a tool for my monetary policy. So
your money in the bank is a tool, right? Whether you like it. Do you see
it is
foreign reserve as savings? Yeah, it's a foreign savings, right?
It's a savings. You're saving in a foreign denominated currency.
Good. Now, how do you get savings?
How do you get savings?
Right?
There are many ways you can get savings now, either by your own money you generate, or maybe you borrow from a lower interest rate and you save in something slightly.
Savings when you have a surplus. It's simple as ABC.
It doesn't have to be surplus, no.
No, we are just talking economically now, in terms of economics.
Okay, simplicity. Yes. Okay, let's make it simple. Yeah.
Now, look at it this way. Now, when you export more and you have more than necessary trade balance, what happens?
One man. I have to go. One man.
You said what? Fatai,
one man. Good night.
Okay, good night.
All right. Thank you, Fatai. Join us again. Maybe when you get home, you can log on.
When I export more, it depends on what I want to do. It depends on what I want to do with my windfall. I can decide to invest that windfall in my local economy to further increase my capacity to produce.
So if you don't increase your local productivity, because investing too much in your local productivity too, you can get a situation whereby you will be overproducing, right?
You'll be overproducing. Yes, you don't want that.
And that one will even crash your economy again.
That will crash your economy. Yes, you're right.
So what I'm not saying is this: when you have too much trade balance, what happened to that trade balance?
Yeah, because your currency, you see, if you're exporting way more, your currency is gaining strength.
I know your currency is gaining.
Let me land. If you're exporting more, your currency is gaining strength. But for you that you want to keep on exporting, you do not want your currency to gain strength. So what will you now do? What will you now do in that case? I will now go and buy dollars to weaken my currency. Because if I go and buy, wait now, let me explain. If you go and buy
dollar, that's why I'm telling you. I'm trying to relate to
online. You ask somebody a question. You think you are
let me answer your question now.
I don't understand.
I will go and invest in dollars or a foreign currency, so my currency remains low and I can keep my advantage of exporting goods, because I want to remain an export-based society. Because if I keep exporting, you keep buying from me, naturally, my own currency will go higher relative to yours because I have a positive balance of trade compared to you. So what will I do? I will go and invest in your own currency so that I can reverse it and keep my currency low. If my currency is low, it's still cheaper for you to buy from me than to buy from yourself or to buy from other places. That's
currency manipulation, right?
No. It's not currency manipulation. Everybody, it's not currency manipulation. Everybody does it.
Making it so that you can.
China does it. Japan does it.
Wait now. I'm trying to drive this to be space. That's not my weight. So now, when you already have full trade balance, now already your balance already is in dollars. Why do you have to buy currency? Why don't you channel that dollars you have and find it and channel it to very sound?
You don't. You go and that's what I'm trying to explain to you. How did you end up getting that huge trade balance in the first place?
Because you export.
So if you keep selling to America and they are demanding your product, in local currency, your exchange is going to go higher relative to America, and that will kill your competitive advantage.
We know that is what. Okay.
No, that's not my wait, so that it won't miss it. Look, when you get to a level of surplus, it becomes
surplus of what? Surplus of what?
By trade surplus. Right, you reach an avalanche. After that avalanche, what will happen is that you start gaining weight now. You start gaining, your currency start becoming stronger. Then you move the balance, you move the excess to your reserve.
That's what I'm saying is, what is your reserve? Answer that question. What is your reserve? Reserve in what?
Your reserve is your foreign savings, right?
Now, why are you doing it in foreign savings?
Wait.
No, answer that question. Answer that question.
When you export, you earn forex.
It's not automatic that once you export and you get forex, then you now go and have to go and invest. Go and buy. Maybe let's just use dollar to keep it simple. You go and buy dollar denominated. It's not by. You don't have to do that.
It got to a state that you have to move the excess that can have influence on your currency. You move it to your reserve.
You do it intentionally, Ola.
If you don't move it to your reserve, it's going to make your currency stronger, right? Now, when you move it, you want to keep your currency. So does your trade balance affect your currency or doesn't affect your currency?
No, the trade balance of trade affects your currency. We've already established that. Those are the active things that affect your currency.
Is there not a relationship between your trade balance and your reserve? That's what I'm saying.
No. Wait. Look, if you have a 500 billion, foreign reserve, and you do not do any action, your currency will not change. It's the action you do for the foreign reserve that may change your currency.
Even not the fact export is an action.
You are making one fundamental mistake. You are just making a very fundamental mistake.
No.
The overriding thing. Let me explain now. The overriding mistake you are making.
Get anywhere with this.
I don't think so. No.
And I think this is why Kulata called foreign exchange a tool. There is a point in time you have a reason to do that. Not like you just have money in your foreign exchange and just go and put it somewhere else.
Your balance of trade. Your balance of
what Obi said. Wait, I'm driving what Obi said. DOG, you are correct.
Okay, what did Obi say? Wait,
you are correct. You are correct. I'm just telling you that Obi was not totally wrong. That is my point.
What did Obi say?
When he's talking about boosting your foreign reserve, right, to balance your local currency.
So wait, if I borrow to boost, if I borrow to boost my foreign reserve, then what happens? You see, you're not adding it up. Do you think it's only one way that you can boost your foreign reserve?
Just watch it, then you understand.
If I borrow from CBN to boost my foreign reserve, then what happens to my currency?
Kulata, can you hear me? Ola?
Yeah, Patrick, answer him. I think he's confused.
I think from what I've heard now, I just came in again. The fundamental factors that drive your foreign exchange are your interest rates.
Trade balance. Simple.
Wait,
I know.
now. It's not just the trade balance, your interest rate. The interest rate in your country compared to the interest rate in the country of exchange that you are trying to exchange your currency with. Maybe if it's UK, my interest rate in Nigeria compared to the interest rate in UK. The second fundamental factor is inflation rate.
Thank you.
That relative inflation rate between Nigeria and UK or US, depending on the country we are considering. The third one is balance of trade. That's your surplus, your import relative to your export. The foreign reserve, Obi has been saying that I've been trying to make sure it is correct. Yeah, I'm not trying to. I've made effort not to discredit that point, but I've been looking for things that would justify it. I find it very difficult to say. For example, do you know that Nigeria currently have foreign reserve, and why is our dollar going up? We currently, we still have foreign reserve. Yet we still have our exchange rate compared to dollar is still going up. The point is that the fact that you are holding foreign currency does not mean you keep it in foreign investments, maybe in the US or something. When you say you have foreign reserve, it doesn't mean that you have dollar held somewhere in the US. It means that you have investments in maybe
assets. Just
dollar
call it assets to make it simple. Foreign assets.
Yeah, you have foreign assets that is denominated in particular currencies. And it does not necessarily drive your destiny. From what I'm saying, here Kolata said, when you produce and you have surplus production compared to others, what happens to your exchange rate is that it goes very high. And then your product becomes less competitive. Because initially, as we are now, we are at an advantage, assuming we have the capacity to produce things that the world needs. It becomes very easy for them to come and invest in us. I'm sure you people are experiencing that now. You are in the US. If you send $3,000 or maybe $5,000 to your uncle, he can buy you a plot of land in maybe Ibadan. And that 5,000 is nothing to you. You understand? So it's easy for you to build house at home now because the exchange rate is low. So the same way it is easy for foreign country companies to invest in Nigeria now because the exchange rate in Nigeria is low. The dollar is
Patrick, sorry, before you proceed. Now, do you now see that that interest now is a tool? If you see interest rate as a tool too,
interest rate is relevant.
Is it a tool? Is it manipulated?
Of course, interest rate can be fixed.
Now, is foreign reserve manipulated to stabilize currency during a shock?
Foreign reserve, you see, foreign reserve.
No, that's not the question. Wait, what do you use foreign exchange for during a shock? When you have a shock, what happened to your foreign exchange?
There are two things that can use my foreign exchange.
No, that's not my question.
What happened?
Hold on, where are we going to with all this? Because half of us are confused, and the other, and most of us are asleep already.
One man, I told you before, we are getting
You don't need to discredit Obi totally. Obi was not totally wrong in what he's saying. It's only the way he put it. Now, see, economics is not a mathematics. It's a combination of function and relation.
Okay, what I want to establish. Wait. Ola, wait.
Just a minute.
What I want you to prove so that we don't confuse others is
no, just a minute.
Now, wait. I've been hearing you people before I came in. What I want you to do now is use foreign reserve as a tool to improve Nigeria foreign exchange. Just come up with a policy to do that. How do you drive that?
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Now, where in economics you have interest rate as your tool, you have foreign reserve as your tool. But export is a matter of export is just a matter of response to your economic activities locally, right? But now I'm saying when there is, because in economics,
all right, we're starting to tire of this somewhat, but I'll round it off.
I think, Ola, you're getting something wrong. If I see, let me just explain. Let me explain what Patrick is trying to say.
Let me land.
Let Ola land now. He's making his point. Let him land.
Let's hear what he wants to say. Let him use that foreign reserve to
Let me land. Now, what I've been saying is your export, when you have huge export, you can use the balance, the surplus that will cause crisis on your currency to shop off your foreign reserve. That one directly has impact on your FX.
When they say there's a balance,
you say you should let me land now.
Patrick, please let Ola finish what he wants to say. You guys can chip in, then we can move on or go and sleep.
No, let Ola. If Ola finish, nobody. I need to talk. I need to talk. To
you
the
will
topic,
talk.
But Desmond, you don't understand any of this now. So what do you?
What are you saying? One man. One man are better than you.
The
dollar man. One man are better than you.
This is what we've been saying now. This is what we're saying. Okay, now you have option of using the excess you have in your foreign in your trade balance to invest locally, and your economy become oversupply, and you create crisis, another country will respond to you. That's the point, right? But secondly, you can move it directly to your forex, to your FX reserve. So knowing that there will be a time of shock, that time of shock, your currency will either go down or jack up, depending on the type of shock you have. You have now to release some. You now have a release from your foreign reserve to stabilize your currency. If your currency is going to $100, $100 naira, then you want to bring it to, let's say, 150. You now use your forex, FX balance, FX reserve to stabilize. That's why I'm saying that.
I agree to that one because I know that one very well. I know you can use foreign to stabilize.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask Ola a question. When they say there's a surplus, what do you think that means?
When you have a surplus, a surplus is like you simply surplus. You have more than what you are supposed to have to
balance of trade.
Balance of trade. When you have a balance of trade, it means that what you are exporting is more than what you are importing.
Correct.
Now, the people exporting those products is not the government; they are companies.
I know.
Wait, now let me finish so that people will understand. When companies are exporting products to foreign country, the dollar belongs to the company, not government. I sell my product to
bring the money back into the system, right?
Yeah, I have a domiciliary account in
so
Access
but the money
Bank.
comes into the system, right? Into the country system.
I have a domiciliary account in Access Bank. I export my product to the US. My US partner pays me dollars into my account. I decide on how to spend that money.
Domicile?
Where's
the account domicile?
The account is domiciled with Access Bank in Lagos.
In Nigeria, right?
Yeah.
So it goes through the CBN, and the CBN has a record of it, right?
That dollar comes to my account. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is this: Nigeria has that money. I mean, not Nigeria government per se, but I mean, it's in Nigeria.
Nigeria as an economy have that money. So the Nigerian government will not say, I want to put that money in reserve.
Patrick, I want to ask you a few questions to make this thing as easy as possible for everybody to digest.
There's nothing you can say. We understand where you're going.
No, wait.
Let's move on. This economic something. Mona, go WhatsApp. They argue this thing.
Obi has a point.
Mona, change number.
Obi is right to some extent, but it's always the only.
Patrick.
You're only taking it too far. Hold on.
Patrick. Can I please ask Patrick some?
You go ask him a question. Let me make this my point. You ask. You see, only that you're taking it too far. That's what some of us do here. You know, when somebody just say something a little bit, we just want to expatiate more on it, like, oh, this is so silly, this and so stupid, it's not saying it right. Well, no, there's a correlation between your foreign reserve and the how do I say the exchange rate in your country. But like you said, I agree with you, Kulata. There are some other indices that we have to also consider. Like you said, what's it called, interest rate.
I think you understand what I'm trying to say by the question I'm going to ask Patrick now.
Okay, go on.
Patrick, the factors the top 3 factors that affect exchange rate, and then we'll see how we relate it. Okay, let's make it easy. Let's start with inflation rate. Dollar. Let's say dollar inflation rate is 2% per annually. Naira depreciates by, let's say, 20% annually, just without doing anything, with no trade, whatever. Year by year, dollar gains more than Naira, correct?
Yeah.
Because one depreciates at 20%, one depreciates at 2%. You see, that one is straightforward, right? That's passive. We're not doing anything. Now, interest rate. I increase the interest rate of my currency. people want to invest more in my currency because they will get more returns from my bonds. So interest rates increases my currency. If I have a low rate, it decreases the value of my currency. That's passive, right? We're not trading.
If you increase, this is how it happens. If you increase interest, if you reduce interest rates,
you won't get returns on your investment.
Will be low.
It will be low. So people will not. It will not attract current.
Exactly.
I mean, it won't attract people. So
Investors,
that means without doing anything, if I just increase interest rates in this currency, the value of that currency will go high. If I decrease interest rate, the value will go low.
No.
Wait, I'm trying to use it. I'm trying to do very simple. I'm trying to do very simple example.
It's the other way around. If you reduce interest rates, if you reduce interest rates, it
depends.
It simply means that foreign. It means like one of the. It depends. The foreign.
Let's say bonds.
On bonds. Okay,
on bonds.
A lot of foreign
government
come and invest in your bonds.
In your bonds for security. So if I increase interest rates, my value of currency will go high because I'll attract more investment for my bonds and debt.
Yeah.
I mean, not stocks, my debt. So if I decrease interest rates, there's not going to be the premium on my debt and bonds. Exactly.
To invest,
So you see, that's straightforward. Now, balance of trade. If I sell more to you than you buy from me, we know what that's obvious. Now tell me, is there a difference if I hold $500 billion in reserves and another person holds $100 in reserves? Does that do anything to the currency passively?
If you hold so much in reserve, this is the way people are going to understand it. If you hold that much in reserve, it doesn't affect your balance of trade.
Exactly. No balance. I'm just talking reserve to reserve.
I'm not saying that if you have money in reserve, it doesn't affect your balance of trade because you are not even facilitating any trade as a result of that. So no effect on your exchange rate. It doesn't affect your inflation rate, so no effect on your exchange rate. It doesn't affect your interest rate, no effect on your exchange rate.
So you know why I asked this line of question? I isolated each factor that determines exchange rate. The first three factors that I went through, you can see clearly how it affects exchange rate. The fourth factor that I did on purpose just to talk about reserve, it has nothing to do with your exchange rate, except you want to use it as a tool. You pull action on it.
I agree with you. See, Patrick, I agree with you.
Hold on.
Of recession and shock.
Hold on, gentlemen. Desmond Nwadike, have you understood anything you've been listening to in the last 1 hour?
No.
I wondered if I was listening to a Chinese. I thought I was just in some Chinese space.
Let them go to WhatsApp and.
When I first said it, that I'm more confused. I'm
falling asleep.
It's only Ajale Coco that understands what they are saying.
It's because we speak on top of each other and we don't seem to agree on everything. That is why everybody's just.
I feel like you guys are speaking Chinese, to be honest with you.
You know what's going on. You see, when you have people that have a strong knowledge in something, then it becomes like a school of thought sort of argument. So it's almost like a school of thought. Somebody coming from an economic set of principle and a different set of, I don't know. I just
one man. Yeah. Do you know why this is different? There are models, mathematical models designed for these things. So I don't know why it's like saying selling price is equal to cost price times quantity times it's like saying selling price is cost plus profit margin. You know, when you define your profit, your selling price, you say what you spent, maybe 10 naira then plus your profit. That's a mathematical model for determining selling price, right? And the mathematical model for determining profit is selling price minus your cost, right? The same way you have foreign exchange models. You have models that have been designed. Foreign reserve is not one of those functions.
So Obi is wrong then, is what you're saying.
Way off.
Why
you don't put something again now?
We have heard. Let's move on. Please.
What did you say I am?
heard everybody.
I beg.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to something.
Wow. Yes, unbelievable.
Baba,
Oh, God, you.
Oh, God.
Ẹlòmíì ò mọ̀, ó fẹ́ béèrè question kò tún ní jẹ́ kí ẹ tó fẹ́ sọ answer question gan sọ̀rọ̀ gan.
Àti question àti answer gan kò sí.
I'm not understand what you are saying. Speak English, I beg.
No, One Piece, I'm sorry. One Piece, I'm sorry. Some people are asking questions. It's the same person that wants to answer the question.
One Piece. And there's one better one. Our economists are just sorrow.
I felt when I come here, I talk because he's a sweet one man at that time. He said, no, he don't understand. Now, one man is more confused than his.
One Piece. No, and DOG. All these economists don't let them talk. Like,
economists minus bread
minus. You understand the Japan example?
I know. No, what is another Japan? Sorry,
trying to contribute to that stuff. Can I give him just a minute or two to contribute?
Patrick, you talk about
Patrick,
no more economics.
Wait.
Want to contribute?
Let me say
this topic of today.
All right. What we'll do is we have a 5-minute slot for just a monologue to land on Ajan Lekoko. So we start from confused.com, which is Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, I'm sure it all made sense to you. You look at that.
I'm here. I'm trying to.
All right.
On mute. Sorry.
All right, carry on.
You mean the confusion here from what we were discussing about the?
No, it wasn't actually confusing because I was following it along. But I don't know where I landed.
Because we have so many things to say. Everybody has to say that to say as to this and how to go about it, how to bring down the inflation in Nigeria. That is not as a result of our foreign reserve. No, there's a correlation with that. However, anybody wants to spin it. Because if they're not, why is it that we're having problem with inflation in that country? I understand the other indices that also has a role to play, like the interest rate and all of that. But then I know if there are more dollars in circulation in Nigeria, manufacturers can access it. Because if you remember, a lot of the manufacturers are talking about they don't have a way of getting dollars to go buy machinery parts and all of that. And we see the capital flight in the form of investors moving out their money from the stock and all of that, and you know what that means too. When investors will bring in their money and putting out their money out of the system, that's going to be more loss of foreign exchange that will be needed locally. Because when somebody who has to go to China and buy goods, man, that's why this guy Obi tried to talk about it in a more layman language. That when I go to something I sell that's $1 today, because I have to buy the dollar that I use to buy that product. So if I have to come back from China or from Asia to come and sell that same product, I'll sell it for $2, which means you'll be paying 2 more naira again. You'll be paying more extra 1 naira again. So that would drive all, that will cause inflation. And that will mean also you have to devalue your naira because you're not producing. So all of this, they are all correlated. Maybe it's not saying it elegantly, as some people would want to say, expect him to say it more like an economist, but I'd still give it to him that, yeah, he knows what he was talking on that. Let me just leave it at that.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. Brilliant. So from Rational Mind, World Peace. You wanted to come in at the Edo space, World Peace.
One man, I'm making a spaghetti or what Chinese rice for my daughter that is sick. Come back to me later, please.
All right, Chinese rice. Okay, then let's go to Patrick, who's quite keen to have a say. Patrick, to you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to bring your attention something on the Tinubu stuff. I think the National Economic Summit Group, they must have given them the question ahead. And it's nothing strange, you understand? So those questions are not necessarily spontaneous. So you could see that could be one of the reasons why Tinubu really performed very well. And you know he had a note, so it was
but if that's the case, then it's even more damning that Obi was so abysmal.
No, I think he was probably overconfident that he can answer them, and it's just there's nothing wrong in making references to notes. It shows that you are organized, you are prepared, you understand. It shows that if you come to me and start talking, it shows that maybe this guy didn't even prepare anything. So the fact that you have a note suggests, it does not necessarily mean if you don't have a note, it does not necessarily mean you have not prepared. But somebody that has a note, it suggests that he has prepared, definitely. So I think Tinubu was more prepared for that. And because people had been saying, oh, this guy can't speak. So I'm sure he was really ready, trying to convince them that he could do that. And he was very tactical. He said he would not reveal everything. I wanted to believe that he had, he could not articulate further those points. That's why I came up with, look, I will not reveal all my secrets, you understand? I'm not a small boy. I'm a batified person, but I think that at that point, the thing was no longer flowing. And I say, that's all you will hear for now. It's just because it wasn't flowing. Not like he doesn't know what to say, but he's not a very articulate person. And it doesn't mean that he's not intelligent, no. It's just that he doesn't know how to express it in a way that will be very, very clear to everybody. So that gives it to him.
Who expressed better, Peter Obi or Tinubu?
Actually, I've not really heard Obi's own, so I can't really speak much on that. I've not really sat down to hear this exchange rate thing. I'm not bringing it out of the NESG thing. I'm bringing it out of his previous arguments on it, because I think we once discussed this on this platform. So
yes,
but I've not heard Obi's interview in National Economic Summit Group, so I can't really say. But Tinubu really did well. He must have prepared, his team must have also prepared him, which is okay. That's what presidents do. And they must have given him the question ahead. It's okay. That's what very good forums do. In short, as analysts and as people prepare or conduct interviews, we are advised to not to embarrass our guests, to prepare the questions, tell them everything, so that they come up with information if they need to prepare charts, if they need to even show you some things, they can go ahead. So because they are not interested in springing surprise, you just want him to say what the program or the plans he has. So that's the point that is there. And I think Tinubu really did well in that context. So but I want to bring that to your notice that I think I'm sure they had the question ahead of time.
All right. Can't be so sure though.
Yes,
because people are standing up to bring out their individual questions to him. So
okay, but I mean the question that
I can see those people are actually even thinking about the questions before they say it, ask him the question. They are like all the people that have asked him question, they will be making the question, then they will remember something and say it. So there is no way those people have given him the question.
Maybe not. Hold on. Maybe not necessarily the questions, but the area of discussion.
Of course,
yes.
Exactly. And then another thing is that, this towards the close of the interview, I'm sure a lot of issues have been raised over time, and his team must have been compiling all those likely questions from series of interviews that Obi has had, Atiku have had, discussions they had in town, that Tinubu have had in town halls meeting and everything. So they have an idea of what an average Nigerian, what they will be asking. So
to be honest with you, Patrick, the flow that he had and the nuance that he infused into his delivery, it did not suggest that he was overly rehearsed. It sounded as though he was instinctually responding to, unless he's a very good actor, which is always you can't discount that, but it didn't sound as though he was overly rehearsed. It sounds as though he was instinctually responding to an area within an area that was comfortable in.
Actually, from what I've seen, I could read some things that is probably not very obvious. One, he must have had some assurance from Buhari again. The pressure he had in the time past and all these things, that when he was fumbling, those pressures probably have been resolved. Reassured with the Northern Governor support, reassured with the way things are moving with the Naira stuff and the fuel stuff. And I think he feels more comfortable now. Like when he was, because at times, some of the things he said in the past, even as a batified person, I find it to say, why is this man say like the ballot blue? That was a blunder.
Patrick, how's stuff moving with the Naira? Because I don't know.
No, don't open up that space. I was looking to start. Okay,
the point is that he has taken his position and is kind of getting a positive vibes, a positive feedback and response from the voters.
I agree with you. There was a place he was dining with people that he was dancing. They were just eating, not like anything. It was really, you can see, it feels
in high spirit.
different.
The spirit is high now.
I agree
with
you.
That time when he was under pressure, and especially look at that primary, he was under pressure. His hands were shaking. They thought, oh, the man was not hit. It was nervousness. Do you know Tinubu had never ran for office since 2007? That's a long time now. He had not rehearsed. He had not had the experience. Buhari had done it over time.
Patrick, I beg. Let me, because as you did economics, where they na biology.
Don't expand it too much because I'm wanting to round off. But go on.
Okay, let's round off. Let me not go far.
All right, thank you, Patrick. So let's. All right, brilliant. Patrick, you are always sitting every time you turn up. It's a wonder that you are not my size yet. You are headed towards my. You are headed towards my size.
The kind of things I'm eating now. I'm 5'10", and my weight is 83. I'm 5'10", and my weight is 83, so I think it's okay.
All right, but don't eat in the middle of the night, otherwise your weight will double. But thank you, Patrick. So thank you, Patrick. Always in the fridge, just like Kulata is never. We notice all these people; they are never out of the fridge. A man that never goes to the fridge. Ola, just a little monologue as we start to round off. Ola, and Ola. By the way, before you go, apologies. I wasn't putting Fatai ahead of anybody. It was only really because he had just like Patrick was referencing that we had discussed it before, and Fatai was part of that conversation, and there were things he said then that I wanted to bring into this conversation, so that's why I went quickly to him. So apologies for that to you.
That's okay. Yeah. Most importantly was just to call your attention to it, not something with enmity. No, not at all. So Fatai, where if you hear me, no best, not to create enmity, just to call attention and to readjust ourselves. That was just the major purpose. So Kulata, Oga Patrick, and Fatai, just won't finish or be totally as if the guy did not know what he was saying. See, the guy may not be eloquent really, the guy may not be so articulate, but then what the man was saying was not total rubbish as people would like to present it. So I know that all this economic theory we were dragging today, I don't know. I know Oga Patrick said, where we say he gets some background in economics, but let me just throw a banter that his own economics don't hold. Then, but yeah, he don't hold, but I will still give him 95% that correct. And Kulata, I don't know your background though. Maybe all I know that me and you we get our undergraduate in electrical. Other than that, I don't know.
I be rewire, radionic.
Me too, I be rewire now because now the same thing we do now. So now when the business people they bully us say we don't sabi business, now I push us all to this grammar with the blow today. We go they do business degree for the sake of it. So the thing is this. Obi was not totally wrong, but even though he didn't address the question, so all this theory of forest, all those kind of things. So we needed not to go into some kind of economics calculation, all those stuff, because at the end of the day, when you go into all those things, we realize that some of those things we're doing, we're discussing this evening, we just calm down and laugh at ourselves because we got something wrong and we got something right. So that's just the way I see it. So Obi not as articulate as Tinubu, because Tinubu was able to say his program, but it will get to a stage I will say no, let me stop at that. So but Obi loves story, he loves story, but no, that doesn't mean that he was totally wrong. So it's not the case of we must just kill the bar or just give the dog bad name so that we can sing the dog. So well, I've learned a lot tonight, and no doubt. So if everyone too, I believe they're playing. So but the only thing we've not been doing is just for us to click thumb up enough, and let's get people that we push Kulata and Fatai and Oga Patrick away. So we need people that we have the knowledge of a Professor Soludo and this guy, this part Toby that we help me intimidate Kulata and Co. So other than that, I thank everyone. Let us click thumb ups and good day wherever you are. I'll see you later.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from
One my radio.
No, I'm going to Desmond next. So Des, you are up next. So Des, I want you to explain I want you to explain this picture that is on the screen. So explain this picture. What's this?
That's me and Pat.
Yeah, and Pat, your party man, your beer drinking body, have you? Eh?
It not be beer, and my boss. So.
All right. So when did that take place? What was going on there?
We're going to Abuja for something.
Yeah, go to Abuja for something as though he was your party man. If you know him, can you arrange for him to come and join us?
It's not that easy, one man. I mean, your platform is not something that a lot of obedience would want to come. Do you get?
Why? Because they'll be pushed hard.
No, it's mostly because the biasness is too much.
The biasness.
What
Look at
biasness? You meet that man at the airport, you snap.
Hey, don't mind doing. He met him at the airport, and he did fan.
How many show supporters?
Who is the man? I did not see the picture.
It's Pat who told me.
Whatever.
Oh, that useless guy.
Yeah, he met him at the airport, and he's now saying they are best of friends. And he was running after him, Mr. Pat. He was running like a gazelle.
Yes, I met him. I met him at the airport. Yes, you're right.
Oh, all right.
Have we closed the case?
Oh, all right. Carry on. Let's hear from you.
Yeah. What was I gonna say? Yeah, all this English about economics. I mean, the thing they time, man, no lie. I mean, whether we supposed come here and speak layman's language, may everybody understand. You get, but today I didn't really watch the interviews or whatever. But with the subject that everybody was talking about, I tend to deduce that most of what we are talking about is what P2B has actually said before. When it comes to exchange rates, he's always talked about production to consumption. So I think that is where he went to again. So if that is the case, then he didn't say anything wrong. I'm not sure why Golata is trying to bully him today when he's been saying the same thing for all his interview. You haven't come and bully him then, but now maybe he made a few instances that didn't rhyme. He's just trying to escalate the whole thing, but I don't see it as the wrong thing. I can explain, but there's no point explaining in a layman's language. One man, you have a video I sent you that will probably get you to understand what all these things that they are trying to confuse us here, with their big grammar. But anyway, the subject of today, I don't know. I didn't get to say anything about it. But the one I think I heard of before I came into the show about the people that was threatening to use gun and whatever. And the election or the obedience, like you said. What I would say in that case, yes, I don't believe in violence, but I've never really seen when self-defense is a crime in any part of the world. I've never come across any constitution that said self-defense is a crime. So if what happened in Lagos was tragic, and if it's how the PDP or APC touts wants to take this election, then I encourage everybody to be armed, because you don't have to sit still and get killed and not do anything about it. One man, I have 2 guns. I have an AR and
No,
SMG.
no, settle down, settle down.
Yeah, so
I'm
I'm just making an instance, right?
Hold on, I don't like I don't like the tone of where you're going. We're not advocating. You know full well that I can't allow you to say things like that.
I'm in US, one man. It's nothing. There's not. It's lost like a normal word here. So, I mean, people move around with it all the time.
Yeah,
So,
but in the Nigerian setting, it's a different. Yeah.
one man, I actually took my pistol to Nigeria. So that's not, this last time I went. So it's something
Did you declare it at the airport?
Yeah. I mean, you declare it here. You get you have to do a lot of paperwork for it. They box it, the policeman checks it, at the airports, you have to declare it here in US, and that's it. So I mean, it's something that I feel like if Nigeria tweet to us trying to, I don't know how it's gonna go, but I think a lot of people would think twice, knowing that, whoever they're trying to come beat up or come rob or come, is probably armed. So when you're going towards that person, you might, okay, think twice, or am I gonna die? Or, when your life is a threat, you don't just go and harass anybody. You have to, you know, calm down first. So I don't know if they're trying to just go all out violent. I don't advocate for that, but if they're saying it in the sense of self-defense, but by all means, there's nothing wrong with self-defense. We have seen already how this election is going, and it's becoming violent, especially the one that just happened in Lagos, which is sad.
What happened in Lagos? You keep saying what happened. What
There's
happened
a lot.
in Lagos?
One man, I can show you so many. I mean, this is a first-hand, knowledge that I know. Reliable sources, have told me so many things.
Reliable sources like
it has to.
Elvis from Edo Watch is not reliable
No,
source.
it's not. It's
I
not
say
Elvis.
I see you.
One man,
I see you
do you
there
know?
being fed all the time.
No, do you know? I go to Elvis. I don't even. I just support them and move. I don't even watch it. That's the truth.
No, I hear you. I hear you on
me.
there. I hear you
No,
on there
no.
all the time, being fed their usual lines.
No, one man. If you go to Elvis, you probably hear me once. That was last week, and I've not been there for like 3 months or 4 months. I just go there, maybe every day, put in like $10 and leave, every day. That's just what I do. But I don't listen to it. I just support it, like I do in so many platforms, you know. What was I going to say? So there's a lot of violence in Lagos that happened, and if care is not taken this election, if they go,
you know the language that you speak is the language of that space.
He's one of them now. He's an obedient.
Yeah, I know it. I know it's
and
one
he
of
lies
them
a
now.
lot. He lies
It
a
doesn't.
lot.
I don't know. I won't go that far. He doesn't lie.
He lies
But,
a lot. There's lies a lot, man. He lies
no,
a
it
lot.
doesn't.
Yeah, I go to wherever that channel is, and he says he goes there. He tries to chip in and leave. You listen there, and you don't even just chip in once. I've never been there, but the one time I've been there, I saw you there, and you were. It was like 2 weeks ago, and you were chipping
how
in.
many
and you
minutes
were there.
was I
You
there?
just go to a platform, you chip in, and you leave.
How many minutes was I there?
I don't
No, it
know.
doesn't.
I was not
It
there
doesn't.
for long, but I can see you there. I see a lot of people see you there too. So what's the
Who's a lot of
go there? You
people?
go there. You're an obedient. So what's the big deal? Why are you
I
lying?
am an
and saying,
obedient. There's no
come on,
point
man. Just
lying.
go.
My
Just
brother,
go.
listen.
Let's just finish.
Listen.
All right, carry on this. Yeah.
Let me explain. One thing I don't do is I don't lie. I don't do that. There's no point. There's no reason. To be honest, there's no reason in this world for me to lie. Are you going to give me? What are you giving me? Are you giving me money if I lie to you? I don't
That's why
get
I'm
it. Like,
surprised
what's
because
the need of?
All right.
That's
If
what
it
I'm
says
saying.
we have to go by his word. If it says we can't.
So I
Yeah.
don't
Sorry.
understand. When someone comes,
the only point I was making is that if you are being fed too much propaganda in that space, because you are saying there was a lot of violence, and there wasn't the violence of that space. It was a lot less than you would expect for the volume that's So it wasn't
when you see like 5-6 people hurt, it's a lot. Do you get? It's not. You don't have to be 10,000
out of a crowd of how many?
It doesn't have to be 10,000 for you to know.
No. Out of a crowd of how many?
One man. It doesn't matter. Even if one person.
What was the crowd? What was the crowd strength of the OBE?
The reason
rally?
Why this, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. There's a lot of people that came, but I can't put it in numbers.
And out of that lot of people, you're saying 5-6 people, but the police report is telling us five people were bruised, 4 people were bruised.
Okay. 1 man, 4 people were bruised. So many cars were damaged. So what happens to the cars?
What cars were damaged? I've not seen so many cars damaged.
About 3-4 cars. The buses were damaged.
Look at about 3-4 cars.
Yeah. Do you want me to show you on your channel, on your Instagram?
Don't worry now. I know where you got them from.
Did you say just 4 or 5 people? The way they were making noise in that Niger watch, like 25 people were dead.
You think they were machine gunning everybody as they were walking by? The way they were. That's why I said.
I've not heard about this 25. That's why I said Niger watch. I go there. Like maybe I stay there maybe max 10-20 minutes. Max.
Look at this guy.
Max.
All right. Yeah. That's where you're being fed all these things. They are radicalizing. No. They are radicalizing you there. You should stay with us.
No, 1 man.
Where we can keep an eye on you.
I was there before I came here, right?
Yeah.
And I met you. I even met you there when you spoke. That was when I used to come there, right? But
yes,
when I understand,
stay with the truth.
Listen,
the truth is here.
Yes, listen, let me tell you the truth. If you want to believe it, fine. If you don't want to believe it, fine. I used to be in Niger Watch. If you go back maybe 4 months ago, I was there constantly. Till 1 man came and was like, platform that. I'm like, this person does not be there. There's something that is wrong with this person. I have to come to this platform. And I understand that, okay, this platform, I need to convert people here. That is what I always told my mom. My purpose here is to convert people that you've probably been misleading towards obedience. That's my purpose, nothing else.
People that one man is misleading.
Look at that. Look at the language. Will Elvis tolerate that from you? What I
yes, please round up. I want to
but that's just the truth about it. So I'm here to do that. Anytime my purpose here is finished, you probably won't be seeing me here that much. That's just
it's impossible.
I'll be coming to support, but I mean that's just me anyway. And yeah,
you know when you're on your truck, this is the one place you always go to when you're on your long journey to wherever it is that you're trucking to.
I've been driving truck forever, right? I've been a trucker. I've been into businesses, a lot of stuff, but how long have I been in this show? Like how many months now? So I've had other things, but that's why I said the main reason for me to be here
is it that you listen to us or country and western? Those are your 2 choices, isn't it? What
I just probably listen to music. But anyway, man, the fact is people were hurt. Whether we are even de-escalating this because nobody died. That's why this is not being heightened as much as it's supposed to be. Because believe it or not, this is an example of what's to come. And when people are hurt, they can't imagine, it's not even an election yet, and this kind of violence is coming in. And which brings me to when they said it was under the bridge that they came out. And we saw what happened where the soldiers packed people under the bridge. Now you can see they're all criminals. This brings me to that point that we can't just say, oh, they're sleeping, they're just that.
Maybe they should blow up the bridge. What do you think? Should they blow up the bridge?
Which brings me up to that those people came from under the bridge and attacked them. So let's not say, oh, people are there homeless or whatever. They're probably touts, they're probably criminals. So, and I'm just saying, if anybody going to that election, if you can arm yourself, maybe not
No,
with
no, no, no,
Why
no,
now?
no,
What?
no,
Come
no.
on now.
why?
What?
I'm gonna
All
say
right.
Come on, that's
No, no,
enough,
no,
man.
no,
It's
no.
just enough, man.
Sorry. I have to stop you there. I cannot. Uh, we're not advocating any form of violence on this space. But thank you, Desmond. Please, Desmond, for the future, that's just not the language of the space. But to your work, please.
One man, I greet you and I greet everybody. I greet the panelists and on the comment section. Well, what I wanted to say, I think I've lost the steam, but let me quickly say this: I'm not an economist, but Nigeria is in the best position right now to turn the economy around. Right now, that our dollar is naira is about 800 to 8,000 naira to whatever to a dollar. If we can get it right now, Nigeria in 10 years will be in the same, almost the same stage with China, because this is what China is doing to reduce their currency, the value of their currency. Now the economy system of the value of our currency, whether the president that will come in and stabilize it and give it value, will be good to go. That economy space I see. Tinubu did well, Obi did not do well this time around. It's not what we argue about. It's not every time one have to do well. The other time Tinubu didn't do well, and we said it here. And today he did well. We have to give him his praises too. He did well. Obi didn't do well. That's in that space. Those space I wanted to talk about. It's unfortunate that Rational Mind, Des, and Tiger is not here, and my brother Progressive and my other brother Aaron Nuselu. Now, one man was wondering why people could not pronounce Ero properly. And one man.
You know me now. Which name have I ever been able to pronounce properly?
But
Really?
Ero is a Yoruba word. Now, those are the Yorubas that came with Oromia to Benin. They are a very big family and respected.
Are you serious? What is Ero? ERO?
Yes, now it's we that's called Ero. I think it's a Yoruba word like Ero or that you pronounce it. It's Ero.
What about Nosa? Because I know. Let me know.
No, Nosa is Benin. Nosa has nothing to do Yoruba. Nosa is
but
Benin.
I know someone called that name and the last name. Well, I probably have put that person on blast now. We went to secondary
Ero
school
is
together.
a very big family in Benin. They have just tied to the West and Benin. Very big family. Very close family. Yeah. So the guy was talking, and then what he was saying and what I've been saying is not, there's no difference to it. And please, I want this obedient. Before I go to this obedient, there's something I don't like. Samuel Ekpa is out there threatening there's no election. Now he has come out with a new one. There's no election in this place, there's no election in this place. He could take Benin, Wari, Abudu. No, he said Agbo. Now he has put our attention now. He did not say Benin anyway, but he said Agbo. When he said Agbo, you are put Benin in. How can you be sitting in Finland? You'll be giving order that there will not be election in these areas. And I've not seen any obedient online going after him the way they went after Shokuti or after they went after Brimo. Even up to this time, they have to sign signature to remove Brimo from the edits or what they was going to get and something like that. They are very good in pointing fingers at others and pointing the bad side of others. But when one of their own do such, they don't talk. They just keep quiet. You understand? So these are the things I don't like. And the Obina can come out and say they were attacked in Lagos, which I'm not promoting any violence. But what is happening in South is why are they not talking about it? It's baffling me and is getting me tired. You see, in Benin, people that is supporting Obi are still saying, look at what Samuel is doing. Not like we are supporting Obi because we feel we are filtering or whatever, but we just feel right now is the best candidate. I understand it's one more. I'm talking. So they just feel like okay, it's the right candidate to support. So that is that. The opinion in this platform, before you come to this platform again and talk about other people's states and whatever, first of all, go back as you take, go back to Anambra, go to the East and settle your issues. Because people don't want to support Obi at the end of with all their strength, their blood, at the end of the day, their own will mess it up. It would not be funny. Everybody's formidable. It would not be funny. It would not be funny. Now, coming back to Edo. First of all, Aunchi. Oh, sorry. Before I go to Edo, let me talk about Tinubu and the Oba of Lagos not seeing Obi. One man, do you know Tinubu has been to Benin, Edo State, 3 times in this campaign, from the consultation time to campaign? Now, do you know?
I don't know. It's been 3 times, but I know it was there recently.
Oh, it's 3 times. The first time he went during consultation, when we were consulting around Nigeria, said that he was consulting to contest. The second time was when he went there for his own campaign. Right? They did it at Uniben, but he could not see the Oba of Benin. The Oba didn't see him because Oba of Benin was busy. The Oba could never see anybody because it was the first ceremonial this thing the Oba would do after the first rain. So the Oba did not see anybody. Then he went back 2 weeks ago for his appointment. Did you get that? That was the third time he went to go see the Oba privately, because Oba did not see him during his campaign. So if the Oba of Lagos did not see Obi, it's not a political move. You don't know what the Oba of Lagos is doing at that time. That require not to see no human being. So you people do not make everything is not politics. Even though they are saying the Oba of Lagos has, for the past, he has done something before, but when he refused to see Obi can reschedule another time. Maybe that very time he's busy, he cannot see anybody, and this is the beginning of the year. Most of these Obas, they have things they are doing. They have things they are doing. So that is that for that Oba of Lagos not seeing Obi. You know, that's for that. Now coming to the Edo politics, we all know Shoma is going to win the Edo North, no doubt. Edo Central is the PDP stronghold. I said it before. Depend where the weaker factor support, who they support. Depend where they tip to. If they move to join, will be fine. Maybe they might win Central, but PDP are going to win Edo Central. Then
Wike has made his move. Just to FYI.
So when he move, will determine Edo Central. So wherever he moves to, that place is going to move to.
It's moved to Tinubu.
And if he moves to APC is going to win Edo Central because they are very strong in Edo Central. It's PDP stronghold. Now, let's talk about Edo South. Edo South, where you have everybody, and PDP and APC they are very strong in Edo South. Their structure is on the ground, formidable. From Ovia to Oriomon, they are very formidable. Now, obedient there are just praise singers and sympathy vote and youth and whatever. Fine. Now the other guy went to campaign Ring Road, which is primarily dominated is mostly a Igbo dominated area because that is new Lagos Street. Lagos streets, like there's a way in Benin. Every street in Benin meets in Ring Road. Like if you've been to Benin, you understand. Every street in that Benin city meets in Ring Road. That's why Benin is so unique. That's why it's center. So forestry, Mission Road, the Igbos dominate that area because they sell wine, clothes, and the markets around there. And this guy went there to campaign and he was bullied. The Benin people never liked that, even though we didn't speak. We never liked it. During Oshomola time, election was very different. We must give it to Obaseki. During Obaseki time, Obaseki changed election to ideology that you can actually use government power, use legal power to reduce people. You don't need to go to recycle somebody. Now, an Obedient came that day, made this kind of move. Now, PDP is coming to campaign, and PDP control that area. They are the one controlling the road union right now in Edo State. Then Mutari and Co. These are Obaseki people. So if Obaseki people come to campaign, are you going to try such? Then you cannot start shouting tomorrow, they are killing me or they're killing me. What you do in South is don't do it in Benin. Now, whatever happened, I don't know where that tape came out that I was hearing. Whether it's after Lagos rally. But that guy was saying there is truths and granite. That guy is strange, alien to Benin. If you know the Benin is speaking about, he will not dare it.
Oh, all right. Do you know the Benin you are speaking about?
Yes.
Yeah, all right. All right. Then look at your screen.
I have 1K. Obi will win. I mean, leave this guy. How much do you think he has? Do you have money? If you have money, let's do Nigeria account 100 million to 100 million now, cash.
What do you mean 100? What do you mean 100 million? Look at that. It's only when you.
I don't do all these such children. Well, let me tell you, I'm not as $1,000 people that you can hear me. I'll give my address in Alaba. I'll send you there now. I'll call my manager. Then you go there. Let's do 100 to 100 million to 100 million. I don't bet.
That sounds like a no, but carry on.
Not like no. I don't know if it's no, but I'll send a put number here. I'm sorry, Egmadis had my number to my manager. I'll say it's not like I'm making mouth. Said money to make the calls to my manager. They should put 100 million as charity. I don't say what I cannot do, but I don't bet. If you have 100 million to bring out this, then let's start. Stop all this nonsense.
All right, carry on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okpo. It's 50 million. I say 100 million. I did just say it because my cash app cannot do 100 million here. It's 10 million per year. I don't want to do 10 times. I'll send to my manager here, and I will do a good favor. I'll call Matic to just call my manager. So I give the order. They'll do the money for
Bros, move on. You don't talk, say you know the bet.
Carry on. Round up. And then,
what I was saying is this. Now, I don't know when that thing happened. For that voice, if because of the attack in Lagos and because we condone that, we do not accept that is totally unacceptable. But if because of that attack, they are saying anything is going to happen in Benin, that everybody will collect, and that guy was a purely Igbo voice and all that. That Igbo guy is a stranger in Benin. Probably those ones that ran away from the southeast when there's this IPOP, whatever is, and coming to Benin to sell one thing, and you feel Benin is like that. Or sorry is the case. Benin is not what you joke with. Benin is not like when they are fighting like in Keja, then you'll be working in Etinosa. No. Benin is so bad that when problems start in one area and one man, before you could say Jack Robinson, and I don't want to say the name. I don't want to say that. I know that I don't want to say that. Things have happened in other areas.
No, it's not even. It's not even the name.
Des don't have money.
Des has money. Don't worry about that.
Don't have money. Des don't have money.
Carry on.
You have to truck. You don't have money. I'm saying probably Des. I'm saying probably to your face. You don't have money. One of my boats. We buy 10 of your truck, so you don't have money.
All right, carry on.
Okay, let's start. We don't want that in Benin. Come and campaign and go say your talk. There's a slogan in Benin. Talk your own, I talk my own. That's how we say in Benin. Just campaign and let the other person go. Not this obikere. It's alien to Benin. We don't do it like that. For the fact people sing with you like that. Don't take it for granted. They say the gentility of a leopard is not similar to stupidity. Just be calm, do your thing, and go. And right now, that thing will cost you guys a lot. The old folks in Benin are going to vote whoever they're going to vote, either APC or PDP. And the young folks in Benin, when it's set, they will not even get to the polling booths. Because all the Agberus you are looking for, you're talking about, is between APC and PDP. You guys practically have nobody. You think election is going to be fair? Opposite he has already won his ticket, as in his people have won his ticket from the House of Senate to House of Rep. They'll be contesting. So he won't have time for you guys. APC will be fighting to take that state back. And the two strong party, they are on ground. Oshomole is on ground. Opposite is on ground. Kabaka is with Oshomole, while Mutare is with Obaseki. Who's not remaining in that Edo state that you guys want to talk about? So please, you guys do not start what you cannot finish. Please, if you guys were here, we would have talked more. But since I'm not talking now, like I'm talking to myself, so it's not really going the way I want it to see it. But one man, please, I think we really have to talk to this obedient. They should really calm down. They should not start what they cannot finish. And they should go to their southeast and calm Samekpa down first and talk to Samekpa first. If they're that formidable, they should go and shut Samekpa up. It should not start another problem. Because this thing that is going around, this voice message that is going around, I bet you, and I kid you not, guys have called me that message, they are waiting for what will happen that day. And believe me, the bad element will take advantage of this thing and start problem. And that's what we don't want. And when it starts, then there's a problem. It will affect all parties. And we don't want that. Just be peace in Benin. Mama, that's my submission. I leave for today. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, OP. So thank you, OP. So from OP to go on to DOG. So DOG, it's been a long one, but to you. Yeah.
I don't even know where to start. Honestly, I was really enjoying when Kulata and Fatai was trying to really analyze, but the old interjection was just making it horrible. Anyway, I think Tinubu did very well. And I think this would have been an opportunity for Obi to even knock him off totally with all these interviews been going up and down before. But he went there and he acted like an Alabama man. I don't even know where to go. And to be honest, for me, the obedience, they really need to calm down. Honestly, they need to calm down. And what Dex, I don't expect this from Dex at all. Saying people should protect themselves, self-defense is allowed. People should go with their guns. People are talking about guns and bullets, and you think it's funny because you are in the US. A lot of people will just die for nothing. An election will still hold. Somebody that will enter and still continue. Everyone won't fall. But there is more to life more than violence, you know. And I just think some of these topics are like the Tinubu, the interview. I think it would have been better, especially when it's on a Monday. If it was a Friday, I would still understand. If it's on a Monday, during the day, it's quite strange to come on the show for some people that will be at work, you know. So anyway, you've been doing a good job. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And I want to give kudos to Kulata. I've been coming across so many spreadsheet and election projection. His own still stand out unbiased and very pure till now. And I think you said you will go back.
Guys, sorry to interject you, DOJ, sorry.
Yeah.
That's you hearing me. I'm with phone my manager, Kennedy. Sir. The sales of yesterday. Yeah, the sales of yesterday, it reached 60 million. Yeah. Okay, Mitch.
No, hold on. You don't have to brag about. No, just hold on. No, we don't want to.
One man, let it.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. He wants to phone his manager to tell us that he's doing huge volumes of transactions.
No, I want to send the money down now. But I want that to bring the money by 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock to my office. Techi came and give me 40 million for the end for the change side. People will come me to by 12 o'clock. They'll bring 100 million. Come, make complete 100 million. If you not, they tell the Chike. If you know they make complete, or call my manager for bank, make they withdraw. Make complete 100 million. Then somebody will come by 12 o'clock. Make it bring you 100 million. Come, call me once they come. Like your dad, as my other friend call you that day. Okay, thank you.
No, hold on. What are you? You're not.
Send your 100 million.
No. Send this 100 million to where?
Send your people. I'll give you phone number. I'll give you my manager.
No. Where is it sent? Hold on. Where is it sending this 100?
I'll give you the phone number. I'll give phone number to my manager.
It should send this on. Hold on. Can you just hold on when I say hold on? Why is he sending this 100 million to you?
Not to me, one man. He will bring his own. It's a market. It's Alabama market. Or he go there. He will bring his 100 million. I'll bring my 100 million. They'll give it to the Alaba is very safe. I want you to know. They'll give it to this manager, the security there to hold that. Like they have like at your bank. They'll hold it. Whoever wins, they donate to charity. I'm not saying they will donate to charity. Any charity in Lagos.
You donate 100 million to charity. No, we have our own system here. No. Hold on. Don't worry about. You've not earned the right to do any bragging. You hand over your monies to Ajale Koko or you don't. But forget all of that phone call.
Ajale Koko, are you hearing?
I did.
I'll send you the phone number. Now, please, you call my manager. Then we'll coordinate anybody.
Waiting at the bet for self.
No. I don't bet. Just making mouth. I don't bet.
What's going on?
Saying that Obi will win Benin, like I'm arguing with him. I should bet Obi will win Benin. It's bringing me that low. Like everything is real money. I'm just talking about what's going to happen. I bet you what Peter Obi will win Benin. What brings in between Obi will win Benin, Obi don't win Benin? I was like, if you think you have money too much, bring 100 million, let those to charity. Bring 100 million, I'll bring my 100 million. Whoever wins, if Obi wins or whoever wins, if I lose, I win. That will be donated to charity. Okay, I'll give my manager number now. You will call him now, send somebody.
No, Ajale Oko won't call your manager. You will take account number from Ajale Oko to give to your manager.
This is just this is.
Okay, I'll give my Ajale number. I'll give you to my. I'll give you number to my.
I think there's nothing we can do now until Des come on board. When Des is here, both of you can.
No, forget 100 million. You can do 1 million each, or just forget it.
So I don't like it. I didn't even talk about betting. He just came out on platform.
No. Oh no, hold on now. Where are you going to with all this? All he's done is to offer you a friendly wager. You can just turn it down or accept it.
Man, I was not even talking about waging. I was just talking about everything that's going on. And he just dropped on super chat like, I bet you'll be.
No. Hold on. Hold on. You were describing how Edo State politics works, and he feels that in Edo State politics, Peter Obi will win. And he's saying, "Okay, I'll have a bet with you." So it's not it's not confrontational.
Yeah,
it's just
I'm just describing my state. He can do that with people that ratify, and I'm not a politician. I'm not among any party. I'm just saying what's happening in my state.
No, you can just turn it down now. It wasn't anything offensive. No, you can just say no. I'm not interested.
If he has so much money to waste, let's donate to charity. If he has so much money to waste, let's donate to charity. Win or lose, maybe you don't enjoy the money. We'll give to charity. Or just we'll look for a charity in Lagos. If you win, we'll give you 200 million to charity. If you have that money so much, I let you to bet. Yeah, so the other guys do that day. You decide the other guy to come and bet now. You will start calling money that you cannot produce. One man, sorry, that didn't piss me off.
All right. So sorry, but I didn't think it was really anything offensive. He's done it with so many people here. It's just a friendly wager. But sorry if you were offended somewhat. But back to you, DOJ.
Yeah. So one man, you are doing a good job. Thanks to you for bringing everybody together like this. And my own advice is some of those topics. There are some topics like that one of yesterday. That was during the day on a Monday. It's difficult. I saw it later and I watched it. But to be honest, I would have loved to be part of it. And I think sometimes, like, when we have topics like the economics topic, I get when you wanted Fatai to come in. Because we've been on this platform several times where Fatai has come to explain economic stuff to us. And you can tell he knows what he's talking about. And when Kulata came in to say, he wanted to go to bed and come in to say something, everything was quite making sense if you are listening to them, but the interjection in between was too much. And if it was and that's why I'm looking at Ola complaining. If it was some of us, one man remove us. If he will even bring us back, he will bring us sometimes. But you allow a lot of people to do all that sometimes. And I think in situations like that, where most of us don't really know about those things and we are listening, and I think a lot of viewers too, people listening to us that are not on the platform are quite interested to understand and learn too, because we don't just come here to come and be shouting and shouting. Sometimes some of us come here to learn from people and pick some things and use it for your own good. No knowledge is wasted, so I think you should have come in earlier on and coordinate. And a lot of things happen on the platform today. A lot of people will insult people. Some will do it directly sometimes or indirectly, but when they give it back to them, they don't want to hear it. And I think people should be removed on comment section too. I don't go to any platform, to be honest. But if I have a chance to see a platform by chance, I see them removing people commenting or abusing people almost immediately. We don't want people like that on the platform. We don't want that number of people that wants to come to be abusing people. There was one guy, Ike or whatever his name is, he was calling people a lot of names, stupid, calling people stupid, foolish. There was a time Ajale was talking. I was really angry. I wish I could delete him off the chat at that point, but I just kept quiet because I don't want to interrupt who was talking at that point. So I think a lot could be done on that too. Thank you. Don't let me waste your time.
All right, brilliant. Well done, DOG. So all feedback. Look at that.
To me, when I come, most of the time, it's not about talking all the time. Sometimes you want to listen to, because that's how you pick things and you learn things from people. Nobody's a Highlander, So for me, that's how I see it. Sometimes we come here, we don't talk. It's just this last moment you have chance that you would have. Once I'm able to interject once in a while, I'm happy. I'm not bothered about whether I'm given the platform to have the floor to say anything. Once I can interject and I can listen to people making sense, and I think the obedience needs to really calm down. It's getting too much, and a lot of them are preaching violence already because they know their principal won't win, so they are turning it to violence and insult and all sorts. Thank you, one man. I beg, let me go and get ready for the day.
All right, brilliant.
I'm not good with sleep. You can't see me sleep again once it's morning like this.
Don't worry, you start to feel rough by midday. You start to feel rough.
No, I'm used to it. I used to run clubs. So sometimes I didn't, during December period, sometimes I didn't even sleep like 7 days in a row back then. So I'm used to it.
All right, Kwele.
Yeah, thanks. Have a nice day. Yeah. Thanks, bro.
All right. All right, thanks, DOG. So thanks, DOG. So let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Letterly, Play Summer, it says, what Des just said now is the reason Nigeria is not matured yet for the youth to take over governance. So yes, it's just pardon me. I think what happened is exactly what I was just saying. Des goes to those spaces and it listens to their conversation and it gets radicalized by some of the Yes, you've been there and I see. Because I was just listening in the background earlier on, and there was a girl that was speaking the language that Des brought here. She was asking them to tool up in that Elvis space. So when he was then making that commentary, I knew immediately where he had picked that up from. Because Des, we know, a very mild-mannered guy, but when he goes to those spaces, they radicalize him. That's why what Professor could let me
they radicalize him and he bring his radicalization here.
Yeah, look at that. And super task from Jess trying to intimidate world peace with show me your money. Oh, that's
50 million. 50 million, yes.
We must have missed a turn in some area. People just in anger wanted to be throwing $100 million.
Only world peace is that really quick. 50 million Jeruba. 100 million.
Look at that. Boy, something level here, then it's just mount, but a man that would never cross the borders of $1,000. Kulata, closing remarks. Kulata. What also no fridge. Look at that. What no fridge. No fridge. It's gone. All right, brilliant. Thank you for your company, Kulata, and the economic something that some of us did not fully get. So the final word to the mighty one, Adale Koko. I don't know what happened today. We spent 8 hours, but it don't oh dear.
Yeah. I think the session you did in the morning, you should have brought it. This time.
I did not think Obi would be strong enough to hold
it would have been better, if that is what we have done this time, and not in the morning. Even that morning time was in the meeting somewhere. I couldn't. I said, oh, evening time for such important political issue like that. I think most people are always available in the evening session, not the morning session. So Well, but you did good as you try to compare both of them, the questions they threw at them and the way they answer it. And it clearly showed that Tinubu is more prepared than Obi by the way he answered the question. It was straight to the point. It was very clear, and it didn't miss. It didn't perambulate, or it didn't do all of that. So Tinubu did very well. He portrayed an image as a technocrat, a politician, an administrator, and an accountant as well, that knows how government function, how private sector function as well, and how the world economy works as well. And it portrays a picture that, look, I know everything as far as the sector that represent the economic backbone of Nigeria, which is oil and gas. I know how it works. I know the problem now. I know why we are not doing good. And I know what we can do to make it a profitable, sector that can, bring us back on track economically. So I think Tinubu was very, very impressive with that performance compared to what Obi. Obi, I don't know, maybe he didn't understand the question. Maybe he was not prepared. Maybe he takes some medication that makes him function that he couldn't take that day. Just like this, I mean, what do you call this guy? DOG. He was just talking as somebody that was not serious. He was just talking like person talking with traders in Alaba. The way the common people can sit down and just be talking, just beer parlor talk, economic talk, and political talk. That is the way. And I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I said, what is wrong with this guy? Is something wrong with him, or he couldn't understand? Or what is the problem? And I believe most obedient that watch this thing will be disappointed. I believe that. They might not say it out. They will not say it out. But in the heart of their heart, they will see it clearly that no, our man didn't do well in this interview. Foreign investor, any foreign investor that watch that interview, foreign investor that is willing to invest in Nigeria, watching that interview of Tinubu, Obi, and Atiku, that foreign investor will be looking forward to Tinubu to win so that he can have that confidence that somebody that know how economy works is in charge, and he can have that trust, to invest in such an economy where an economy that have at the top head a person that can manage the economy well, that will give him we guarantee, secure its investment and guarantee returns for its investment. So it did very well, and he has turned the table against the other with this interview. He has really repackaged his image, and he is the talk of the town. I talked to some of my friends in Nigeria. They said they watched it too, and they said they were impressed. And there's some of them that are sitting on the fence thinking maybe this guy he doesn't. I mean, they haven't changed of mind now. That look, it looks like this guy has something to offer. He can do better. So, and I believe that a lot of people, Yoruba people, to be precise, that are sitting on the fence, I believe after watching this, they will have change of mind. So, kudos to Tinubu on this one. You know, other than that, let me just thank our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Our people at the comment section, I give it to you all the time. You are the strength of the platform. Keep doing what you know to do the best, and keep on coming back and let us be doing it together every day, anytime that one man come on alive. And one man, another day, another dollar. That's the language in America. Today on your show, another day, another session. 8 hours, 6 minutes is not a joke. Thank you for a good job. And tomorrow, we'll be looking forward to you, the Eagle. Have a good morning in Britain. Our friend in World Peace in Japan, good afternoon to you. Thomas in Australia, good afternoon to you. And Ola and Patrick in Canada, good night to you. And all American Des, Jewels, and everybody, good night to you all. And DOG, good morning to you in Britain over there. So we'll be back tomorrow. Thank you, one man. See you tomorrow. Good work. Good job.
All right. Thank you, Ajane Koko. So thank you, Ajane Koko, and thank you, one and all. Just like Ajane Koko said, the likes not anything like mirroring what the traffic has been. But then, of course, that's something we are getting used to. So to the super chatters, so that's Ken coming in, and then Ken again. We have Alexander Gomez double dipping twice. And then we had Rotimi Olu-David, who has become an increasing member of that space. And then a regular in that space too, RB, he does as he often does. James S, we see you. RB comes in again and again. So RB now just slowly unfurling that wallet somewhat. Emeka only comes with a complaint. Ayo, the official sponsor of the Woman Went to More platform, double dips with both coffee and super chart. James S, we see you. Play Summer, there you are. Des only comes in really to pick a fight, just really to prod at the space. But then he continues to prod, Des again, and Des again, and Des, that's the final super charter. So there they are, and there they were. So and then from that on to you know what's coming next, of course. The Lord and Master of the Buy the Coffee space. This is Ola, who does as he always does, regular as clockwork. And there he is right there. Not Ola, but Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. There he is. So thank you, Ayo, and thank you one and all. So to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners. We do it again. We will. So let me hear kind conversation now within the comment section, but here I say peace.